In the private room of the Leaping Fish, I sat by the window, holding a cup of fresh tea. The steam rose in curls, blurring my features slightly. My posture was composed and elegant, my gaze calm as I looked at the deputy chief, Gary Reed. Gary sat up straight, leaning slightly forward, yet he remained silent for a long time. The atmosphere in the room was quiet and subtle. Lately, my boys and Benny Russo's men had been clashing more frequently, and the tension was escalating. I had predicted this long ago, but I knew it wasn't time for a counterattack yet. Benny Russo's influence was deeply rooted in Foggy Creek. Although my men weren't weak, our odds in a head-on collision weren't great. I needed an opening, and this conversation today might just be the opportunity I was waiting for. I set down my teacup, taking the lead to break the silence. Uncle Gary, you didn't come here today just for a simple meal, I assume. If you have something on your mind, just say it. Gary was taken aback for a moment. The words he had prepared suddenly seemed hard to find. The way this girl felt to him seemed to be constantly changing. In just 2 short months, she felt like a completely different person. 2 months ago, she was just a girl about to graduate high school, wearing her hair in a ponytail, with innocence and a hint of stubbornness in her eyes. But now, though she still looked like a young girl in her prime, it was as if she had been completely reborn. Every gesture and movement radiated a level of composure beyond her years and her poise. She even carried the undeniable aura of someone in power. Gary pondered for a moment, before finally speaking. I've heard that your conflicts with Benny Russo are increasing. Is that true? I nodded, not hiding anything. Benny's men have been busy lately. Not only are they sabotaging my business, but they're constantly picking fights, making this town a mess. I imagine that as deputy chief and captain of the task force, you've heard something about it too? Gary spoke with a hint of professional detachment. We've been monitoring the public safety issues, but your people haven't exactly been staying out of trouble, have they? I put on an innocent act. Uncle Gary, you're doing us a real injustice. My people are all law-abiding citizens. We've never gone looking for trouble. You're a deputy chief and the head of security. You need evidence before you talk like that. Besides, you know Benny Russo better than I do. It really isn't me causing the trouble. Personally, I think that instead of having people keep tabs on me, you'd be better off thinking about how to cut out the cancer that is Benny Russo. Gary frowned. What are you getting at? The corners of my mouth curled up slightly. My tone was calm yet certain. Uncle Gary, I don't want to play games with you. I want to cooperate with you. In your police terminology, I want to be your confidential informant. I can provide leads and evidence to help you completely eradicate this cancer. That way, public safety will improve, and your record will reach a whole new level. Gary was stunned. He hadn't expected me to be so direct, and it seemed I had planned this all out long ago, certain that he would agree. Benny Russo isn't an easy target, kid. What makes you think I'd collaborate with someone from your world? I was prepared. I pulled a file from my bag and pushed it gently toward Gary. This is evidence of some of Benny's crimes, including illegal gambling, forced demolitions, and assaulting villagers. But this is just the first gift from your new informant. I actually have much bigger gifts I haven't shown yet. The intel I got from Mad Dog is far more explosive than this, but I won't give it all to you at once, because this is my capital. It's my bargaining chip for this partnership. Gary picked up the file and scanned it carefully. He looked up at me, his tone becoming more serious. How did you get this evidence? I gave a faint smile. Is it that hard? Uncle Gary, I know. You're a man with a sense of justice. You've worked hard for this town's safety for years. If we can take this chance to eliminate Benny Russo, it's good for you, it's good for me, and it's good for everyone here. Hey, you really don't need to be so guarded around me. We can make a bet. Gary shook his head. Sorry, I never make bets, and I don't like gambling. A glint flashed in my eyes. I don't like gambling either. In fact, I absolutely loathe it. But I still believe that in life, you have to take chances. You have to fight for it. If you don't take the risk, you might not even have a chance to win. Uncle Gary, why not take the leap? If you win, you'll finally drop that deputies from your title, and a transfer to somewhere even better isn't out of the question. If you lose, you haven't really lost anything. Gary fell silent, his fingers unconsciously tapping the table. He seemed to be weighing the pros and cons. Gary's gaze shifted between the file and me, his eyes filled with complex emotions. Everyone has their own selfish interests. He did too. Even a man with his strong sense of justice was no exception. A man without selfishness, or desire, is destined to be a cog at the bottom of the machine, living a life of mediocrity. He was a righteous cop, yes, but that didn't mean he didn't want to reach for a higher ceiling. In their line of work, if you want to climb the ladder faster, meritorious service is the easiest way, but it's also the hardest. After a long pause, Gary finally spoke. What do you want? He knew very well there was no such thing as a free lunch. This girl was proposing a partnership, so she obviously wanted something in return. I didn't answer directly. Instead, I pulled a book with a red cover from my bag and placed it on the table. Then, with a slender finger, I lightly tapped the book's cover. My voice was calm and resolute. All I want is one thing, justice. As my words fell, Gary was stunned. He hadn't expected my request to be so simple. Just one word. Justice. However, behind that word lay much more than its literal meaning. It encompassed distributive justice, corrective justice, and procedural justice. It was the essence of law and the core of social order. Gary couldn't help but look at me with newfound respect. For a girl as young as me to say something so profound, it didn't just shock him. It gave him a sense of indescribable awe. He had originally thought I would demand some practical benefits, like having him act as my protection, or help me handle some trouble. After all, every syndicate in Foggy Creek, big or small, wanted a shield. But my request was so plain, almost purely ideological. This made it impossible for him to refuse. While Gary was deep in thought, his phone suddenly rang. When he saw the caller ID, he stood up almost instinctively. Seeing this, I stood up as well, my tone calm and considerate. Uncle Gary, take your call. I'll wait outside for you. With that, I turned and left the room, gently closing the door behind me. A moment later, Gary pushed the door open and walked out. His face was noticeably more grim than before. His brow was furrowed, and his eyes were filled with a hint of agitation. When he saw me, his first words were, "I agree." I gave a small smile and held out my hand. "A pleasure doing business." Gary Reed gave me a brief handshake, then left, the leaping fish in a hurry. I didn't look away until Gary had left, turning to Lance, who was standing nearby. "Lance, find out what happened." Lance nodded, pulled out his phone, and started making calls. A few minutes later, he reported the information he had gathered. The first matter, at one of the restaurants I usually have Mitch keep an eye on, a dispute had broken out. Two people were dining when they accidentally broke an ordinary bowl. As a result, they were ordered to pay $500 in compensation. This led to a heated argument between the two sides. According to my boys on the ground, one of the men looked like he had an extraordinary aura. His status didn't seem simple. However, the restaurant relied on its connections with Benny Russo and acted with extreme arrogance. They were clearly ripping the customers off. Ultimately, the two men paid the money with livid faces and left the restaurant in a hurry. The second matter, in a village south of the bridge, a violent incident occurred. It left one person seriously injured and 3 others with minor injuries. And one of the parties involved was actually an acquaintance they had met once. A ripple of emotion crossed Lance's face. He looked at me, his tone carrying a hint of urgency. "Miss, one of the people involved is Ethan." I frowned. "Ethan, the man from the KTV?" Lance nodded. "Yes, miss. Should we?" Although he didn't finish his sentence, I could already read his mind. Lance had always been calm and composed. The people he truly respected were few and far between. Ethan was clearly one of them. Lance felt a kind of kindred spirit in Ethan. It was almost admiration. I understood this perfectly, of course. I let out a soft sigh. Even if you didn't say it, I wouldn't just stand by and watch. Ethan had helped me out of a tight spot at the KTV. You could even say he saved my life. I had replayed that incident in my head afterward, and realized I had indeed been quite careless. If I had just left right away, maybe there wouldn't have been so much trouble. But the reason I was so fearless was largely because I knew Lance was downstairs. I believed that as long as Lance was there, nothing could go wrong. Now that Ethan is in trouble, I certainly won't do nothing. Call Theodore Vance. Tell him to come over and see what he can do. I said decisively. Yes, miss. Lance immediately dialed Theodore's number. Not long after, Theodore Vance arrived in a whirlwind at the Leaping Fish. After hearing Lance's report, he lowered his head and fell into deep thought. his brow furrowed tightly. I named a price directly. If you handle this well, 100K. Although Theodore was technically one of my men, he didn't belong to the same hierarchy. Everyone else was under the newly registered Grand Apex Alliance. But Theodore still belonged to his law firm. Even if I strictly owned shares in the firm, business is business. Theodore makes his living by the law, so I should pay him what he's owed. The moment he heard the price I named, Theodore stood up without a single word and turned to leave. Lance panicked. Where are you going? At least tell us what the plan is. Theodore didn't even look back, his tone abrupt. No time for talk. I'm going to the scene to see if I can gather evidence for a not guilty defense. With that, he marched out of the restaurant. With absolute decisiveness, I exchanged a look with Lance. We both saw the same hint of helplessness in each other's eyes. I could actually understand Theodore's behavior. After all, he was famous for his love of money in my past life. He even had a famous motto: I don't care what crime you've committed. I only care about how much you can pay. So if you wanted to boost his motivation, nothing was simpler or more direct than cold hard cash. Benny Russo moved faster than expected. I didn't know what strings he pulled, but a notice was actually handed down. The trial would take place in just 1 week. This speed was absolutely ridiculous. Generally speaking, intentional assault cases, from arrest, investigation, and evidence gathering to indictment, usually take a month or two. But the case involving Ethan had actually been compressed into a single week. This meant the other side didn't want to drag it out at all. They wanted a quick resolution, to lock Ethan away in a detention center. Ethan sat on the cold iron bed, his heart filled with genuine anxiety. It wasn't that he regretted his actions. He was worried about his sister being alone out there, and whether she would be bullied again. Every time he thought of those demolition thugs insulting his sister, or that some of them actually tried to drop their pants, he couldn't calm himself down at all. As an older brother, he could never tolerate anyone bullying his sister. But now that he was in here, what would happen to her? Their parents had left them long ago. If it hadn't been for the need to take care of her, he wouldn't have retired from the military early. But now, he was stuck in a cell because of a moment of impulse. Just as Ethan was feeling despair, an officer walked over. He asked perfunctorily, "Ethan, are you hiring your own lawyer? Or should we assign you legal aid?" Ethan looked up, a bitter smile appearing on his face. "I can't afford one." The officer nodded. "Then we'll assign one to you." He turned to leave after saying that. Ethan leaned against the cold wall, his heart full of sorrow. Right then, the officer returned. "There's a Mr. Vance outside. He says he's a lawyer hired by your family and wants to see you." The officer's tone carried a hint of confusion. "You said you already had a lawyer, so why did you ask us for legal aid?" Ethan was stunned. He hadn't hired a lawyer at all. Where did this family-hired lawyer come from? Before he could process it, a man wearing a suit and carrying a briefcase walked in. The moment the man saw him, he said bluntly, "Ethan, I'm your defense attorney, Theodore Vance. From now on, I'm in charge of your case." Ethan sat on the cold iron bed of the detention center, sizing up the sharply dressed man before him, his tone laced with suspicion. "My lawyer?" Theodore Vance didn't say much. He just pulled a contract from his briefcase and handed it to Ethan. "Your sister has already signed it. As of now, I am your legal representative." Ethan's gaze swept over the contract. "How much?" Theodore answered flatly. "Don't worry about the cost. Someone has already paid for you." He snapped his briefcase shut and looked Ethan in the eye. "We don't have much time. What you need to do now is tell me exactly what happened that day. Don't leave out a single detail." Ethan was silent for a moment, then nodded. After all, he was a veteran, and his report was logically structured, with almost no wasted words. After about 5 or 6 minutes, Theodore interrupted his narration and asked his first key question. "Are you sure there were only 4 people in that room?" Everyone else was outside, unable to see what was happening inside. "I'm certain." Ethan's answer was crisp and direct. Theodore Vance nodded slightly. He asked again, "Are you sure you didn't use any weapons?" Ethan shook his head. "No." Theodore Vance lowered his head in thought, starting to weigh his strategy. No weapons, yet he'd sent men to the ICU with just his fists, even while being outnumbered. This man's combat ability was truly staggering. However, the lack of weapons also meant there was no key physical evidence. There were no cameras in Southbridge Village. This was an advantage for Ethan. Of course, eyewitness testimony was also vital, especially If multiple independent witnesses gave consistent accounts, that would make the situation very unfavorable for Ethan, but if those testimonies could be made to appear contradictory, there might still be a turning point. After a long silence, Ethan couldn't help but speak. "Mr. Vance, I want to know how long I'll be sentenced for." Theodore Vance heard this, his tone carrying a hint of mockery. "You're that eager to spend time in a cell?" Ethan's expression didn't change much. He just said in a slightly raspy voice, "Honestly, it doesn't matter how long I get. Mr. Vance, since you said someone sent you, can you tell that person to look after my sister? I'll repay them even if I have to work like a dog for the rest of my life." Theodore Vance closed his notebook and said calmly, "You can tell that person yourself in the future." He didn't say more, instead pulling a pen from his inner suit pocket and quickly jotting down a few lines. Then he closed the notebook and looked at Ethan again. "The trial will likely be in about a week. When the time comes, remember to speak as little as possible in court. Just leave all the talking to me." Ethan was a bit disappointed, but he still nodded. "Fine, I'll leave it to you." After leaving the detention center, Theodore Vance took a cab straight to the hotel where I was staying. He pushed open the door to the hotel suite. Several people were already sitting in the living room. I sat in the middle of the sofa, with Lance and Mitch on either side. Yuna was brewing tea. Seeing Theodore Vance enter, I asked directly, "How did it go?" Theodore Vance walked to the sofa and sat down, placing his briefcase on the coffee table. His expression was composed. "I've gone to Ethan to get the facts, and I've done some scouting at the scene. Getting him acquitted isn't hard. The key is how to make the testimonies of the other 3 witnesses contradict each other. Simply put, we need to make the court find them unreliable." He began to detail his plan. "One of the parties has a leader named Big Head. He's the head of the demolition crew. I've checked. He'll be testifying as the lead witness. During the trial, I'll lead him into making a mistake, rendering his testimony invalid. Of course, the prerequisite is handling his other 2 lackeys. They are the real weak links. Besides, the attitude of the villagers is also vital. If they can stand up, like creating a petition, to prove Ethan's good character, combined with his military background, it's basically a sure thing. However, that part is difficult. To get the villagers to stand up for Ethan, a certain threat must be dealt with. That's Benny Russo. Without guarantees for their physical safety, no one will dare to take that risk and sign a petition." Theodore Vance detailed his legal strategy, including how to find flaws in witness statements, how to guide witnesses to change their stories, and how to tap into the villagers' simple sense of morality, attacking from multiple angles to achieve the goal of Ethan's release. After Mitch finished listening, he couldn't help but give a thumbs up. "Brilliant. A senior counsel is a senior counsel after all." Theodore Vance acted humble, but he couldn't hide his smugness. "Mitch, you flatter me, you flatter me." I had to admit, too, that this famous lawyer from my past life truly lived up to his reputation. In such a short time, he had come up with such a thorough plan. Although his methods were a bit aggressive, they were certainly practical. I finally nodded in agreement, feeling there were no issues. "Theodore, we'll do exactly as you said." Mitch was eager for action. "I'll take some men and handle those 2 punks myself." However, Theodore Vance shook his head. "You can't go. She has to go." He pointed at Yuna. Yuna was taken aback. Theodore Vance nodded. Because you're a fresh face compared to Mitch and the others. Besides, being a girl gives you a natural advantage. It's easier to make people lower their guard." Although Yuna had followed me early on, her presence had always been very low. She spent most of her time in the hotel, handling reports and paperwork, almost like a ghost. Benny Russo's side naturally wouldn't pay much attention to her. With someone like her, their attention would mostly be focused on me. As for Mitch and his guys, it went without saying. They were high profile to begin with. Those 2 thugs would never trust him. In Theodore Vance's plan, there was another key figure, Grizzly. Oh, I had to say, Mitch's move to recruit Grizzly was a stroke of genius. He was just too useful. The combination of Yuna and Grizzly was enough to make those bottom-tier thugs lower their guard completely. After listening to Theodore Vance's explanation, I nodded slightly, then looked at Yuna. "Yuna, any problems?" Yuna looked up, a flash of excitement in her eyes. "Vanessa, I guarantee I'll finish the task." I nodded with satisfaction. "Then let's split up. We'll handle the Southbridge side." At the night market that evening, 2 low-level thugs, had just finished eating and drinking at a food stall. Picking their teeth with toothpicks, they swaggered toward an internet cafe. Along the way, the two of them discussed women, laughing with absolute sleaziness. Jay, I heard you were hitting on that hair salon girl again yesterday. How'd it go? Did you score? Don't even get me started. That broad is sharp. She insisted I buy her the latest Nokia. Damn it. Do I look like the kind of guy who spends money on women? I've always relied on my face to pick up girls. Give me a break. Didn't you say last time that women are like cars? You drive 'em whenever you want. Seems to me you can't even find the door handle. You don't know shit. This is called playing the long game to catch a big fish. The two of them laughed and chatted all the way, looking relaxed and unscrupulous. As they passed the entrance of an alley, Jay suddenly stopped and tugged at Kai's sleeve. Wait, look over there. Kai followed his gaze and saw a young girl leaning against the wall, looking down at her phone. The girl was wearing a red dress, the hem just barely covering her thighs. On her feet was a pair of stilettos, making her look particularly enticing under the streetlights. The two exchanged a look and walked straight toward the girl. Hey, beautiful. It's dangerous to be out here all alone at night. Want us to walk you home? The girl slowly looked up, revealing a delicate, pretty face. Her voice was sultry. Sure. Not long after, those two thugs, Jay and Kai, were on their knees in the alley, shivering violently. Damn it, you and your big mouth. How could you target the boss's lady? How was I supposed to know she was the boss's lady? Didn't you say before that you'd seen what she looks like? I have, but I didn't expect. Does the boss switch women that fast? The two of them whispered to each other while kneeling, feeling both terrified and regretful for harassing the boss's lady. If the boss ever found out about this, they'd definitely be skinned alive. Yuna stood before them, her arms crossed over her chest. Her cold gaze swept over the two of them. Are you two finished talking? Ma'am, we were wrong. We were really wrong. Jay and Kai hurriedly kowtowed and begged for mercy. Their voices were thick with terror. Originally, they saw a pretty girl in the alley, with a really nice figure. They had developed ill intentions, but just as they were trash-talking and harassing her, a massive shadow appeared behind them. It almost scared the life out of them. Jay immediately recognized the newcomer. It was the boss's personal bodyguard, Grizzly. This fierce man who looked like a demon from hell. Although he didn't say a single word, his sheer presence made them tremble. They weren't even sure if their previous conversation had been overheard. If he had heard it, Grizzly's appearance also made the two of them realize the girl's identity. Who else but the boss's lady could have Grizzly personally protecting her? Yuna knew they had misunderstood, but she didn't bother to explain. Instead, she went along with it. About you harassing me, I can act as if it never happened. But you need to do one thing for me. Hearing there was a chance, the two nodded frantically. Anything, just say the word, ma'am. The demolition a couple of days ago. Were you beaten by a man named Ethan? I have a grudge against him. I want him to spend a few more years in a cell. Jay and Kai looked at each other. They hadn't expected it to be such a simple matter. Even if Yuna hadn't mentioned it, their boss, Big Head, would testify to put Ethan away. Jay scratched his head and said cautiously, But ma'am, how long he gets sentenced isn't up to us. It's up to the judge. Yuna's gaze darkened. Let me ask you, when Ethan attacked you, did he use a weapon? The two of them shook their heads at the same time. No, he just used his fists. Thinking of Ethan, they still felt a lingering fear. They had never seen someone so ferocious. He'd sent men flying yards away with a single kick. He nearly killed them. If they hadn't run fast, they'd probably be in the ICU too. Yuna pulled a phone from her bag and played an audio recording. In the recording, a male voice was explaining a legal case. It emphasized the difference in sentencing between using a weapon and not using one during an assault, especially the difference in motive and consequences. Once the recording finished, Yuna put her phone away. She stared coldly at the two of them. Think carefully. Was there a weapon or not? If they couldn't react this time, they were no better than pigs. Jay's eyes lit up. I remember now. There was a weapon. He pulled a knife and tried to stab us later. Yeah, he had a knife. We both saw it. Is that so? Yuna asked. Then how are you going to prove it? Jay gritted his teeth, suddenly pulled a folding knife from his pocket, and plunged it straight into Kai's thigh. Kai's face was a map of confusion. He stared wide-eyed at Jay. then at the knife sticking out of his own leg. Seriously, bro? You're playing for keeps? But since Yuna and Grizzly were there, especially with Grizzly's oppressive gaze, he forced himself to endure the pain and didn't scream. As the saying goes, a moment of endurance keeps you alive. Losing your cool gets you buried. What kind of man was boss Benny Russo? They didn't have much contact, but they knew how ruthless he was. There was once a lackey who looked at the boss's lady's legs too much and was crippled on the spot. Seeing this scene, Yuna surprisingly showed no sign of fear or surprise. She just looked at them coldly and said, "Remember what you just said. If you dare to lie in court, we won't, we promise." The two of them guaranteed frantically. Yuna nodded. "Don't let me down." She spoke and turned to leave the alley with Grizzly. As she left, she deliberately dropped a stack of cash. It was about 10,000 or so. "Take care, ma'am." The two watched Yuna and Grizzly walk away, finally breathing a sigh of relief. Once they were far enough away, Kai finally let out a scream of agony. "Fuck you, Jay. I'm going to fucking kill you. Get me to a hospital now." Jay quickly supported him. "Don't panic. We'll go to that small clinic on the east side. Since we're putting on a show, we have to make it look real. We'll make the wound look a bit older." Kai was cursing him mentally 10,000 times. "You're a real good brothers, aren't you, you bastard? That money better all go to me." "Fine, fine. It's all yours." $10,000 for a stab wound was worth it. Most importantly, the new boss's lady had leverage over them. They didn't dare to be lazy. At the same time, they deeply realized that women were not to be trifled with. They were truly petty. To get revenge, they'd do anything. They guessed Ethan must be her ex-boyfriend. Otherwise, why would she hate him so much? And think his prison time wasn't long enough? Of course, they definitely didn't dare tell their boss, Big Head, about this. Let alone tell boss Benny Russo. They could only keep it buried in their hearts. In the police office, Gary Reed sat at his desk, pacing back and forth uneasily. Lately, his mentor had grown much colder toward him. The mentor even skipped him for work instructions. Gary knew in his heart his mentor was disappointed, but he didn't know the exact reason. Originally, he thought it was because of the violent incident in Southbridge that his mentor was unhappy. But thinking about it, it didn't seem that simple. Finally, he called his mentor's secretary. After asking several times, the secretary finally revealed some info. What kind of place charges? 500 for a single broken bowl? That's a blatant ripoff, isn't it? Gary was stunned. He had indeed been completely unaware of this. But he realized, even though the secretary didn't say it explicitly, his mentor must have been ripped off by some restaurant. And something urgent must have happened then, to make his mentor leave so fast. Now that he knew the cause, Gary thanked him. "Thank you, Secretary Wong. I understand now." After hanging up, Gary had a huge headache. If he didn't handle this, his career was over. He couldn't wait. Gary gritted his teeth and picked up the phone. He dialed his subordinates' numbers. "Notify everyone. Meeting first thing tomorrow morning." After hanging up, he dialed Vanessa Miller's number. Southbridge, Bridge Village. For the past few days, the village was filled with a weird, heavy atmosphere. Today, many villagers facing demolition encountered something strange, or rather something scary. A bunch of bleached-haired young thugs suddenly appeared in the village. They knocked on every door, shouting, "Open up! Community outreach program." However, when the villagers opened their doors, what they saw were several aggressive faces, grinning with a seemingly friendly, yet hair-raising smile. The group started by asking, "Old man, is there anything in your family that you're reluctant to part with?" "I want to ask about Ethan," but before I could even finish, the villagers would either nervously say they didn't know, or give some vague, mumbling excuse like they weren't sure. "It's none of my business." Some even slammed their doors shut with a bang, not daring to say another word. They were obviously terrified. The villagers clearly mistook these bleached-haired punks for employees of the demolition company, meaning they were henchmen of the local bully, Benny Russo. Even when the punks explained they weren't from the demolition company, the villagers didn't believe them at all. Even when asked about the demolition money, the villagers would just wave their hands in fear, saying, "It's paid. It's paid. Stop asking." They avoided the subject like the plague, fearing one wrong word would bring disaster upon them. Of course, not everyone was like that. Like Duke Wright, the son of the village chief, Silas Wright. Duke was with a few of his idle lackeys at the entrance of the village's small convenience store, playing poker. Suddenly, one of the lackeys leaned into his ear and whispered, "Big bro Duke, a lot of bleached-haired guys just showed up in the village. They're going door to door asking about Ethan." Duke heard this, and his eyes lit up instantly. Smack! He slammed his cards onto the table. He stood up, patted the dust off his pants, and said, "Let's go." Check it out. He wasn't looking for trouble. He wouldn't dare. He just assumed these guys were Benny Russo's men and wanted to suck up to them. After all, with the village demolition, Benny's crew weren't the only ones getting rich. His family was too. Demolition paperwork required the village chief's signature, and that signature naturally didn't come for free. His family was raking in plenty of benefits from it. Plus, as the local village bully, Duke had always looked up to the underworld life. Every time the demolition guys came by, he would shamelessly approach them to network. Mitch was currently leading his men, door to door, asking about Ethan's situation. Halfway there, he suddenly saw a man wearing a loud, colorful shirt, jogging toward him. The man's collar was open, with a shiny gold chain hanging around his neck. Behind him followed several sleazy-looking guys. One look, and you could tell they were village punks. The way he ran was as fawning as a traitor, greeting an occupying commander. "Hey there, big bro. You're here on business for the village, right? Man, one look at your aura and I knew you were someone special. The name's Duke, right? I'm the son of the village chief. I know everything that goes on around here. If you need any help, just say the word." Although Duke didn't know Mitch, seeing his impressive attitude, he naturally mistook him for one of Benny Russo's top lieutenants. The last demolition crew had been beaten by Ethan, so it made sense for a new leader to show up. Duke chattered on while pulling a pack of premium smokes from his pocket. With practiced movements, he offered cigarettes to Mitch and the lackeys. "Here, have a smoke." Mitch took the cigarette, glanced at it, and said, "Oh, premium brands? You're doing quite well, aren't you?" Duke quickly gave a fawning smile. "It's all thanks to big bros like you. If it weren't for your visit, I'd never treat myself to such good smokes." Mitch narrowed his eyes and sized him up for a few seconds. Then he asked, "You say you're the village chief's son? Good, I have some things to ask. How much do you know about Ethan?" Hearing this, Duke was secretly pleased. As expected, Ethan had hit Benny's men, and now they were here for payback. Asking for info was definitely a prelude to giving that guy a tune-up. "To be honest, big bro, technically, Ethan is my cousin. He even has to call my dad uncle." "He's your cousin?" Mitch raised an eyebrow. "Yeah," Duke nodded quickly, then immediately put on an act of righteous anger. "But I don't claim him, big bro. I am strictly on your side. I absolutely support the demolition. Ethan is just an ungrateful prick. Even I've had enough of him. Demolition is such a great policy. The compensation for his family was more than fair, but he just won't let it happen. He even beat up your people last time. In my opinion, someone like him needs to be dealt with. And that sister of his is a real piece of work too. Both of them are exactly the same. How about I take you to their house?" Mitch waved his hand. "Not yet. Let's go to your place first to talk." "That's not a problem, is it?" "No problem at all. None at all." Hearing this, Duke was overjoyed. He waved his hands frantically. He had originally been wondering how to establish a connection with such a big shot. If he could get close to them, maybe he could join their world, leave this small village behind, and act like a big man in town. Soon, the group arrived at Duke's house. As soon as they entered the yard, Mitch's gaze was caught by a brand new VW Passat. A Passat wasn't cheap in this day and age. To think a village chief could afford one, you have to remember that the miss didn't even have her own ride yet. For some reason, a sense of guilt welled up in Mitch's heart. The miss was so good to them, yet right now she didn't even have a car of her own. Were they not working hard enough as brothers? No way. He had to make the boys work twice as hard to make money. As the saying goes, if we don't work hard, how will the miss ever drive a Ferrari? As long as the miss could drive a luxury car, it would be worth it, even if they had to eat scraps. Because it was a matter of respect. It was about prestige. As the head of Grand Apex, her face was everyone's face. Especially, thinking that the miss and Lance were coming over later, Mitch immediately pulled out his phone and called one of his subordinates. "Hurry up and rent a luxury Mercedes-Benz to pick up the miss. Don't show up with some van and make us look like a joke." After finishing the call, Mitch followed Duke into the house. Though the house was old, the interior was anything but cheap. Leather sofas, a huge color TV, a refrigerator. It had everything. There was no way an ordinary village chief could afford all this. Duke's father wasn't home. Only a few of them were in the house. To suck up to Mitch, he told him everything. In his view, Mitch and he were the same kind of people, both from the underworld. Naturally, he felt there was nothing to hide. Like his cousin Ethan's family. The original compensation was supposed to be about $100,000, but the actual amount they received was only $20,000. The rest was split between Benny Russo and his family. So, when Mitch brought up the subject of making money, Duke was more excited than anyone. My dad is the village chief. Besides, with you guys handling the demolition, Mitch, I'd like to see who dares to talk. By the way, Mitch, when can you introduce me to the big boss? This guy really didn't consider himself an outsider. It hadn't been long, and he was already calling Mitch brother, and shamelessly trying to meet Benny Russo. That depends on your sincerity, Mitch said non-committally. Hearing this, Duke immediately understood what he meant. He stood up quickly. Understood. Mitch, just a moment. I'll go handle it right now. With that, he immediately ducked into the inner room. Inside his father's room was a steel cabinet, the locked kind. Inside were mostly stacks of cash, ledgers, and other things that shouldn't see the light of day. Duke Wright had somehow managed to get a key. He easily opened the cabinet without any trouble. You see, no one but his father had a key to that steel cabinet. But today, Duke was clearly determined. Not only did he open the cabinet, he also carefully closed the bedroom door, for fear of being caught. Before long, he emerged from the room, clutching a wad of cash in his hand. By the look of it, it was at least $3,000 or $4,000. With a face full of smiles, he handed the money to Mitch. Mitch, this is just a small token of my appreciation. It's not much, but please take it. Mitch pretended to accept it, a smug smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He tilted his head slightly and whispered to the subordinate beside him, "You got all that on camera?" The subordinate nodded slightly, indicating that everything was going smoothly. Mitch pocketed the money with satisfaction and patted Duke Wright on the shoulder, smiling with the kindness of a big brother. "I appreciate it. I'm calling you brothers from now on. Come, let's have a few drinks today. We don't stop until we're drunk." Duke was floating on air from the praise. He nodded frantically. "You got it. You boys, go buy some snacks for the drinks. Get some deli meat, some peanuts, whatever you want." He grandly ordered his 2 little lackeys, then pulled 2 bottles of hard liquor from a cupboard and set them on the table. The party soon grew lively, but Duke, on his own, was clearly no match for Mitch and his many men. Within a few rounds, he was swaying back and forth, his tongue starting to trip over his words. He didn't even notice when. His keys had gone missing. While he was blacked out, Mitch quietly gave the order. A few trusted men stood guard outside the courtyard, while others put on gloves and ducked into the bedroom. They moved swiftly, opening the safe, and taking photos of every ledger and financial document inside. Then, they restored the cabinet to its original state, not even disturbing the settled dust. One had to admit that the members of the Grand Apex Alliance, trained personally by Theodore Vance, were impressively professional in their conduct. They always had gloves ready in their pockets, and their actions were clean and efficient, leaving absolutely no trace behind. Once everything was settled, Silas Wright happened to return. The moment he walked through the door, he saw a group of strangers sitting in the living room, and his good-for-nothing son was drunkenly putting his arm around one of them, calling them Big Bro over and over again. Silas's face darkened instantly. He grabbed the slipper nearest to him and slammed it against Duke's head. "What the hell are you drinking for? Who are these people?" Duke was startled by the blow, but his liquid courage had clearly made him bolder. With his hair a mess, he shot back, "Dad, this is my new Big Bro. What did you hit me for?" "Big Bro, my foot. Tell them to get the hell out of here." Silas was panting with rage, but Duke wasn't having it. He craned his neck and retorted, "Dad, this is my Big Bro. How could you be so rude? Hurry up and apologize to him." Silas almost fainted from anger. "Say that again?" "I said, apologize to my Big Bro." Duke stood tall, fueled by the alcohol. "I used to call you Dad out of respect, but I'm a man of status now. You better watch your attitude." "You ungrateful brat." Silas was beyond furious. He whipped the belt off his waist and started chasing Duke around the house. I'm going to whip the life out of you today. Duke scrambled all over the house, as pathetic as a headless chicken. Mitch and his men saw that there was no point in staying, so they quickly took their leave. After they left, a sense of unease lingered in Silas's heart. He hurried into the room and checked the safe. Seeing that the cabinet was intact, and nothing seemed to be missing, he finally breathed a slight sigh of relief. As for the few $1,000s, he didn't notice they were gone right away. Meanwhile, Duke huddled in a corner, rubbing his aching arm, and muttering with a face full of grievance. Just then, someone came rushing in to report, "Chief Silas, the demolition crew is back. Hurry over to the village's east end." Silas glared fiercely at Duke. "I'll deal with you later," he cursed under his breath. Then he hurried out the door in a panic. At Ethan's house on the east end. Ethan's home was located on the eastern side of the village, right near the main road. The house was a simple, common brick and tile structure. Beside it stood a small earthen shack. It was originally the kitchen, but half of it had long since collapsed. The courtyard was a mess, with bricks and broken tiles scattered everywhere. A girl of 16 or 17 was clutching her parents' memorial tablets tightly, standing in the open space in front of the house. Her hair was a mess. Her eyes were red and swollen, and tear tracks still marked her face. But her gaze was stubborn and resolute. Her voice was raspy, as if it were being squeezed from the depths of her throat. "Come on, you want to tear it down? You'll have to walk over my dead body first." The girl was Ethan's sister, Maya. Months ago, her brother had fought the demolition crew to protect her and their home, only to be arrested and hauled away. Now, she was the sole guardian left. Facing these tattooed thugs, she gripped a gleaming kitchen knife, resisting with all her might. Arrogant as those thugs were, when faced with a girl, ready to die to protect her home, they actually didn't dare to make a move. After all, if someone actually died, none of them would be able to walk away clean. A circle of villagers had gathered around. They had long been dissatisfied with the demolition crew, but none dared to step forward and stop them. They knew the price of resistance. Ethan's fate was a living, breathing example. At that moment, Silas Wright arrived. The moment he saw Maya's state, he immediately put on a show of caring like an elder. "Maya, what are you doing? Your family's papers are signed, and the compensation was paid. Stop this nonsense." Maya looked up, her eyes full of rage. "I didn't sign anything, and my brother didn't sign either. You pocketed our compensation long ago. Stop pretending. Whoever dares to touch my house today, I'll fight them to the death." Silas was momentarily speechless from her retort, but he feigned composure. "Maya, why would your Uncle Silas ever hurt you? Demolition is for the development of the village. Stop being difficult." Maya let out a cold laugh, her grip on the knife tightening. "Enough bullshit. Every one of you is more crooked than the last. My parents are gone, and you've ruined my brother. What else do you want? Come on, do it." The villagers watching the scene felt a mix of complex emotions. Some pitied Maya, and some hated the demolition crew's arrogance, but no one dared to speak up. Seeing that Maya was immune to both threats and pleas, a flash of impatience crossed Silas's eyes. He pulled an agreement from his pocket, held it up high, and shouted at the gathered villagers. "Everyone, look closely. The agreement is right here, fully signed. It's even got the village committee's stamp. How could I possibly steal my own niece's compensation? People these days will say anything and do anything, just to squeeze out a little more money. It's pathetic." After speaking, he turned toward Maya, his tone growing colder. "Maya, business is business. Even if you are my niece, I can't just let you run wild." "I don't care," Maya shrieked, her voice full of raw, stubborn defiance. "You're not tearing down my home. Where will my brother and I even live? Wasn't the compensation money already given to you?" Silas Wright put on an innocent act. "Compensation?" Maya was shaking with rage, her eyes rimmed with red. "I haven't seen a single cent. You tell me where that money is. Did you pocket every bit of it yourself?" Silas Wright let out a cold sneer, his tone shifting abruptly. "The money only arrives once the house is gone, obviously. How could you wrong your own uncle like that?" "Shut up." Maya's voice was thick with tears, but she remained stubborn. "Even if I die, I won't let you tear it down. This house is the only thing our parents left us. If you destroy it, what do we have left? Do you have a shred of conscience? Are you even human?" Her words were like a jagged blade, stabbing into the ears of everyone listening. The last of the patience on Silas Wright's face vanished. He let out a cold grunt and turned to the leader of the demolition thugs. I've done my best here. A bunch of grown men like you, and you can't even handle one little girl? Just drag her away and be done with it. The thug leader nodded and waved his hand. Go. The moment the order was given, 4 or 5 thugs began to close in on Maya. At the same time, the bulldozer roared to life, emitting a deafening rhythmic rumble, like a savage, mindless beast, ready to swallow everything in its path. Maya gripped the kitchen knife tightly, her heart pounding so hard it felt like it would leap out of her chest. But her gaze never faltered. She knew she couldn't stop them. She knew she would likely get hurt, or maybe even die, but she refused to take a single step back. The watching villagers couldn't help but whisper among themselves. Sigh, poor Maya. Yeah, her brother's locked up, and her parents are gone. How is she supposed to stand her ground alone? Is there no law in this world? The law? Benny Russo and Silas Wright are the law. If they don't get taken down, people like us will just keep getting bullied. Just as the thugs were about to pounce on Maya, from the back of the crowd, a lazy yet arrogant voice rang out. Who just said they had an agreement? Bring it over here and let me have a look. The crowd parted automatically, and a path suddenly opened up. A bleached-haired youth, accompanied by several men who looked like veteran gangsters, stepped out from the throng. He walked straight towards Silas Wright. A smirk played on his lips, and though his pace was casual, the atmosphere grew instantly more tense. Silas Wright narrowed his eyes, his expression growing grim. I knew you weren't Boss Benny's people. Spit it out. Who are you exactly? And what do you want? The bleached-haired youth was, of course, Mitch. He let out a grin, looking completely cynical. It doesn't matter who I am. I'm just a guy passing by who can't stand seeing bullies like you picking on people. I heard you have an agreement and a permit. How about you show 'em to me? Before Silas Wright could even speak, the demolition leader stepped forward, glaring at Mitch. Kid, you want to play the hero? Who do you run with? State your name. Smack. A crisp slap echoed through the air. Mitch landed a backhanded strike, right across the thug leader's face. The move was clean and efficient. I'm your daddy. His tone was light, yet dripping with provocation. The thug leader staggered from the blow. Clutching his face, he roared, Damn it. You dare hit me? Boys, kill him. With that command, over a dozen demolition thugs immediately grabbed their clubs and charged at Mitch with murderous intent. Mitch, however, didn't panic. He held up a finger and wagged it in the air, his tone as relaxed as if he were telling a joke. Whoa, whoa. If you want to move, you'd better think twice. You'll regret it if you do. As soon as the words left his mouth, more than 20 burly men, armed with tactical batons, suddenly appeared and surrounded the demolition crew. Each one of them had a murderous look in their eyes, and the batons gleamed coldly in the sunlight, acting as a silent warning to the other side. Seeing this, the demolition thugs froze in their tracks, their faces turning pale. The villagers watching were equally shocked. Some recognized the newcomers and began whispering, Aren't those the guys from this morning? They're not Benny Russo's men? Could they be Ethan's friends? Isn't Ethan a veteran? How does he know so many gangsters? But this is a good thing. Only people like this can handle these thugs. It takes a villain to beat a villain. If they can drive off the demo crew, I'll sign that petition. Me too. I've been holding back my anger for way too long. The villagers whispered among themselves, hope flickering in their eyes. The oppressive environment had made them lose faith in resisting, but the current situation seemed to show them a possibility for change. The thug leader and Silas Wright clearly realized things were going south. The two sides fell into a stalemate. Seeing the tide turn, Silas Wright quickly changed his tune, softening his voice. Brother, we're all reasonable people here. You can't just cause trouble because you have more men, right? Mitch let out a sneer, his tone heavy with sarcasm. Now you want to be reasonable? You had all these men bullying a little girl just now. Did you think I was blind? Silas Wright was momentarily speechless, but he quickly regained his composure, trying to use the documents to salvage the situation. Since you insist on seeing the agreement and the permit, then I'll show them to you. But these documents are real. I hope after you see them, you'll help talk sense into this girl. Tell her to stop making trouble. She's wasting time. Nobody's going to get their new houses at this rate. Enough bullshit. Hand them over. Mitch held out his hand, his tone brooking no argument. Silas Wright immediately handed over 2 files. One was the demolition agreement, and the other was the authorization permit. He was convinced that these thugs wouldn't be able to spot any issues. However, Mitch only needed a few glances before he sneered and threw the documents back in his face. "You really thought I didn't know my stuff?" Silas was stunned, and before he could react, Mitch pointed at the agreement and said coldly, "There's a problem with the agreement itself. The public notice clearly stated compensation is calculated per person, no less than $60,000 each. The siblings should be getting at least $20,000. But your agreement only lists $20,000. Where did the rest of that money go? Did you swallow it? And this permit? Where are the stamps from the Planning Bureau and the Enforcement Bureau? Your paperwork isn't even complete. Yet you dare to carry out a forced demolition. You've got some nerve. You think you're above the law, don't you?" The questions came one after another, like a knife plunging deep into Silas Wright's heart. His face went from pale to flushed and back again, his lips trembling, unable to utter a single word. Mitch let out a disdainful sneer. "A piece of garbage like you doesn't deserve to be village chief. Did you think no one could handle you?" Silas was completely floored. He never expected that this man, who looked like a typical local mob boss, would not only be an expert on demolition policy, but would even know exactly what stamps were required for the process. "Wait, you're a gangster. How do you know more about the law than we do? Are you studying for the civil service or the bar exam?" But right now, he didn't have the time to ponder Mitch's hidden skills, because the villagers around them had already erupted. "What? Compensation is $60,000 a person? Then why did the village chief tell us it was $30,000? Does that even need to be asked? It's obvious he's been pocketing our money. That son of a bitch Silas Wright. No wonder he was in such a rush to demolish everything. He's embezzled so much. Damn it, he doesn't treat us like human beings at all. My family of 5 should have gotten $300,000. Now he's only giving us $150,000. He stole half of it. My family too. This old bastard is crooked to his core. This is the hard-earned savings of our entire lives. This kind of person truly has no conscience. He's worse than an animal." The villagers grew more and more agitated as they spoke. Their faces were flushed red, their fists clenched tight. They weren't very educated. Information was never transparent, let alone knowing how to look up demolition policies. The compensation amount depended entirely on the village chief's word. Whatever the chief said was the final word. They originally thought Silas Wright was pocketing a few thousand at most, or maybe 10 or 20,000 like he did to Ethan's family, something they could grit their teeth and endure. But now they realized it wasn't just a small amount. The bastard had straight up pocketed half of it. Of course, they didn't know that most of the stolen money went into Benny Russo's pocket. Silas Wright only took a small cut, but at this moment no one cared about those details. A few thousand they could tolerate, but tens or hundreds of thousands? That was their lifeblood. This time, the villagers' patience completely snapped. "Silas Wright, you crooked old bastard, I'm not letting you demolish my house. If you don't pay us the full amount, I'll fight you to the death. That's right, whoever touches my house, I'll kill him." We're not doing it. Nobody is demolishing anything. The crowd was in a frenzy. Some even went home to grab their demolition agreements and tore them to shreds in front of everyone. Silas Wright watched the scene unfold, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. He frantically argued, "What he said is a lie. This guy is just full of crap. Don't believe him." The compensation was decided by the village committee. There were so many. "Everyone, calm down. Let me explain." But no matter how much he shouted, the villagers ignored him completely. Their resentment towards Silas Wright had been building for far too long. At this moment, it exploded. Amidst this chaotic situation, a single sentence from Mitch ignited the villagers' emotions even further. "I'm Mitch, and I'm a guy who can't stand seeing anyone steal. A farmer's hard-earned money. My parents were farmers too. I know how important this money is to you. I didn't want to get involved in this mess. But I'll say one thing today. I've got your backs. Whoever tries to force a demolition, or whoever dares to threaten you, I'll be the first to say no." Hearing those words, the villagers' eyes welled up with tears. A wave of indescribable emotion washed over them. Look, just look. There are still good people in this world. This big brother is a literal avatar of justice. He's an angel. The deep-seated fear they had for Benny Russo's gang, began to quietly dissolve at that moment. If Mitch was backing them, then no matter how tough Benny Russo was, who gives a damn about him? A frail, elderly man stepped forward, gripping Mitch's hand with a choked-up voice. Ethan is a good boy. He used to carry water for widows when he was a kid. He even donated money to the village when he grew up. That boy can't be allowed to get in trouble. The other villagers also began chiming in, praising Ethan one after another. They practically turned him into a modern-day saint. When Mitch pulled out the petition, it sparked a wave of enthusiasm throughout the crowd. One by one, the villagers signed and added their thumbprints, fearing they would be the last ones. Mitch looked at their eagerness, understanding exactly what was going on. It wasn't that they had suddenly become brave. It was that they were worried about retaliation and wanted to secure Mitch as their protector as quickly as possible. Just as the villagers finished signing, Maya walked up to Mitch and suddenly dropped to her knees with a thud. With tears streaming down her face, she said, "Thank you, big brother. Thank you for saving me." Her crying carried a long-suppressed sense of grievance and pain, like a string that had been pulled too tight. Someone had finally shielded her from the storm. That feeling of relief made her lose all control over her emotions. Mitch hurried to help her up, comforting her with a smile. "The person truly helping you isn't me. If you want to thank someone, thank Vanessa." Maya was stunned. "Vanessa?" "The miss of our Grand Apex Alliance," Mitch explained. "Technically, your brother's is actually our Mrs. Savior." Maya's brain couldn't process it all at once, but she had a vague sense that her brother's kindness had finally been rewarded. Was this the legendary, good things happen to good people? Meanwhile, the other side had devolved into total chaos. The demolition thugs and Silas Wright were surrounded by the angry villagers. Cursing rose like a tide, and even leaving became a distant hope. Just then, the sharp, piercing sound of a car horn shattered the noise of the scene. Everyone turned to look. A luxury Mercedes S500 was slowly driving toward them. Following the car was a massive crowd of thugs armed with clubs. There were at least 100 of them. Once the Mercedes S500 stopped, the rear door opened. A middle-aged man wearing a black, tight-fitting tank top stepped out. A green dragon tattoo was coiled around his arm, radiating an oppressive presence that couldn't be ignored. This man was Benny Russo. The noise of the crowd was instantly swallowed by fear. The villagers who were just shouting all went dead silent, their faces turning pale. They didn't even dare look Benny Russo in the eye. Even Mitch's expression grew a few shades darker. This was the first time he had faced this. Local king of Foggy Creek, his aura was indeed incredible. Benny Russo toyed with a bronze coin in his hand as he walked toward Silas Wright. The large group of thugs following him was like a human wall, crushing everyone with an unbearable pressure. When Silas Wright saw Benny Russo, he was so scared he squeezed out a fawning smile. He scurried forward to greet him. "Boss! You're finally here. These people are completely lawless. They even drove off your men." Benny Russo swept a glance over him and asked coldly, "How is the demolition going?" Silas Wright bowed and scraped. "Almost there, almost there. We just hit a little snag, but now that you're here, it's nothing at all." Benny Russo didn't bother with him anymore. His gaze landed directly on Mitch. He let out a sneer, his voice dripping with disdain. "I'm only giving you 1 day. Tear this whole place down. Do I make myself clear?" With that, the thugs behind him immediately raised their clubs and marched aggressively toward Ethan's house. Maya watched this unfold, her face instantly turning pale. Tears flowed uncontrollably down her cheeks. She knew that this time she really couldn't save her home. But just as she fell into despair, Mitch waved his hand and roared, "Stop them. Whoever takes a step closer, throw them out." "Yes, Mitch." Over 20 Grand Apex Alliance members quickly pulled out their batons, forming a line in front of the thugs. The two sides were locked in an instant standoff. Swords were drawn, tensions at a breaking point. Benny Russo let out a cold laugh. He pointed at Mitch. "Drag that fat guy over here in a bit. I'll make him learn the consequences of crossing me," his men shouted back in unison. But just as the two sides were about to clash, the sound of another car horn echoed from a distance. A pitch-black Mercedes S-Class luxury car slowly entered the demolition site. The car body gleamed coldly in the sunlight. The noisy scene suddenly fell silent. Everyone's eyes were drawn toward the vehicle at the same time. "Who is that?" "No idea. Is it some big boss here to see Benny Russo?" The crowd began to whisper. They speculated on the identity of the person inside the car. While everyone was buzzing with discussion, someone suddenly cried out, "Holy shit!" Look behind it. Everyone followed the voice and looked. Behind the vehicle came the sound of rhythmic, unified footsteps. Then, a black torrent of people surged from around the corner. There were nearly 100 of them. They were all dressed in identical black suits. A dragon logo was printed on their upper left chest. The gold-patterned outlines shimmered brilliantly in the sun. It gave off a chilling and domineering vibe. Though their bleached-haired styles were a bit of a mismatch, combined with the uniform suits, they radiated a sense of untamed arrogance. As the Mercedes came to a stop, these men in black quickly lined up in formation. They stretched from the car door to the demolition site. Their movements were synchronized. Hands were crossed behind their backs. They looked as if they were welcoming a major figure from the car. This scene didn't just shock the watching villagers. Even Benny Russo and his group of thugs were drawn into the spectacle. Benny Russo furrowed his brow. A sense of unease rose in his heart. Since when did someone like this pop up in Foggy Creek? He had originally thought he was the king here. He never expected someone to put on a bigger show than him. While everyone waited with bated breath, the front passenger door of the Mercedes opened. A young man stepped out of the car. He was dressed in a well-tailored black suit. His expression was cold. His eyes were sharp. He walked to the rear door and pulled it open. Then, a girl with long, white hair stepped out of the car. I had a cold, elegant look. I wore a black suit paired with a white deep V-neck shirt. A gold-buckled belt was fastened around my waist, perfectly outlining my slender figure. Although I was wearing a suit similar to those men in black, there was no dragon logo on my chest. Instead, both cuffs were embroidered with intricate gold thread dragon and phoenix patterns. Though only a young girl, I possessed a powerful aura that couldn't be ignored. As I stepped into the human corridor, the men in black bowed in unison. They greeted me respectfully, the miss. These synchronized shouts made the hearts of everyone present tremble. I continued walking forward. The men in black followed behind me in perfect order. Within just a few minutes, a dense crowd of men in black gathered behind me. The momentum was terrifying. The watching villagers and Benny Russo's subordinates all began to exclaim in surprise. "Am I seeing things? A female boss? Are you deaf?" They called her the Mrs. "She's definitely the heiress of some big shot." Holy shit. How does her aura feel even stronger than Benny Russo's? Yeah, whose side is she even on? I bet she's with Benny Russo. Underworld people like making friends with their own kind. Then Maya and Mitch are in real trouble. That's nearly 200 people total on both sides. It's over. The sky over Foggy Creek has turned pitch black today. When Maya originally saw Benny Russo arrive, she had been on the verge of despair. Now that this group of people who looked even more like Underworld types had appeared, she completely broke down. She was about to urge Mitch to leave quickly, but she saw Mitch suddenly move with excitement. He jogged toward the group of men in black. His face was full of joy at seeing old friends. The more he looked at those neat black suits, the more he liked them. Miss. This idea for custom uniforms was truly brilliant. Compared to this, Benny Russo's setup was on a completely different level. On one side was a messy gang of thugs. On the other was a unified black-suited army. The momentum was off the charts. Miss. Mitch came up to me and greeted me. He asked impatiently, "Where's my suit?" Lance, by my side, immediately handed him a jacket. Mitch quickly took it and put it on. He was beyond satisfied. "Man, I look sharp." Mitch's action made Benny Russo's people instantly realize where these men in black came from. These were the powerful outsiders from Emerald City. Though the villagers didn't know the specific background of these men in black, seeing that their aura didn't lose out to Benny Russo's at all, they somehow felt a sense of relief. They were even a bit excited. They had originally thought Mitch was just an ordinary small-time punk. They never expected him to have such a massive backer. Now, with both sides positioned left and right, the atmosphere was at a breaking point. Benny Russo and Vanessa Miller stood at the front of their respective groups. Their eyes met, like two kings facing off. Benny Russo's heart swirled with complex emotions. Though he had long heard that Vanessa was the daughter of the syndicate's former boss, he had never truly taken her seriously. He once thought, how big of a wave could a young girl really make? But seeing her for the first time today, he regretted it. To be able to pull together such a professional-looking group in such a short time, This girl's methods were more impressive than many bosses. I gave a small laugh. Your turf? Sorry, I really didn't know. I'm just a legitimate business person. Does doing business around here require greeting you first? Benny Russo's face turned livid instantly. His tone carried a threat. Little girl, you're too arrogant. He knew in his heart that no matter what, he couldn't back down today. Otherwise, his prestige in Foggy Creek would vanish entirely. Those restless small fries needed to be intimidated too, or else they'd really think Benny Russo couldn't handle a knife anymore. Benny Russo suddenly waved his hand. The group of thugs behind him immediately charged. They brandished their clubs and let out war cries. That shook the sky. But then Lance let out a roar. He grabbed a steel pipe and charged forward. The two groups instantly collided. The sound of clubs clashing against tactical batons, screams, and curses blurred into one. The fierce battle turned the scene upside down. Benny Russo stood at the back, coldly watching the battle unfold. He didn't join in personally. Instead, he went back to his Mercedes leisurely. He lit a cigarette and quietly listened to the deafening sounds of the fight. Judging by his expression, he wasn't worried about the situation at all. What kind of waves could a slip of a girl really make? He let out a cold laugh in his heart. Benny's confidence wasn't groundless. His enforcers weren't ordinary thugs. They were ruthless men who had seen blood and been through massive showdowns. Every one of them was handpicked by him. In contrast, that group of men in black behind me, though their numbers were high, and they looked aggressive, they were clearly all a bit green. They were young and lacked actual combat experience. Benny Russo was certain the result of this battle would be revealed very soon. As for how to deal with these outsiders afterward, a sinister glint flashed in Benny's eyes. Cripple the guy's hands and feet? As for the girl, a cold smile played on Benny Russo's lips. His gaze held a chilling malice. Caldua, meanwhile, on the distant dam, several luxury cars were parked on the roadside. Several of Foggy Creek's big-name bosses and notable figures stood by their cars. They were looking down at the village below. Benny Russo brought his men in. How do you think this is going to end? A fat, oily, pot-bellied man asked. He had a handlebar mustache, and his hair was slicked back. He looked to be nearly 60 years old. This man was a veteran of the Underworld. From the early days of Foggy Creek, his name was Arthur Golden, known on the streets as Old Man Gold. His status was incredibly high. Standing beside Old Man Gold, a middle-aged man with a limp opened his mouth and sneered. As much as I'd love to see Benny trip and fall, I'm afraid that's not likely. After all, this is Foggy Creek. This man was Kane, better known as Limping Kane. His right leg had been broken by Benny Russo, and he still walked with a noticeable disability. Used to be the famous owner of a KTV in Foggy Creek. He had his moment of glory, until he offended Benny Russo, and ended up in such a miserable state. Aside from them, there was a man with a birthmark on his face, nicknamed Calico. He was another local boss with a bit of influence. Calico had been drooling over the demolition business for ages. But because of Benny Russo's power, he couldn't get his hands on it. The group standing on the dam right now all held grudges or resentment toward Benny Russo without exception. If they combined their strength, they clearly had the power to rival Benny, yet they never dared to act. It wasn't that they lacked the ability, but that each one was more cowardly than the last. No one was willing to be the first to stick their neck out. However, a recently rising force had caught their attention. This group came from the syndicate in Emerald City, and the leader was the daughter of the syndicate's former boss, an 18-year-old girl. At first, they didn't take her seriously. After all, Benny's roots were deep and his methods were ruthless. He had long ago solidified his position in Foggy Creek. Even for someone from the syndicate, it would be hard to shake his status. But after the recent series of events, the KTV clash, stealing Benny's massive loan, and now this direct face-off, they were forced to start respecting this power. When they learned that the real leader was a girl who had just graduated high school, they found it almost unbelievable. An 18-year-old girl, even if she was the daughter of the former boss, actually had this kind of grit and strategy? Until today, when they saw Vanessa Miller arrive, with her unified army of men in black. The aura, the prestige, and the organization were completely unlike what an 18-year-old girl should look like. Only then did they realize that this girl was anything but simple. Regardless, they still didn't believe I could take on Benny Russo. After all, Benny's power was undeniable. What a shame, this girl has grit, but she's still too young and hot-headed. Old Man Gold let out a sigh and shook his head. Yeah, that's Benny Russo we're talking about. Kane's tone carried a hint of regret. Let's go. There's nothing left to see. Calico crushed his cigarette. He turned and walked toward his car. The others began to follow. However, just as they were about to get in, they saw a few thugs nearby. Carrying several bodies covered in white sheets, they hurriedly loaded them into a car and left the scene in a nervous rush. Aren't those Benny's men? Old Man Gold narrowed his eyes. His tone filled with uncertainty. I think so. Calico's expression grew solemn. He felt a vague sense that something was wrong. People were dead. Benny's men were down. A flash of excitement crossed Kane's eyes. Even though death was bad luck, seeing Benny's subordinates fall made Kane feel inexplicably refreshed. He muttered under his breath, "Is Benny actually losing?" The three of them, who were about to leave, stopped in their tracks and turned back to continue watching the village. The scene was already a total mess. However, unexpectedly, this chaotic battle was actually incredibly one-sided. The Grand Apex Alliance acting troupe was the first to charge. The moment the two sides made contact, the men in black threw down their weapons without warning. They dropped straight to the ground and began to wail at the top of their lungs. Ow! Ow! My back is broken. I'm crippled for life. My ear. I can't hear anything. Oh God, 3 of my ribs are shattered. Those were my favorite ribs. These thugs are way too violent. They're trying to kill us. Murder. Help. Murder. This scene completely floored Benny's subordinates. Wait, hold on, brothers. You're taking this too far. Our clubs haven't even touched you. Are you serious right now? You're just going to lay down? Even though they were ruthless men who had seen blood, they were left bewildered by this bizarre sight. Some even began to wonder if their own murderous auras were so strong that they had scared the opposition to death. However, while Benny's men were hesitating about whether to keep fighting, the vibe suddenly changed. The remaining members of the Grand Apex Alliance all pulled out their tactical batons in unison and charged forward with a roar. Benny's men saw this and ignored the ones lying on the ground, immediately moving to intercept them. They thought the rest of the group would just fake it like the others, but once they engaged, they realized these men in black had a completely different style. Benny's enforcers were originally full of confidence, thinking only of how to end the fight quickly. They had been in countless brawls and were highly experienced. They had mastered the art of gang fighting long ago. Momentum was everything. As long as you acted savage enough to break the enemy's spirit, you didn't even need to fight to the finish. It was the same this time. They came out screaming, brandishing their clubs, and putting on their most ferocious acts. And sure enough, those dozen or so men in black hadn't even been touched before they hit the deck and started wailing on the ground. The acting was so exaggerated that they couldn't help but laugh. Typical wet-behind-the-ears kids. Scared shitless by a little posturing, Benny's men felt quite smug about it. However, they quickly discovered that things weren't as simple as they thought. When they ran into the remaining men in black, led by Lance, the tide of battle reversed instantly. Lance was like a tiger, tearing through the crowd and dominating everyone. With every swing of his baton, Benny's enforcers fell one by one, completely unable to fight back. At the same time, the actors, who had just been on the ground, suddenly sprang up. They attacked from the front and back, and combined with Lance's fierce offensive, Benny's men began to retreat step by step. What is happening? Benny's thugs were stunned. The men in black before them weren't just powerful. Their movements were incredibly precise. They struck fast, with every blow aimed at a key joint, while avoiding lethal spots, leaving Benny's men groaning in agony. If Lance alone was enough to make them tremble with fear, then the figure that appeared next made them break down completely. A massive silhouette appeared on the battlefield, holding a steel pipe. He easily leveled 7 or 8 men at once. Benny's subordinates were instantly dumbstruck. That's Grizzly, Benny Russo's personal bodyguard, the legendary Iron Fist of Foggy Creek. Not only was his strength terrifying, but he was supposed to be unfailingly loyal to Benny. But now, the man they viewed as their idol was actually standing on the enemy's side. We can't hold them. It's over. Grizzly has switched sides. Hurry and inform the boss. Someone ran in a panic to report the news to Benny Russo. The morale on the battlefield had completely shifted. At the same time, Mitch picked up a megaphone and began directing from the sidelines. Testing, testing. Is this thing on? It's working. All right, listen up. Mitch's voice sounded incredibly out of place on the battlefield. Fight all you want, but watch the force you use. Whatever you do, don't hit their heads. Hitting the head causes serious injury, and that's at least a 3-year sentence. Keep your eyes open and aim carefully. Don't hit anything from the neck up. And don't hit below the belt either. It makes the sentencing too easy. Avoid all the vital spots. Stomping on toes is fine. A bruised toe just counts as a foot massage. Last time old Wong got his toes stepped on 20 times. At most, it was just a civil dispute. Holy crap. That guy over there has a restricted blade. Take note, according to the legal code. Using a machete automatically upgrades this to a gang brawl. At that point, hitting them in the head counts as a heroic deed. All right. That's about enough. According to Article 234, as long as there's no real injury, it doesn't constitute a crime. Mitch's legal lecture left everyone in the Grand Apex Alliance both amused and exasperated. But, thanks to his reminders, this group of men in black demonstrated incredibly precise control. They struck quickly and efficiently. The thugs under Benny Russo that they leveled had almost no visible external injuries. Lance and Grizzly were like two ferocious beasts, leading the charge at the front, completely suppressing Benny Russo's enforcers. The battle ended quickly. The ground was covered in thugs wailing in pain. The moment the fight concluded, I gave a slight wave of my hand. Several professional actors quickly took the stage. They pulled pre-prepared fake blood packs from their pockets and began swiftly setting the scene. Hurry. Get everything ready. Make it look realistic. Add more blood over here if it's not enough. Before long, the scene on the field turned exceptionally bloody. Lance, without warning, grabbed a knife and slit a thug's throat. Blood sprayed, staining his clothes. Grizzly threw a direct punch. That crushed a thug's head, leaving the face a bloody mess. This realistic scene of slaughter terrified Benny Russo's remaining men. They had seen people die before, but most of those were accidents. Brutal methods like these were something they were witnessing for the first time. Run, everyone run. Stop fighting, just stop. They're insane. They're all serial killers. Benny Russo's men completely broke down. Every one of them scrambled to flee the scene, not even bothering with their injured comrades. Lying on the ground, the villagers watched from afar, taking in the entire scene. They had originally been worried for Mitch and the men in black, but now, they truly saw what it meant for there to always be a bigger fish. There was always someone more powerful. These people were even more ruthless than Benny Russo. No wonder they wore black. They were truly dark to the core. Benny Russo sat in his car, and after receiving the report, he was first dazed, then shocked, and finally furious. He never expected his personal bodyguard, Grizzly, would actually betray him. Even more so, he hadn't expected the opposition would dare to plot against him so blatantly. Grizzly. Benny Russo ground his teeth, his rage nearly bursting through his chest. He desperately wanted to return to the scene to confront Grizzly, but seeing his men fleeing in such a pathetic state, he could only force himself to swallow his anger. He could fight, but against so many people, going back would be suicide. Ultimately, Benny Russo could only leave in his car, seething with resentment. Find Mad Dog, dead or alive, he coldly commanded his subordinates. After returning to the nightclub, Benny Russo's fury completely erupted. His private lounge was soundproofed, but the subordinates outside could still faintly hear the roars of anger from within. Many of his boys suffered. They were dragged out with bloodied heads. Some were even beaten until they passed out, lying on the floor unable to move. Has that guy's wife arrived yet? Bring her in here. I need to thank her properly. Benny Russo roared viciously. Yes, boss. The subordinate immediately went to arrange it. Wait, bring that guy in too. Make him watch from the door, doing it right in front of him. The thought of it is thrilling. A sick, twisted smile appeared on Benny Russo's face. Understood, boss, the subordinate replied again, on the other side. After dealing with the demolition crew, I gave Mitch instructions for the aftermath, and left with my people. My movements were clean and efficient, possessing the poise of someone who waves a sleeve, without taking a single cloud with them. Maya wanted to come forward and thank me, but I had already gone far away. No need to look, Mitch said with a smile. If you really want to repay the miss, why don't you write a letter? I'll have someone deliver it to your brother. A glimmer of hope flashed in Maya's eyes. Mitch, can he get out? It's hard to say if he can get out, but we aren't helping for free, are we? Mitch said meaningfully. Ethan might be the Mrs. Savior, but to Mitch, talent like that couldn't be let go easily. Foggy Creek was the birthplace of the Grand Apex Alliance. They needed someone reliable to hold down the fort. Ethan was the perfect candidate. I'll write it. Maya didn't hesitate for a second, agreeing decisively. After all, it was just writing down what happened today and the process. It was nothing. The dim light inside the car reflected on my face. I leaned back against the seat, my brow slightly furrowed, a hint of pensive chilliness in my eyes. With such a big scene caused today, there wasn't a single policeman in sight. I knew in my heart that someone was suppressing it from behind. Benny Russo's connections were deeply entrenched. It was normal for the police not to show up. But I understood that today's victory alone was far from enough. Since we had completely torn off the mask, I had to strike first to gain the advantage. I had to pull him out by the roots. I looked down at my phone, scrolling through messages one by one. I finally stopped on a few photos, the corners of my mouth curled up slightly. I then said to Lance, call the police. Tell them the Caesar nightclub is suspected of illegal transactions. Lance nodded and quickly dialed the number. After hanging up, he looked at me through the rearview mirror and asked in a low voice, Miss, what's the next move? I replied coldly, we'll talk at the hotel. After returning to the hotel, I quickly took the photos and videos I had collected, organized them into a folder, and sent them to Gary Reed via an anonymous email. Gary Reed was a captain at the police station, and also a key link in my plan. I attached a short text message. This is the second gift for you. A long time ago, I had arranged for Mitch to have people keep an eye on Benny Russo's businesses, especially the Caesar nightclub, a place where all sorts of people mingled. Benny Russo had been in Foggy Creek for years, accumulating a lot of connections. The shady dealings in his nightclub, as well as the distribution of illegal pills, should have been shut down long ago. But protected by his web of connections, he had always remained beyond the reach of the law. I knew that just calling the police might not be enough. But what if there were photos and videos as ironclad evidence? Gary Reed was a man of principle. No matter how great the resistance, he wouldn't give up on seeking justice for his mentor. This was my trust in him, and also my prediction of the situation. At the same time, inside a tea house in Foggy Creek, Old Man Gold, Kane, and Calico were sitting around a table. Several cups of steaming tea sat before them. The three were chatting and laughing, but the topic inevitably returned to the day's brawl. Kane was doubled over with laughter, slapping the table as he spoke. You should have seen it. The way Benny Russo scrambled to escape today. He looked exactly like a stray dog. That was the first time I've ever seen Benny like that. Ha ha ha. Old Man Gold couldn't help but join in. All of them felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction. Perhaps it was because they'd been suppressed by Benny for too long. After a moment, the laughter gradually died down, and the tea house returned to its quiet atmosphere. Old Man Gold picked up his teacup and said slowly, I didn't expect it either, that a mere slip of a girl could actually push Benny to such an extreme. It seems we all underestimated her. Hearing this, a flash of worry crossed Calico's eyes. Tell me, if this girl really manages to take Benny down, will she become the sole power in Foggy Creek? What happens to us then? Kane waved a hand, dismissing the idea. I doubt it. If Benny Russo was that easy to topple, wouldn't that just mean that the rest of us are all complete useless trash? Old Man Gold nodded. We all know Benny's methods. I bet he'll strike back tonight. Benny's roots run deep. The resources and connections he holds are far beyond what Vanessa Miller's syndicate crew can handle. Winning a fight doesn't mean you can rule a territory. Old Man Gold was confident in Benny's retaliation. Just as they were speaking, one of Gold's men rushed in to report, Boss Gold, something is happening at the Caesar nightclub. Gold's eyebrows shot up at the news, and I told you so, smile appeared on his lips. Exactly as I expected. Benny started his counterattack. He raised his teacup, blowing gently on the steam rising from the surface, his tone tinged with a bit of pity. Sigh. What a shame. But before he could finish, the subordinate added another sentence. Boss Gold, I haven't finished yet. The police have mobilized in massive numbers and have the nightclub completely surrounded. Click. The teacup in Gold's hand nearly slipped to the floor. His composed expression shifted into pure shock. You said what? The police surrounded the nightclub? How is that possible? Kane's eyes widened in surprise as well, and he asked in disbelief, Are you sure you didn't see that wrong? The subordinate nodded frantically, his tone certain. I'm positive. They've arrested a ton of people. A lot of them weren't even wearing clothes. Man, those were some pasty white asses. He recalled the image of several middle-aged men being shoved into police cars wearing only bathrobes and couldn't help but smirk. After confirming multiple times the news was true, Old Man Gold silently set down the cup he had almost dropped. He waved a hand. Fine. Get out. Once the subordinate had left, the atmosphere in the tea house became eerily silent. The three men looked at each other, complex emotions flashing in their eyes. They had expected Benny to be the first to strike back, but they never imagined Vanessa Miller would strike first. And it was a direct hit. She really is full of surprises, isn't she? Kane couldn't help but sigh. Yeah, I never thought the first move would come from the girl, rather than Benny Russo himself. Calico also let out a deep sigh. So what do we do now? Are we just going to keep watching from the sidelines? Kane asked. Old Man Gold was silent for a moment, and said slowly, Let's wait a bit longer. The situation isn't clear yet. Interfering blindly will only get us burned. Yeah, let's keep watching. Calico nodded. The three of them fell into silence once more, each picking up their teacup, though their minds were no longer on the tea. At the Caesar nightclub, Benny Russo was nearly insane with rage. My pants were already off, and you're telling me the feds are here? He roared, his facial features twisting in fury. He thought he could finally get some relaxation at the nightclub, but he never expected a sudden police raid. Although he was furious, he also knew now wasn't the time to blow his top. He could only suppress his emotions and quickly flee the scene. The moment he got into his car, Benny pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Captain Zhang, what the hell are you guys doing? Why didn't you give me a heads up about the vice raid? Captain Zhang, on the other end, frowned, his tone carrying a hint of helplessness. I didn't know anything about this either. The precinct didn't notify me. Benny let out a cold laugh, his tone aggressive. I don't care what you do. The Caesar Club is a legitimate business. You have to release every single person. Captain Zhang's face darkened instantly. Benny Russo, what right do you have to order me around? Benny gave a mocking snort, his voice turning sinister. What right? How about the fact that you haven't paid me back yet? Is that enough? Captain Zhang's fist tightened on the other end, his voice thick with suppressed rage. I paid you back a long time ago. Don't you dare try to threaten me with that. Benny sneered. Just because you say you're done doesn't make it so. Your son borrowed $80,000 from me just 2 weeks ago. Have I ever once asked him to pay up? Zhang's expression changed instantly, and he roared, Benny Russo, are you even a human being, you bastard? I'm warning you, you'd better stay away from my son, or don't blame me for getting nasty. Benny remained completely unfazed, his tone dripping with mockery. Captain Zhang, no need to get so worked up. We're old friends. Why would I ever do anything to hurt your son? He's just a kid. Someone has to keep an eye on him. Captain Zhang was silent for a long time on the other end. Finally, he said through gritted teeth, I'm not helping you. I'm just enforcing the law. With that, he hung up the phone immediately. Benny heard the dial tone and let out a cold laugh, muttering to himself, thinking of shaking me off? Heh. After setting down his phone, he lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, and slowly exhaled a ring of smoke. Though the nightclub raid was a heavy blow to his wallet, as long as they didn't find any contraband, the worst he faced was a fine and a few days' closure. For him, this wasn't really a major issue. But that little girl had killed 2 of his brothers today. He wasn't about to let that debt go unpaid. She's still too green after all. She didn't know when to hold back, and actually killed 2 of my men, since you dared to kill. Then prepare to rot in prison for the rest of your life. A cold smile curled on Benny's lips. He made a finger gun gesture, and made a bang sound with his mouth, as if he were already seeing the scene of Vanessa Miller and her crew being dragged off to prison. As the night deepened, I was leaning against my headboard, holding a book and reading. Knock, knock, knock. Urgent banging on the door shattered the silence. I set my book down, my brow furrowing slightly. I stood up, smoothing out my silk nightgown, walked out of the bedroom, and opened the door. A group of police officers were standing at the entrance. The middle-aged man in the lead stepped forward and flashed his badge. His voice was cold and hard. "Ms. Miller, you're a suspect in an intentional homicide case. Please come with us to the station to assist in our investigation." I blinked, my expression as calm as still water. "Will you allow me to change my clothes? I can't exactly go with you in my pajamas, can I?" Captain John's brow furrowed slightly. He muttered, "Give her 5 minutes." I turned and walked back into the bedroom, gently closing the door behind me. Captain John stood in the living room, his gaze sweeping over the room's decor, feeling secretly surprised. He had heard plenty of rumors about this girl, the leader of the newly rising power in Foggy Creek, and what shocked him even more was that she had supposedly made Benny Russo suffer a crushing defeat. That underground king of Foggy Creek had actually met his match at her hands. Recalling Benny Russo's phone call, Captain Jong was still finding it hard to believe. In the Southbridge Village demolition conflict, Benny had brought his men to clash with a group of men in black. Yet the result was Benny Russo fleeing in a pathetic state. The scene described to him left him utterly bewildered. It wasn't until he saw Vanessa Miller in person that he began to gradually believe the rumors. Though she was young, she was composed and calm. Facing a group of police officers, she showed no sign of panic, as if none of this had anything to do with her. Inside the bedroom, I changed into a simple set of black clothes, then picked up my phone and dialed a number. Captain John faintly heard the sound of the call from the bedroom, but he didn't take it to heart. After all, a murder case isn't something a simple phone call can settle. Even someone like Benny Russo wouldn't dare to cross that red line lightly, because he knew that once human life was involved, the matter became complicated and difficult to resolve. A moment later, I walked out of the bedroom, my expression still calm. My gaze swept across the officers in the living room. Captain Zhang was secretly on guard, but he didn't say much, signaling his team to take me away. The Imperial Hotel, the only 3-star hotel in Foggy Creek. The decor was luxurious and opulent. Usually, the guests coming and going were people of status and influence. However, at this moment, the atmosphere in the hotel lobby was completely out of place with its surroundings. Several police cars with blinding lights parked at the entrance. A group of officers escorted me out of the elevator. Guests in the lobby stopped to watch, whispering, "That girl has been staying at this hotel for a long time. She looks barely 18. Why was she suddenly arrested?" Yeah, and what a massive show of force. So many police cars came. They're treating it like they're catching some dangerous criminal. Don't you know? She's the Miss of Foggy Creek's Grand Apex Alliance. She's been making quite a name for herself lately. I've seen plenty of Underworld types coming to see her. Underworld ties? No wonder. But even with that, being arrested with this much commotion means she must have done something big, right? I heard she had a conflict with Benny Russo's men, and even forced Benny to tuck tail and run. Is that for real? Benny Russo is the local kingpin here. Can a little girl really be that tough? My relative lives in Southbridge Village. He saw it with his own eyes. How could it be fake? Hearing these discussions, the people around couldn't help but gasp. Benny Russo had run rampant in Foggy Creek for years, yet he was actually made to look so pathetic by a young girl. It was simply unbelievable. However, no matter how glorious she was, she still ended up being arrested in the end. Just as the police escorted me to the hotel entrance, urgent footsteps suddenly echoed from a distance. A group of men in black flooded into the lobby. Mitch and Theodore Vance, in the lead, looked livid. A large crowd of brothers followed behind them. Seeing me in handcuffs, the men's eyes instantly turned red with fury. They rushed forward to block the police's path. "Release the miss. Release the miss. By what right are you arresting the miss?" Captain John frowned, his tone cold and hard. "Everyone, out of the way. Your miss is a suspect in a murder case. This is a summons for investigation. I'm warning you. Anyone blocking the path will be taken in as well." Theodore Vance stepped out from the crowd, letting out a cold laugh. "Captain Jung, if this is a summons for investigation, why have you put the miss in handcuffs? Doing so is a suspected abuse of power." Jean's expression shifted slightly, and he gritted his teeth. "She's a murder suspect. Not just her. Some of you won't be able to escape involvement either." Theodore Vance raised his voice. "Do you have evidence?" "Until a court rules otherwise, The miss is merely a suspect at most. I'm warning you. You better choose your words carefully before you speak. With that, he pulled out his legal credentials and flashed them in front of Zhang. I am the Mrs. Exclusive Legal Counsel, Theodore Vance. Zhang was left speechless by the rebuttal, his face darkening. Finally, he signaled his team to remove my handcuffs. It wasn't that he was turning soft. It was that he truly didn't have ironclad evidence yet. As long as he got me back to the precinct, he believed Benny Russo would provide the proof. It wouldn't be too late to round up all these people then. Once the handcuffs were removed, Theodore came forward to check my wrists, asking in a low voice, "Miss, are you all right? If they cross the line, I will definitely report them." I shook my head gently, my tone calm. "I'm fine. Send a few people to pick me up later. The rest of you, head back first." Although the men were unwilling, they followed the order and cleared the way. However, their eyes remained fixed on every move the police made. The police car slowly drove away from the hotel, but a line of black sedans quickly appeared behind it, following closely. Captain Zhang sat in the passenger seat, watching the convoy in the rearview mirror. He sneered. "You think the station is just some place you can waltz into?" However, what he never expected was that before Benny Russo could send over any evidence, a call from his superior suddenly came in. The tone was cold and hard. "Release her." Zhang tried to argue his case, but he only received the two-word response, "Release her." A mix of fury and helplessness washed over him. Zhang could only comply in the end. Entering the interrogation room, he saw my indifferent face, and the rage in his heart burned even brighter. But before he could speak, I looked up and said calmly, "I was arrested by you people. You have to give me an explanation. Otherwise, all those hotel guests will think I'm some kind of lawbreaker. A lot of people saw you taking me in." Zhang gritted his teeth. "What do you want?" I curled my lips slightly. "It's simple. You personally drive me back, and apologize to me in front of everyone. Admit that tonight's action was a mistake. I am a law-abiding citizen. I can't have my reputation ruined by your blunder." Zhang's face turned livid with anger. "Impossible," I replied coolly. "Then I'll just wait right here until you're willing to give me that explanation." Zhang's fists clenched so hard his knuckles popped. Veins began to bulge on his forehead. In the end, Captain Zhang compromised. He personally drove me back to the hotel, his attitude more respectful than ever before, because he understood that the person who called him was someone he absolutely could not afford to offend. When getting out of the car, Captain Zhang even personally opened the door for me. Facing the crowd, he openly admitted that this eye-popping misunderstanding was due to his own negligence. This scene didn't just leave the onlookers dumbstruck. Some even instinctively checked their watches. They were awestruck. It had only been a few hours. This turn of events was simply too ridiculous. No way. The cop who arrested her actually drove her back and gave a public apology? What's this girl's background? She must have someone big backing her. Otherwise, how could she get off the hook so fast? Her pull is absolutely terrifying. Originally, when people saw the men in black swarming the front of the hotel, they thought things were going to turn into a disaster. But no one expected that not only would I return completely unharmed, but I'd have the deputy captain personally escorting me. This kind of logic-defying development made the suspicion in everyone's hearts grow even heavier. Even Old Man Gold and the others, who had been observing in secret, couldn't help but gasp when they heard the news. I was shattering their understanding of reality over and over again. Every shock I delivered made their skin crawl. To walk away scot-free from a murder charge, it was simply illogical. In today's strictly regulated society, such things were almost unimaginable. At this moment, their fear of me had quietly taken root. If they had some contempt for me before, then now, that contempt had completely vanished into thin air. It was replaced by a deep-seated dread. They even began to harbor a ridiculous thought. They hoped Benny Russo would gain the upper hand. The moment this thought surfaced, it gave them quite a scare. After all, while Benny was ruthless, he still left people a bit of breathing room. But me? I seemed to despise playing those hypocritical games. My style of action was more direct, more decisive, giving off a vibe that I'd rather betray the whole world than let the world betray me. Of course, their speculations were a bit off the mark. I didn't actually have some illustrious background. My so-called boss of a father was long gone. My only backer was myself. My principle has always been clear. As long as I don't break the law, Not even the police can touch me. As for those rumors of murder, they were half-truths. The deaths were real to outsiders, but the truth was that it was a carefully orchestrated play. Back when I first made contact with Gary Reed, I had already handed over a file containing evidence of Benny Russo's men's crimes. Gary had secretly arrested those two men, without making it public. I used the opportunity to create the illusion of a killing, to intimidate those demolition thugs. This move was partly to terrify the demolition crew into thinking twice before they acted. The other part was Gary Reed's request. He wanted to use this drama to find out who was protecting Benny Russo from behind. The result was exactly what I expected, effortless. Benny's web of connections was complex, but I had no interest in clearing them out one by one. I had only one target, Benny Russo himself. The news of Captain Zhang escorting me home quickly reached Benny Russo's ears. What followed was a series of retaliatory actions against Benny's restaurants. Over the last few days, thugs had been repeatedly causing trouble at Benny's places. They would intentionally claim to find hair, cockroaches, or even shout that there was crap in the food, using it as an excuse to smash the restaurant's furniture. He wanted to call the police, but didn't dare. There was too much shady business in those restaurants. Calling the cops was effectively digging his own grave. Facing this situation, Benny Russo ground his teeth in rage, but was powerless. The opposition's methods were stealthy and cunning. Calling the cops would only lead to a civil dispute, and he might even have to pay for disturbing the peace. That would require ironclad evidence. However, my move was aimed directly at his weak spot, leaving him stuck between a rock and a hard place. Gary Reed had been monitoring all of this. He reported the news to his mentor. His mentor's attitude was clearly much more relaxed than before. If the restaurants aren't calling the cops, it means there's a problem. Leave them be. Continue pushing the anti-crime operation. We need to demonstrate the power of the law, while also ensuring social stability. These words were a clear signal to Gary Reed. He understood that my actions were effectively venting his mentor's frustration, while also avoiding the risk of a direct confrontation. This girl's methods were truly impressive. Benny Russo's retaliation came quickly. He sent thugs to my restaurant, The Leaping Fish, to try the same old tricks, claiming they found cockroaches and hair, and then proceeded to trash the place. However, he had miscalculated badly, and the result caught him completely off guard. I, of course, was not afraid to call the police. Not only did I call them, but I also provided footage from hidden cameras that clearly recorded the entire process of Benny's men intentionally placing the contaminants into the food. A fatal blow. Ironclad evidence. The thugs had barely finished trashing the place before they were caught red-handed by the police. When Benny Russo heard the news, he was so angry he nearly spit blood. Underworld types calling the cops, he roared. Do they have no shame at all? However, what made him even more desperate was yet to come. Several of his restaurants were shut down one after another, covered in rows of police tape. It was like a stinging slap to the face, leaving him completely humiliated. This overwhelming retaliation was like a declaration. I can bully you, but you're not allowed to fight back. If you dare to fight back, I will wipe you out. My background and dominance were becoming legendary. Many underworld bosses and businessmen began preparing lavish gifts, planning to pay me a visit, to get on my good side early. By now, everyone in Foggy Creek could see clearly. Whether it was raw power or political pull, Benny Russo was nowhere near my level. From now on, it was beyond doubt who held the absolute authority in the Foggy Creek underworld. The July sun was blazing, but it couldn't dispel the gloom in the hearts of the Bridge Village residents. Today, Ethan's case finally went to trial. Almost the entire village had turned out. The gallery was packed with not a single empty seat. The villagers' gazes were intense, filled with both anger and expectation. Ethan sat in the defendant's chair, his expression calm despite his tense posture. His gaze flickered occasionally toward his sister Maya in the gallery. Even with his heart in his throat, he felt a certain sense of comfort. Theodore Vance looked exceptionally sharp today, dressed in a perfectly tailored black suit, with a tie knotted meticulously. He walked over to Ethan's side and gave him a subtle, relaxed gesture, as if silently declaring that he would be the master of this battlefield today. Ethan wasn't completely in the dark. He had already learned from his sister's letters that the one helping him was the mysterious girl who had appeared that night. From those letters, he realized how dangerous that night really was. Had she not intervened, he might have already fallen into an irreversible abyss. So when Theodore Vance came to talk to him, he pledged his loyalty without a moment's hesitation. From that point on, his life belonged to Ms. Miller. The court proceedings officially began. After the prosecution finished their statement, it was the defense's turn to respond. Theodore Vance walked to the witness stand. His gaze was as sharp as a knife, stabbing directly at the demolition leader. "Big Ed," he said, the corner of his mouth curling into what seemed like a cold smile. "On the day Ethan returned home, how many of you were inside the house? Can you tell me what you were doing at the time?" Theodore's voice wasn't loud, but it carried a bone-chilling weight of oppression. Big Ed had already prepared his story. He answered steadily, "We're a demolition crew. We were doing our job. Naturally, we had to ensure no one was in the house first. And then," Theodore pressed on, "we saw a young girl still inside, so we tried to get her out to prevent any accidental injuries. After all, we're a legitimate demolition company." Big Ed answered with a feigned air of innocence. Theodore sneered. "And then, my client, Ethan, happened to return from outside, saw you pulling his sister around, mistook it for you bullying her, and then angrily attacked and injured you?" Big Ed nodded instinctively. "Yeah." The second he stepped inside, he just started swinging. "My brother is still unconscious in the ICU because of him." Theodore's gaze suddenly turned razor sharp. "So, he didn't use any weapons from beginning to end? Were his fists not dangerous enough? He almost killed a man," Big Ed said resentfully. Theodore's tone abruptly became grave. "Are you certain everything you've said is the truth? I must remind you, this is a court of law. Perjury carries legal consequences." Big Ed looked certain. "Of course I'm sure. Look at the injuries, all over my body. He did this." However, a cold glint flashed in Theodore Vance's eyes. "But as far as I know, the two witnesses under you claim that Ethan used a folding knife during the incident, yet you say he only used his fists. How do you explain such a blatant contradiction?" The courtroom erupted into a low buzz of chatter. Big Ed's expression stiffened instantly. His defense came out sounding rushed. "No way, he definitely hit us." He didn't use a knife." Theodore gave a small smile, but didn't give him a chance to retaliate. 4 grown men, without any weapons present, were nearly beaten to death by one man using only his fists, while over a dozen other demolition members waited right outside. Doesn't that sound a bit ridiculous? As soon as he finished speaking, he turned toward the judge. "Your Honor, I request to recall witness number 2 and witness number 3 to re-describe the events." As the bailiffs brought in witness 2 and witness 3, Theodore's relentless questioning made the atmosphere in the room increasingly tense. The initial statements of the 2 witnesses matched Big Ed's, but they began to contradict each other on key details. Theodore interrupted them out of the blue. "Witness number 1 just said there were no weapons, yet you 2 claim there was a knife. Which of you is lying?" Kai and Jay began to sweat profusely. They quickly changed their tune. "There was a knife. What we're saying is the truth." Theodore's gaze was like a laser. "Then why is it that in your submitted statements, there is absolutely no mention of a weapon?" The 2 stammered, their faces turning pale, and even their attempts at defense felt weak. Theodore sneered as he pulled out a document. "This forensic report shows that the knife wounds on you were not caused during the incident, but were intentionally inflicted afterward. These are self-inflicted wounds, proving a clear intent to frame my client. Was your testimony colluded beforehand?" The revelation of the evidence caused the court to explode. The villagers in the gallery buzzed with excitement. Kai and Jay's expressions became increasingly hideous. They knew they had nowhere left to run. Theodore pressed his advantage. Furthermore, the so-called legal demolition permit bears no official stamps from the relevant departments. The signatures on the compensation agreements are all forgeries. This act of breaking and entering already constitutes a criminal offense. He shifted his focus back to the judge. "Your Honor, my client, Ethan, not only had no intent to harm others, but was in fact protecting his sister. His actions fall strictly under the category of justifiable self-defense." Finally, the court's verdict arrived as expected. Given the sufficient evidence provided by the defense, and the clear contradictions in the witness testimonies, this court finds that Ethan's actions constitute self-defense. He is not guilty of intentional assault. Ethan is hereby ordered to be released immediately. As the gavel fell, the courtroom erupted in thunderous cheers. The villagers in the gallery were moved to tears. Maya clutched her mouth in excitement, tears streaming down her face. Ethan slowly stood up. letting out a long breath of relief. His gaze landed on Theodore Vance, filled with gratitude. Theodore walked over to Ethan's side and whispered, "Remember, your life belongs to the Miss now. Don't let me down." Ethan nodded solemnly. "I will never forget this debt of gratitude as long as I live." Theodore nodded with satisfaction, picked up his briefcase, and turned to leave the courtroom. Ethan walked with a steady stride toward his sister Maya. The two embraced tightly, their tears shimmering in the sunlight. The moment Theodore stepped into the entrance of the law firm, he saw Big Ed along with his two lackeys, Jay and Kai, marching toward him aggressively. Their faces were masks of pure rage. They were clearly looking for trouble. "It's him, that lawyer. He's definitely in league with that woman posing as the boss's lady. Grr. Fuck you. A lawyer dares to set me up? I'm going to show you what I'm made of today." Big Ed had figured out the truth by now. He knew his two lackeys had been played in court, which led to the testimony being overturned on the spot. He had thought sending Ethan to prison was a sure thing, but the result had flipped completely. Ethan was actually acquitted. Not only did they lose the case, but they'd also taken a beating for nothing. Now, he was boiling with rage, desperate to vent it all on Theodore Vance. Theodore stood at the firm's entrance, his expression indifferent, with a hint of a contemptuous smile on his lips. He said in a slow, measured voice, "Let me correct you. I am not just an ordinary lawyer. I am a senior counsel." "Senior counsel, Decans." Big Ed let out a cold laugh. "I don't care what kind of lawyer you are. Today, I'll teach you the price of offending me. Boys, get 'em." As soon as he said it, 4 or 5 thugs emerged from the side, instantly surrounding Theodore Vance. However, Theodore didn't show the slightest hint of panic. Instead, he casually pulled a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, took one out and lit it with a lighter. He took a deep drag and slowly exhaled a cloud of smoke. "Are you sure you want to fight?" "I'm not sure what the consequences of hitting a senior counsel are." There was no threat in his tone, yet it carried an inexplicable weight of pressure. "Consequences? The consequence is making you regret crossing me." Big Ed roared furiously, "Wreck him!" But just as the thugs were about to move, a dense set of footsteps echoed from the stairwell. A second later, a group of men in black swarmed out, quickly surrounding Big Ed and his lackeys in a counter-ambush. The men in black moved with clean efficiency, their aura overwhelming, instantly intimidating Big Ed's crew. These men in black were none other than the Grand Apex Alliance members here for class today. They had long heard that Theodore Vance, the senior counsel, was the Mrs. Right-Hand Man. They naturally didn't dare to be negligent. Seeing the sheer force arrayed against him, Big Ed's face turned pale. He quickly covered his head and begged for mercy. "Misunderstanding. It's a misunderstanding." Theodore strolled up to him slowly, raised a hand, and lightly patted his cheek. His tone was full of mocking intimacy. "You thought I was a small fry? Let me tell you something. I have a syndicate too. Daring to touch me? You must be tired of living." With that, he turned and waved a hand to the men in black. "I didn't see anything. Do as you please." The men heard this and moved immediately. They pinned Big Ed and his men to the ground, serving them a round of solid punches and kicks. Every strike landed hard, yet precisely avoided any lethal spots, leaving them in absolute agony. Theodore stood at the door, taking a leisurely sip from a cup of tea. Then he said flatly, "Watch your moderation. Don't cause any major problems. Anyone whose strikes aren't up to standard will have to copy the entire penal code tonight." The moment he said that, the men in black became even more disciplined in their movements. Big Ed's screams echoed in front of the law firm. Passers-by turned to look in curiosity. Once the men in black were finished, Theodore walked up to Big Ed and looked down at the men groveling on the ground. His voice was cold. "Remember, I am a senior counsel. Don't go shouting labels in the future. Do you understand?" I remember. Big Ed nodded frantically, his voice breaking into a sob. Theodore nodded with satisfaction. Then he waved to the men in black. "Class is in session." The men in black immediately fell into a neat line and followed Theodore Vance into the firm. Big Ed and his men, meanwhile, scrambled to flee the scene, not daring to breathe another word. After returning to the hotel, I called the State Finance University admissions office. However, their response left me completely shocked. I had never even applied to that university. How was that possible? "Vanessa, we clearly filled out our applications together, unless someone tampered with your choices." Una stopped abruptly mid-sentence. Her eyes were wide with disbelief. Who would have the balls to do that? I let out a cold laugh, a chilling glint flashing in my eyes. Who else could it be? I already had the answer in my heart. Julia Vance, an insidious and foolish woman. I had always kept evidence of Julia's previous crimes. My original promise not to provide further evidence was out of a sense of mercy and keeping my word. But now, since Julia dared to touch my college application, I was not about to let this debt go unpaid. I picked up my phone and called Theodore Vance. My tone was freezing. Contact the State Finance University admissions office. Check for any issues with my files. While you're at it, have Julia Vance's case reopened. Submit every piece of evidence we have. My gaze was like ice. My mind already made up. This time, I wouldn't just lengthen Julia's sentence. I would make sure her family went completely bankrupt. While I was handling the application issue, there was a knock on the hotel room door. A staff member said there were several guests with gifts who wanted to see me. These guests were all prominent figures in Foggy Creek, arriving with clear intentions of sincerity. I pondered for a moment, then said flatly, book a private room at the restaurant downstairs. Let them wait for me there. I changed my clothes, composed my emotions, and then headed to the private room with Lance. Inside the room, 7 or 8 of Foggy Creek's influential figures had already gathered, speaking in hushed tones. Their conversation revolved around Benny Russo. The man who was once the undisputed king of Foggy Creek had now met a complete and utter defeat. He hadn't shown his face in days. Everyone couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. While they were deep in discussion, the door to the room was pushed open. Instantly, every pair of eyes in the room was drawn to the figure in the doorway. A girl wearing a black dress, with an extraordinary aura, walked inside. It was Vanessa Miller. The moment I appeared, those who were already seated stood up one after another. They scrambled forward to greet me. Ms. Miller, it's an honor to meet you, Ms. Miller. You truly are young and accomplished, Ms. Miller. Even though this was the first time they were meeting me face to face, no one dared to show even a hint of contempt. After all, the warning from Benny Russo's downfall was right in front of them. They knew in their hearts that this girl was anything but simple. I gave a slight nod. As a response, sorry for the wait. Everyone waved their hands frantically. Not at all, not at all. It's our honor that you could come, Ms. Miller. I walked unceremoniously to the head of the table and sat down. My tone was cold. Let's get straight to the point. My attitude was crisp and direct, clearly showing I had no interest in wasting time on pleasantries. The atmosphere in the room grew tense immediately. They looked at each other, unsure of how to begin. Old Man Gold was the first to break the ice. He stood up and pulled an exquisite small box from his jacket. He opened it gently, revealing a Mercedes car key lying inside. The value of this gift alone was enough to intimidate everyone else. A pleasure to meet you, Ms. Miller. Please accept this small token of my respect. Old Man Gold bowed slightly, his tone full of reverence. The others in the room saw this and cursed him silently. Although their gifts were also valuable, compared to a luxury car worth $1 million, they were undeniably overshadowed. You old fox, you're putting us all on the spot. Someone grumbled internally, but on the surface, no one dared to say a word. Oh, soon, the others began placing their gifts on the table. Those gifts were mostly designer handbags and jewelry, valued between $20,000 and $100,000. Even though they knew their gifts couldn't compare to Old Man Gold's, they had no choice but to offer them up. I simply took a brief glance at the gifts on the table. Then I pointed at 3 of the 7 people present. And you, please leave. The 3 men were stunned, the smiles on their faces freezing instantly. Ms. Miller, why? Yeah, why? What did we do wrong? They looked completely bewildered, their tones tinged with a bit of resentment. However, I didn't feel like explaining at all. I turned to the lackeys behind me, shilled them out. The moment the words left my mouth, several men in black stepped forward and made a please leave gesture. The 3 were forced to stand up and left the room dejectedly. Even when they reached the hotel entrance, they still hadn't figured out what had gone wrong. One of them suddenly slapped his forehead. As if he had just realized something, he said, "It must be because our gifts were too cheap." The other 2 came to the same conclusion upon hearing this, their faces filling with regret. Their gifts were worth around $20,000, while everyone else's were over $50,000. Clearly, they had been too stingy. We really shouldn't have been so cheap with that money. One of them sighed under his breath. They even began to feel that my appetite was simply too large. Even a 20,000 bag wasn't enough to impress me. It seemed far too greedy. However, they completely misunderstood my intentions. I hadn't kicked them out because of the value of their gifts, but because I had already confirmed their identities. My principle was simple and clear. Never have anything to do with those who are destined for prison in the future. My information came from the memories of my past life. Those I had kicked out either had a long list of crimes that would eventually catch up to them, or their illegal activities were so blatant that it was only a matter of time before they paid the price. The fact that their gifts were low value was a mere coincidence. As for the remaining 4, including Old Man Gold, while they might not be perfectly clean, at least, no serious issues had been found in their past. Old Man Gold was a prime example of a veteran player. He was either so cautious that he never left leverage, or his youthful crimes were so long ago that they were now untraceable. My principle was clear. I only deal with people who are relatively safe. As for the value of the gifts, I didn't care. Only Old Man Gold and the other 3 remained in the room. Only now did they truly witness my dominance. I kicked people out at the slightest disagreement, giving them no face at all. Not only that, but my appetite seemed even larger than they had imagined. In this day and age, a gift worth 20 or 30,000 was no small sum. They only wanted to network, not make amends, yet I showed them no mercy whatsoever. This made them start to worry. If Benny Russo truly fell, would there still be a place for them in Foggy Creek? I didn't care about what they were thinking. I signaled Lance to collect the gifts on the table, and then cut straight to the point. I wonder, what do you all think about Benny Russo's assets? These words were like a bomb, instantly making the atmosphere in the room explode. No one expected me to be so direct from the start. Even discussing the division of Benny Russo's property, such a straightforward approach truly shocked them. Benny Russo had quite a few assets in Foggy Creek, nightclubs, demolition companies, and so on. All of them were in essentially monopolized industries. Everyone present was secretly drooling over those assets. But before Benny Russo had completely fallen from power, none of them dared to make a reckless move. Seeing that no one was speaking up, my gaze settled on Old Man Gold. Boss Gold, why don't you tell us what you think? Old Man Gold was clearly far more composed than the others. His gift was worth $1 million, giving him a naturally strong sense of confidence. He gave a slight smile, his tone respectful yet subtle. I have no particular opinion. I'll leave everything to your decision, Ms. Miller. As long as you're willing to leave me a few scraps, I'll be satisfied. When the others heard this, they cursed Old Man Gold for being an old fox in their hearts. But on the surface, they didn't dare to disagree. They quickly chimed in. We'll also follow Ms. Miller's arrangements. Yes, it's all up to Ms. Miller's arrangements. You make the call, Ms. Miller, and we won't say a single word against it. Just then, one of the men, wearing black-rimmed glasses and looking quite shrewd, suddenly spoke up, seemingly wanting to show off or prove his loyalty. He said confidently, Ms. Miller, if you ask me, Benny Russo's assets are a prime cut of meat indeed, but swallowing it all won't be easy. If you're willing to take the lead, I could help you clear the books, and I guarantee there won't be a single mistake. His meaning was simple. I would be the figurehead, and he would sort out Benny's assets, including the gray market ones. I'd get the lion's share, and he'd get the leftovers. However, he had clearly underestimated my attitude. I set down my teacup and looked at him with ice-cold eyes. What's your name? The man clearly mistook this for interest in him, and answered quickly, Ms. Miller. My name is Julian Sterling. I nodded slowly, and then signaled to Lance behind me. Lance understood instantly. With a wave of his hand, several men in black rushed forward and restrained Julian Sterling. Julian's face changed instantly, his expression full of terror. Ms. Miller, what is this for? What did I say wrong? I didn't offer any explanation at all, letting Julian struggle as he was dragged out the door by the boys. The remaining 3 men didn't even dare to breathe. They hadn't expected me to deal with him so suddenly. I hadn't even given Julian a reason. Was it because I wanted all of Benny's assets for myself? That I didn't even want to give them a taste? This was far too domineering and greedy, wasn't it? When Old Man Gold and the others visited today, they had 2 things on their minds. First, they wanted to get close to me, to leave themselves an escape route. Second, they wanted to use Benny's downfall to take a cut of his business. However, My behavior was far more aggressive than they had anticipated. I hadn't even hinted at sharing a cut. I had kicked 3 people out immediately and dealt with Julian Sterling without any mercy. While Old Man Gold managed to stay calm, the remaining 2 were visibly squirming in their seats. If it hadn't been for Gold signaling them not to make any sudden moves with his eyes, Kane might have slammed the table and walked out right then. After a moment, Old Man Gold finally spoke, a hint of testing in his voice. "Please, Ms. Miller, just be blunt with us. What do you need us to do? For you to leave us a path forward?" Hearing this, I shook my head gently, a faint smile appearing on my lips. "Boss Gold, I think you've misunderstood. I never had any intention of going after you." As soon as I said that, Gold and the other 2 were stunned. They clearly hadn't expected me to say that. But just now, Kane couldn't help but ask. I gave a casual wave of my hand. My tone relaxed. "You mean those 4? I just simply didn't like the look of them." Gold and the others looked at each other, unsure of how to respond for a moment. Although they still had doubts, my attitude was clearly not aimed at them. This allowed their tension to ease slightly. I continued, "I've seen everyone's sincerity, so I won't hide anything from you. I'm not interested in most of Benny Russo's businesses, except for the supermarkets, of course. As for the rest, you're free to take what you can. I won't interfere. But let me be blunt from the start. Foggy Creek is my hometown after all. I want to see it get better and better. If anyone dares to cause chaos..." I didn't finish my sentence, but the meaning was crystal clear. The room fell into total silence. No one dared to ask a single question. My underlying message was obvious. I didn't care how they divided Benny's assets, but the prerequisite was that they couldn't damage the security or economic environment of Foggy Creek. If anyone crossed that line, I would not be soft-hearted. The reason I mentioned the environment in Foggy Creek was because I knew the potential of this place all too well. Foggy Creek was a major transportation hub. Its potential for growth was massive. But because people like Benny Russo were around, public safety had deteriorated. The business environment was toxic, and no one dared to invest here. Eventually, it became the most backward county in Emerald City. The anti-crime operations in the future would eventually improve the situation, but I hoped not to let history repeat itself. I knew that clearing out Benny was only the first step. What was more important was to make Foggy Creek's economic climate truly prosper. This wasn't just for my hometown's benefit. It was also to help Gary Reed build a stellar record. Cracking down on criminal gangs was one accomplishment, but improving the public safety environment and driving economic growth was a far greater achievement. This was a win-win situation. I'd help Gary get a firm foothold, and Gary would uphold justice for me in return. This kind of fair trade was not only logical, but legal. When Gold and the other 2 heard my words, their faces showed signs of surprise. There was even a hint of excitement. They had originally thought I was an incredibly domineering and unreasonable person. They never expected that I would have such clear rules and boundaries. Old Man Gold was the first to speak up. "Ms. Miller is truly honorable. We will definitely follow the rules. Right, gentlemen?" Kane immediately echoed him. "Yes, exactly. If my construction company gets a contract, I'll make sure to use legitimate crews. No cutting corners." The other man also spoke up. "Me too." "Don't you worry, Ms. Miller. We'll definitely do everything by the book. We'll follow your lead, Ms. Miller." Seeing this, I nodded with satisfaction. I didn't say anything else, just gave a simple goodbye and left the room. As for staying for a meal, I had no interest in having dinner with a bunch of old men. After returning to the suite, Yuna came up to meet me. There was a spark of excitement on her face. "Vanessa, I have some good news. The Finance University heard about your application error, and they said they still have open slots. After some coordination, they can admit you." I breathed a slight sigh of relief at the news. I didn't care much for a degree myself, but I knew my grandparents did, as my elders. They naturally hoped their granddaughter would be successful. In my village, a college student was still a rare thing for a family to have someone get into. A university was a matter of great pride. Usually in these cases, the family would throw a huge celebratory banquet. It's just that I hadn't planned on having one. I knew exactly what my father, Jerry Miller, was like. That gambling addict would definitely use it to rake in money, then take all the gift money to gamble with. He might even default on the restaurant bill. He was absolutely capable of something that disgusting. While I was thinking about the admission letter, my grandfather called using a neighbor's landline. He asked if I had received the letter yet, and mentioned that other college-bound kids in the village were planning massive graduation banquets. His voice was full of envy. I immediately understood what my grandfather was getting at. He clearly wanted to host a banquet, but he knew I wasn't keen on the idea, so he didn't bring it up directly. My heart gradually softened. Grandpa, if you want to have a banquet, then let's have one. Grandfather actually hesitated on the other end of the line. Maybe we should just forget it. We don't really need to host a banquet. I could hear the worry in his voice, so I quickly said, Grandpa, you don't need to worry about that. Didn't I tell you? I've made quite a bit of money doing business in town lately. Plus, my scores were high. So the school and the Board of Education even gave me some reward money. We're not short on cash, I promise. Grandfather's voice held a hint of pleasant surprise. Is that so? Just leave all the arrangements to me. However, don't let Gary or Jackson come. Jerry Miller and Jackson Miller were my father and my brother. After a brief silence, Grandfather spoke. You're right. Just looking at those two makes me angry. We won't let them show their faces and embarrass us. The two of us discussed it for a while and decided to pick an auspicious day to host a grand graduation banquet at the best hotel in town. After hanging up the phone, I said to Yuna, go and talk to the hotel manager. We'll book an entire floor for the graduation banquet. Hearing this, Yuna nodded quickly. Okay, Vanessa. Just as she was about to head out, I suddenly called her back. By the way, Yuna, notify your grandmother and her side of the family while you're at it. We'll host our banquets together. Yuna froze for a moment, her eyes instantly welling up. Thank you so much, Vanessa. Her heart had actually been touched long ago, getting into university. Who wouldn't want to share that joy with their family? But because of her family's financial situation, she had never dared to hope for a banquet. Vanessa was truly too good to her. She felt like she would never leave Vanessa's side for the rest of her life. She was willing to follow her through hell and high water. Time flew by like a racing horse. And in the blink of an eye, it was early August. My graduation banquet was set for August 20th. I arranged for buses early on, preparing to pick up all the friends and family from the village and bring them to town for the feast. Word of this had already spread throughout the village, becoming the main topic of conversation over tea and meals. Initially, the villagers didn't believe the Miller family's granddaughter could host a banquet at the Grand Imperial Hotel in town. After all, everyone knew the Miller family's situation. Even the village head couldn't bear to host a banquet at a top-tier hotel in town. It wasn't until my grandparents went door to door to notify everyone that people finally believed it was true. The Miller girl hadn't just scored over 600. She had also received scholarship money. This was a first for the village. Although several other kids in the village had gotten into college this year, they were all just Tier 2 schools or vocational colleges. Vanessa Miller was the only one who received reward money. Many villagers were incredibly envious, sighing and remarking that the Millers finally had a successful child. However, there were also some gossiping behind our backs, thinking the Miller family was just trying to save face while suffering for it. They thought I should have saved that reward money for tuition, instead of squandering it all on a banquet. Wasn't this just a case of acting big when you're not? Jerry Miller naturally heard the news about his daughter getting into college and planning a graduation banquet in town. He was currently at Buck's gambling house on the East End, playing Pai Gow. After hearing the news, he immediately rushed back to his father's house in a frenzy. As soon as he entered the yard, he started shouting at the top of his lungs. Vanessa is hosting a banquet in town. How could you not tell me about it? How are we supposed to get there? On a tractor? Silas Miller, who had been in a good mood, immediately scowled when he saw his worthless younger son. His face darkened instantly. You're not going. You stay right here at home. Gary Miller retorted indignantly. By what right? I'm Vanessa's father. Silas Miller slammed his pipe onto the table. And I'm still your father, he roared. If I say you're not going, you're not going. Don't you dare go there and embarrass us. Jerry wanted to argue further, but Silas cut him off ruthlessly. I'm not your father. Those Pai Gow tiles and playing cards are your father. Get the hell out of here. He picked up a broom, intending to chase his son out. As much of a bastard as Jerry Miller was, he hadn't completely lost his mind to gambling yet. He didn't dare cross his own father. He was chased out of the yard by the broom. Standing at the gate, he muttered under his breath, You won't let me go? Well, I'm going anyway. The gift money from the banquet must be at least a few $1,000s. If I don't look after that money, should I just let an outsider do it? The more he thought about it, the more unfair it felt. Whistling a tune with a swaggering air, he turned and headed back to Buck's place. Inside Buck's gambling house, 5 or 6 local thugs were huddled around a wooden table playing Pai Gao. When Jerry Miller walked in, the men just spared him a glance. No one bothered to talk to him. With a mountain of debt on his shoulders, he no longer had any presence in their eyes. Jerry shamelessly walked up to the house, Buck, and said directly, "Buck, give me $2,000. Buck glanced at him and replied lazily, "Mr. Miller, you already owe me $5,000. You want more? Can you even pay it back?" Jerry patted his chest as a guarantee. "Who says I can't pay you back? My daughter got into university. Is $2,000 really a big deal? Hurry up, stop with the bullshit." Hearing this, Buck asked skeptically, "Mr. Miller, is your daughter really having a banquet at the Imperial Hotel?" Gary Miller gave a smug grin. How could it be fake? Her scores were high, and the school rewarded her with tens of thousands. A thug nearby with a cigarette in his mouth chimed in, "Mr. Miller, Vanessa will need that money for school, won't she? Can you actually get your hands on it?" Gary replied with total indifference, "I'm her father. Does she dare refuse to pay my debts? A daughter paying back her father's debts is only natural." Buck frowned, other ideas forming in his mind. He said with a smile, "Mr. Miller, I can lend you the money, but if you can't pay it back, you'll have to agree to one request from me." Jerry stared at him. "What request?" Buck gave a chuckle. "We'll talk about that later." Then he pulled a stack of bills from his pocket, counted out $2,000, and handed it to Jerry. "Mr. Miller, you owe me $7,000 now. Don't be so naggy." Gary snatched the money and squeezed back into the gambling table to start playing Pai Gao. Soon, the gambling house was once again filled with Jerrys, shouting and screaming. At the same time, back at the hotel in town, I was at the computer checking the stock market trends. Suddenly, Mitch knocked and entered. His voice carried an uncontrollable excitement. "Miss, we found it. We finally found it." Hearing this, I immediately looked up. "Really?" Mitch nodded vigorously, a hint of disbelief still on his face. "It's absolutely true. I really didn't expect Benny Russo to be this ruthless. He actually buried the body under the cattle farm. The smell in that place was already strong, so the scent of a rotting corpse was completely covered up. If we hadn't searched meticulously, we never would have found it." I took a deep breath, my expression turning cold. "As long as you found it, notify everyone to use all our resources to find Benny Russo's location. We have to drag him out." "Yes, miss." Mitch immediately nodded and turned to leave quickly to arrange the men. Once Mitch left, I picked up my phone and dialed Gary Reed's number. I informed him of the news. The previous evidence, although it was enough to put Benny Russo behind bars for a few years, it wasn't enough to bring him to justice with a death sentence. But now, with the discovery of this body, Benny Russo's chances of escaping are practically zero. Barring any surprises, his ultimate fate will be a date with the firing squad. From July to August, Benny Russo's businesses were almost completely wiped out. I used the evidence provided by Mad Dog, along with the materials I had already arranged, for my boys to secretly record. While cooperating with Gary Reed, I handed over some of Benny's businesses to Old Man Gold and the others. This series of moves effectively cut off all of Benny Russo's escape routes. It's worth mentioning that I had already taken control of Mad Dog in advance. Now, whether it's the authorities or the Underworld, almost everyone is standing against Benny Russo. Benny clearly realized the situation he was in and chose to go into hiding ahead of time. However, for me, this is definitely not good news. Although I know where Benny Russo was caught in my past life. That was several months later. In this life, because of my interference, events have progressed much faster. Right now, I really don't know exactly where Benny is hiding, but I'm well aware that every day Benny Russo remains at large is a potential danger to me. People are capable of anything when they're cornered. I must completely deal with him before Benny has a chance to strike back. Noon on August 20th. Foggy Creek. The most luxurious hotel, the Imperial, was buzzing with activity. This wasn't just the venue for the graduation banquet. For me and Yuna, it was also the first time my relatives from the village had ever set foot in such a high-end establishment. Yuna and I had a total of 28 tables for our banquet. My family took up 16 of them. And since Yuna had fewer relatives, they only took up 12. The reason so many relatives showed up, besides the celebration of our academic success, was another obvious factor. This was the most luxurious hotel in the entire county. For relatives from the countryside, an opportunity like this didn't come around often, with free transportation provided, and a top-tier banquet on the house. Who wouldn't come? So, almost every relative turned out, even bringing their children along. I set the banquet standard at $2,888 per table, the highest tier the hotel offered. The food for the 28 tables cost nearly $80,000, and with the premium cigarettes provided at every table, the gift bags, and the candies, the total cost of the banquet was close to $100,000. This was an absolute fortune for this era, although the gift money collected would only total about $10,000 at most. I didn't care about that at all. The purpose of hosting this banquet was to let my grandparents hold their heads high in the village. Spending a little extra was well worth it. As the buses arrived at the hotel entrance one after another, Yuna and I were already waiting there, dressed in our red formal dresses. We stood by the entrance, looking radiant in our festive gowns. We were in high spirits. The relatives filed off the buses happily, and I greeted every one of them with a big smile. Whether it was Auntie Miller or Auntie Susan, or even Grandpa Seven, I smiled more today than I had in my entire life combined. The relatives marveled at the Imperial Hotel's decor, sighing with wonder. This big hotel is really something else. It's so grand. This is the first time I've ever been to such a fancy place for a meal. How much must a meal like this cost? Probably tens of thousands. Old Man Wu is so wasteful, yet they dare spend this much? Isn't this just throwing money away? I think they're just showing off, even if it kills them. Do they really think having one college student means they're going to be rich forever? Keep it down. Don't let anyone hear you. Despite the quiet gossip, most people were simply stunned by the hotel's opulence. It was a spectacle unlike anything they had ever seen. As the guests were led by waitresses to the second floor banquet hall, the boisterous atmosphere suddenly fell silent. The vibe in the second floor hallway was distinctly different. 2 rows of young men in black suits stood on either side, standing perfectly straight. They had domineering dragon logos embroidered on their chests, and with their bleached hair, they looked just like a street gang. They added a layer of mysterious authority to the entrance of the banquet hall. When the relatives saw this display, they all stopped in their tracks. What's going on? There are so many thugs. It's a bit scary. I heard the gangsters in town are incredibly vicious. They hack people up like they're slicing watermelons. They're absolutely ruthless. Is that for real? I'm a little scared. Did we go to the wrong place? If the waitresses hadn't been leading the way, they might not have dared to keep walking. It wasn't until they realized the men in black weren't making a move to stop them that the relatives finally breathed a sigh of relief. Their courage slowly returned. In reality, they had no idea that I had specifically arranged for these men to be here. I hadn't planned on such a massive show of force, but because Benny Russo had suddenly gone missing, I stationed all these people here to prevent any incidents and ensure their safety. I had to make sure no unwanted guests slipped in. The relatives entered the hall and took their seats one by one. I led my grandparents to the suite I had been renting long-term to change. I had specifically prepared a set of festive, red formal outfits for the 2 of them. Once we were inside the suite, Grandpa looked around at the decor and couldn't help but ask, "Vanessa, is this where you usually live?" I nodded and answered with a smile, "Yeah, it's just a temporary place. I'll give it up once school starts." Grandma asked worriedly, "That must cost a lot of money, right?" "It's not too bad. Your granddaughter really isn't short on cash right now," I answered dismissively. My grandparents slowly began to accept the fact that their granddaughter had actually made it big. Although they were a bit uneasy at first, feeling that the expenses were too high, seeing it with their own eyes changed things. They had to admit their eldest granddaughter was truly successful. Much of the pent-up frustration Grandpa had been holding in his heart finally dissipated. His son was a disappointment, but his granddaughter had made up for it. This brought him a deep sense of comfort. Once the 2 of them were changed, I led them to the elevator to head down for the feast. But just then, a middle-aged man with slicked back hair, wearing a suit and carrying a briefcase, walked briskly toward the elevator. When he saw the 3 of us standing there, all dressed in red, the man froze in shock. Then, he cried out in surprise, "Mom? Dad? Vanessa? What are you all doing here?" I turned to look and was also a bit surprised, but I still greeted him politely. "Uncle Arthur, what a coincidence. Why are you here?" The man before me was my uncle, Arthur Miller. He had the air of a successful businessman, and a hint of pride on his face. I have a big client hosting a banquet at the hotel today, and he invited me for dinner. And you? Grandpa replied coldly with a stern face. What we're doing here is none of your business. My father's generation had 3 siblings, my uncle Arthur, my father Jerry, and an aunt. Arthur Miller had married into his wife's family in the city a long time ago. After moving to the city, he rarely returned to the village to visit his parents, and his contact with the family had gradually dwindled. Grandpa was traditional and stubborn. He had vehemently opposed his eldest son marrying into another family, but Arthur had insisted on doing it anyway, and followed through. What Grandpa found even harder to swallow was that Arthur's 2 children took their mother's surname. Not one of them was named Miller. In a fit of rage, Grandpa had formally disowned him. He had treated Arthur Miller coldly for many years. Grandma clearly had something she wanted to say, but seeing how angry Silas was, she could only silently swallow her words. Arthur Miller saw his father's unwelcoming look and felt somewhat relieved. He knew he truly owed his parents after all these years, having barely shown any filial piety. He was just about to say something to ease the tension, when the elevator doors behind him suddenly slid open. A shrill, sarcastic female voice echoed out from the elevator. Arthur Miller, what the hell are you doing? What took you so long to grab those things? Boss Gold has already arrived. Before her voice had even faded, a heavily made-up and obese middle-aged woman stepped out of the elevator. When she saw the 3 of us standing there, her face instantly darkened. Well, look at that, Arthur Miller. You actually went behind my back and invited these 2 old fossils? Don't you know what kind of occasion today is? The woman before us, with her bloated figure and face full of bitter malice, was my aunt, Beatrice. Before Grandpa could even speak, my expression turned cold instantly. My tone was unceremonious. Auntie, does your family own this hotel? Do we need to file a report with you just to be here? Hearing this, Beatrice turned red with rage, her voice rising several octaves. You little brat? Daring to talk back to your elders? Is this how your parents raised you? You have absolutely no manners. I let out a cold laugh. The one with no manners is you, Auntie. You may have a mouth, but everything that comes out of it is pure shit. Beatrice was stunned by the sharp retort. She immediately shrieked, Arthur Miller, look at this for yourself. This is the kind of niece you have. Thank God I didn't marry into that poor family of yours, or I would have been driven to an early grave by you people. Uncle Arthur Miller furrowed his brow, suppressing his dissatisfaction as he tried to defuse the situation. Vanessa, regardless of everything, she is still your aunt. How could you speak to her like that? Apologize to her this instant. I gave him a cold, sweeping glance. Apologize to her? Did you hear what she just said about Grandma and Grandpa? If I weren't doing this for their sake, I'd be doing a lot more than just insulting her. My gaze grew even colder, my tone sharper. And another thing, Uncle. In all the years since you moved in with her family, how many times have you been back? Have you ever even checked on Grandma and Grandpa? Just because you live with them now, is your father not your father anymore? Arthur Miller's face went from pale to flushed and back again. He wanted to speak, but didn't know what to say. Seeing this, Beatrice spat out the word, wimp. Beatrice was flying into a rage, and seeing that Arthur wasn't speaking up for her, she became even more furious. She suddenly raised her hand as if to strike me. You uneducated little brat. I'll give you the discipline your father failed to provide today. However, before her hand could fall, I moved a step faster than her. I landed a backhanded slap across her face. The crisp sound echoed through the hallway. Beatrice clutched her cheek, completely dumbfounded. Her face turned a deep scarlet as she looked at me in disbelief, her lips trembling. You dared to hit me? I am your elder. I let out a cold laugh, my tone showing no mercy. You really thought you could discipline me? Listen to me, you old bat. Even my dad, Jerry, wouldn't dare lecture me now. Who do you think you are? All dressed up like a show pony. Maybe you should spend some time losing weight instead. Don't you get nauseous when you look in the mirror and see that massive plate of a face? I continued my cold mockery. With that look of yours, I really don't know how Uncle manages to touch you. The fact that he hasn't found someone else is already more than you deserve. Every word I said cut deep, making Beatrice so angry her hair practically stood on end. She screamed and lunged at me. You little animal. I'm going to kill you today. Beatrice charged forward aggressively. the fat on her face shaking violently with every move, looking exceptionally hideous. However, she was no match for me. Since graduating high school, I had been learning combat skills from Lance. While I wasn't an expert, dealing with a woman so obese she could barely walk was more than simple. Just as Beatrice lunged, I gave a slight sidestep and easily dodged her attack. Beatrice missed completely, her momentum carrying her forward several stumbling steps. She nearly fell over. Before she could even regain her balance, I delivered another backhanded slap, hard across her face. Smack! Another crisp sound rang out. Beatrice was completely dazed. She clutched her face, turning toward Arthur Miller and shrieking, "Arthur Miller, are you just going to stand there? Your wife is being beaten. Are you just going to watch with your eyes wide open?" Arthur Miller finally snapped out of it, his expression grim. He marched toward me in a rage. "Vanessa, you've gone too far. I have to discipline you properly on your father's behalf today." He raised his hand to make a move, but was interrupted by a voice like a thunderclap. Silas's voice was like an explosion, echoing through the hall. Everyone present was startled. "I dare you to try." Silas's gaze was piercing, his voice freezing. "Your father is standing right here today. I dare you to try and touch a single hair on my granddaughter's head." Grandpa was a former soldier, and had even seen the battlefield. In his youth, he was a famously authoritative figure in the village. Even for an unfilial son like Arthur Miller, facing his father's rage left him visibly flustered. Arthur Miller argued in a weak voice, but Vanessa was the one who hit first. Silas let out a cold snort. "I'm not deaf yet. My granddaughter is hosting her graduation banquet today, and we have relatives downstairs to entertain. Go do whatever it is you came here for, and stop embarrassing yourselves here." Arthur Miller froze for a moment, surprise in his voice. "A graduation banquet? Vanessa, she actually got into college? Why didn't anyone tell me about it?" I let out a cold laugh, my voice dripping with sarcasm. "We wouldn't dare. We're just poor relatives from the countryside. How could we dare associate with a big boss like you? If we notified you, we were afraid you'd say we were trying to suck up to you, just to get some gift money." I turned to look at Beatrice, my gaze icy. "Right, Auntie?" Beatrice ground her teeth, the rage on her face looking like it was about to erupt. I continued, "And one more thing. I know you really want to hit me, but let me give you a piece of advice. It's best if you don't mess with me. This isn't a warning. It's a courtesy." After saying that, I ignored the two of them entirely. I turned to my grandparents and said, "Grandma, Grandpa, let's head down. Everyone is waiting for us." The two elders nodded, following me into the elevator. Once the elevator doors closed, only Arthur Miller and his wife Beatrice remained in the hallway. Beatrice finally couldn't hold it in anymore, and her rage exploded instantly. She whipped around and slapped Arthur Miller hard. "I was completely humiliated today, and you just stood there like a dead man. How did I end up with such a pathetic excuse for a husband?" She cursed at him, while grabbing Arthur's ear, twisting it hard several times. Arthur Miller grimaced in pain, but didn't dare resist, only begging in a low voice, "Honey, I'm sorry, I'm sorry." After Beatrice had vented her frustration, she suddenly remembered something. She let go of him and questioned coldly, "Arthur Miller, have you been secretly giving money to your family?" Arthur Miller quickly waved his hands. "No. Honey, where would I get money to give them?" Beatrice ground her teeth and asked one more time, "Did you really not give them any money?" Arthur Miller nodded repeatedly. "I really didn't. I don't even have a secret savings account. Where would I get money to give them?" Although Beatrice was still somewhat skeptical, but looking at Arthur's spineless expression, she figured he didn't have the guts to lie to her. But how could those two old fossils afford to host a banquet here? Beatrice looked down on this family from the bottom of her heart, seeing them suddenly dressed so well, and hosting a graduation banquet at the most luxurious hotel in town, plus having just been slapped by her niece, Vanessa Miller, made her even more annoyed. And for some reason, whenever she thought of that ice-cold look in Vanessa's eyes, she actually felt a bit of fear. But no matter what, she had to make them lose face today. Beatrice was certain that these hillbillies were just acting big when they weren't. Hosting a banquet in a high-end hotel like this, it was like a bunch of chickens suddenly flying into a phoenix's nest. It was a complete mismatch. She sneered, plotting to use some tricks with the hotel manager. Once the banquet started, or even just tell them not to serve any dishes. Once those people had been thoroughly humiliated, she would make that mouthy little brat Vanessa Miller personally get on her knees and apologize. That was the only way to satisfy her grudge. Although she wasn't that close with the hotel manager, her family had deep ties with Old Man Gold. Even if the manager didn't give her face, he would surely show some respect for Old Man Gold. Old Man Gold in Foggy Creek was currently the man of the hour. The rumor had it that most of the former underground king Benny Russo's businesses were going to be taken over by Old Man Gold. This was proof enough of Old Man Gold's power. Furthermore, his prestige in both the business world and the underworld meant no one in Foggy Creek dared to offend him. At this thought, Beatrice felt even more confident. She could almost see Vanessa Miller, in front of everyone, completely humiliated. But before getting revenge on Vanessa, she had one more thing to check. Beatrice looked coldly at Arthur, her voice full of warning. "I'm going to see the hotel manager in a bit. If I find out you paid for this banquet, tonight, tomorrow, or for the next week, don't even think about stepping into my bedroom." Arthur felt a surge of secret joy. He thought to himself, there's actually such a good deal. He even had an impulse to run to the front desk and pay the bill immediately. But on the surface, he still maintained an innocent expression. "Honey, you have to believe me. Where would I get any money?" Beatrice let out a cold snort. "You'd better be telling the truth." She turned, pressed the elevator button, and stepped inside first. She glanced back at Arthur. "Move it," she barked. Arthur lowered his head unwillingly and shuffled slowly into the elevator. At the same time, the elevator bell rang on the second floor. As soon as Grandpa and Grandma stepped out, they were stunned by the sight before them. Dozens of young men in black suits stood in neat rows on both sides of the corridor. Every one of them was tall and straight, with a serious expression. Seeing the two elderly people, they bowed in unison and greeted them. "Good morning, Grandpa." "Good morning, Grandma." "Good morning, Grandpa." "Good morning, Grandma." Their voices were booming, and their presence was imposing. Although Grandpa was elderly, he had seen big things in his youth, so his expression remained calm. Grandma, on the other hand, was startled by the show of force. She instinctively patted her chest and whispered under her breath, "Why are there so many people? What are they all doing here? It's a bit scary." Even though Grandma didn't know why these people were standing there, seeing her husband walk forward with a straight back allowed her to breathe a sigh of relief. She figured they probably weren't bad people. Entering the human corridor, Grandpa couldn't help but ask, "These are the hotel waiters, right?" I nodded and told a lie. "Yes." Grandpa nodded at this. "Not bad. They look very sharp. They just look a bit like gangsters." Grandpa seemed to think of something and instructed his granddaughter, Vanessa, "You must always be careful when you're out. There are a lot of thugs and hooligans out there these days. Don't let anyone bully you." I nodded obediently. "I understand, Grandpa." Perhaps influenced by the formal atmosphere, Grandpa unconsciously straightened his back, hands behind him, as he walked forward with steady steps, looking very much like a general on inspection. Seeing this, Grandma was no longer nervous, and followed Grandpa toward the banquet hall. When the three of us entered the hall, all the eyes of our friends and relatives turned toward us in unison. After changing into their festive red formal wear, Grandpa and Grandma looked exceptionally sharp, as if they had aged backwards several years. The banquet hall was divided into two sections. On the left were our relatives, and on the right were Yuna's grandmother's relatives. The scene was incredibly lively. Everyone took their seats, and time drifted toward noon amidst the pleasantries. However, when noon arrived, there was still no sign of the waiters serving the food. I glanced sideways at Lance, who was sitting next to me. Lance had come today as well. As my bodyguard, he naturally sat at the head table. Mitch was also at the head table, chatting with Grandpa with a face full of smiles, making him burst into laughter from time to time. Lance noticed my gaze and immediately understood what I meant. He reached out and tapped Mitch, who was currently busy sucking up to Grandpa. He pointed to his watch, indicating that the time had come. Understanding the signal, Mitch stood up and said to Grandpa, "Sir, let me go out and check when they're serving the food." Grandpa waved him off with a smile. Go ahead. Don't keep everyone waiting." Mitch nodded, turned, and walked quickly out of the banquet hall. Except for my group, the other guests, including Grandpa and Grandma, didn't notice anything unusual. After all, this was the first time they had ever dined in such a luxurious hotel. Everyone was in high spirits chatting. Although some were starting to feel hungry, they just assumed that because the hotel was preparing so many feasts, it was taking a little extra time. Furthermore, Theirs wasn't the only event in the second-floor banquet area. The hall next door had over 100 tables set up. Rumor had it some big shot's son was getting married. The scale was massive. The wedding procession alone consisted of dozens of luxury cars. The guest list was anything but ordinary. The relatives, who had never seen such a grand scene, were all busy, gossiping about what they saw, so no one was really complaining. Mitch arrived at the hotel front desk in a whirlwind. Without a word, he slammed the table and asked, "What's going on? Why hasn't the food been served in the lucky hall yet? Are you trying to starve us?" The receptionist's face paled. They stammered, unable to give a straight answer. Mitch urged them to call the manager, but the manager couldn't be reached either. It wasn't until Mitch revealed his identity that the receptionist tremblingly explained the reason. Someone had given the order not to serve the food in the Azure Cloud Hall. It apparently had something to do with Old Man Gold. Mitch was stunned for a moment, and then his eyes narrowed. He sneered internally. Old Man Gold's getting ahead of himself. He actually dares to cross the Miss? Could it be because the Miss didn't attend his son's wedding feast? In fact, Mitch had misunderstood Old Man Gold. Gold had no idea the Azure Cloud Hall was my venue. As one of the hosts of his son's wedding, he was busy entertaining guests and had no time for anything else. And the hotel manager was so busy with the wedding arrangements that he didn't realize the hall was actually for my banquet. Furthermore, I had repeatedly emphasized keeping things low-key today. I didn't want my grandparents to get the wrong idea, so even the members of the Grand Apex Alliance were all arranged as waiters. Had it not been for safety concerns, I wouldn't have even considered having anyone other than Lance and Mitch come along. Mitch, upon hearing the reason, had no intention of being polite. Returning to the second floor, he issued orders directly to the Grand Apex Alliance members stationed in the corridor. From now on, regardless of which hall the food is for, intercept everything coming out and send it to the Azure Cloud Hall. I don't care if the guests in the other halls starve to death. That's not our problem. Since someone wanted to trip up the Miss, he wasn't going to play nice. Mitch had no intention of giving Old Man Gold a heads up. In his eyes, the Miss's status was far above Old Man Gold's. There was no reason for them to notify him first. Inside Unity Hall, all the wedding rituals had concluded. Old Man Gold was with his son and daughter-in-law, busy toasting the guests who had come to offer their congratulations. According to tradition, the toasting usually begins when most of the dishes have been served. But Old Man Gold had many friends, with over 100 tables of guests. If they waited for all the food to arrive before toasting, it would take far too much time. So, Old Man Gold decided to start the toasting early. "Thank you all for coming today. Your presence truly honors us. Please, make sure you eat and drink your fill." Holding his wine glass, Old Man Gold, beaming with pride, led the newlyweds around the hall to toast each table. When he reached the table where the Underworld figures sat, Old Man Gold stayed a bit longer. After all, the people at this table were all prominent bosses in Foggy Creek. Figures like Kane and Calico were all present. Old Man Gold's son, Leo, though arrogant, showed a lot more restraint in front of these uncles. However, the hint of disdain deep in his eyes was hard to hide. In his view, while these uncles were big shots in the county, they were still a level below his own father. They were nothing special. After finishing the toasts, Old Man Gold shared a few pleasantries and led the newlyweds to the next table. Kane and the others watched Old Man Gold walk away, unable to help feeling a bit jealous. Old Man Gold is certainly riding high right now. It looks like he's determined to get his hands on Benny Russo's nightclub and that Southbridge construction project. And that's not all. Did you see that group of men in black outside? Even though Ms. Miller didn't show, her stance is clear. She's backing Old Man Gold. I just wonder if we'll even get any scraps. Success is in the air for him today. With things going this way, Old Man Gold is about to take off. Most of Benny Russo's assets are frozen now, and there are plenty of people interested. But rumors say Old Man Gold has already struck a deal with Ms. Miller to split Benny Russo's businesses between them. If the rumors are true, the rest of us probably won't get a chance at anything. Kane and the others felt more and more unbalanced the more they thought about it. They knew that Old Man Gold's confidence was directly related to the gift he brought when he visited Ms. Miller the other day. Old Man Gold's gift was $1 million luxury car. No one else, including the second and third waves of gift givers, could match the value of Old Man Gold's gift. At first, everyone secretly mocked him for having more money than sense, But now they realized they were the true fools. Ms. Miller had become a mountain they simply couldn't cross. In the beginning, though I was strong, it wasn't to the point where everyone followed my lead blindly. Moreover, I was so young that many people weren't actually convinced. If Benny Russo hadn't fallen at my hands, they might not have bothered to network with me. But I proved my strength through my actions. I didn't just beat 2 of Benny's men in broad daylight, but I also rendered the web of connections Benny had spent years building in Foggy Creek completely useless. What does that prove? It proves my background is deeper and more powerful than Benny Russo's. Kane and the others were stewing in resentment and couldn't help but talk about the gifts. To be honest, I never expected Old Man Gold to have such guts, actually giving a car. Yeah, if I'd known, I would have been the first to give one. If I'd known, I would have just called Ms. Miller my boss already. What's the point in saying all this now? While they were deep in conversation, someone spoke up awkwardly. Actually, I sent a wall calendar. Someone nearly spat out their wine, looking at him in total shock. A wall calendar? What were you thinking? And did Ms. Miller actually take it? She did. It's fine. Ms. Miller probably won't even remember you. After finishing the topic of gifts, they raised their glasses for another round. However, they soon noticed something was wrong. The cigarettes and alcohol were already out, and 2 cold dishes had been served. But where were the rest of the courses? Why were they all gone? Did someone steal them? They waited and waited, but no waiters came with more food. The murmurs of confusion in the hall grew louder. What's going on? Is this hotel only serving 2 cold dishes for a wedding? Yeah, I'm starving. This isn't nearly enough to eat. Old Man Gold, who was leading the newlyweds in toasts, also noticed the anomaly. Normally, the food service should be very fast. How could several minutes pass with only 2 cold dishes on the tables? He frowned, though he kept a smile on his face as he apologized to the guests. Then he turned to find the hotel manager. What's the deal? Where's the food? The manager hurried over. Boss Gold, I followed your orders exactly and had the hotel arrange the best banquet possible. Old Man Gold said in a deep voice. Then how do you explain this? If you don't give me an explanation, I don't think this dump will be staying in business much longer. His son's wedding was a massive event. He had invited so many friends and family, many of whom were influential people in the county. Now, there wasn't even any food. Where was he supposed to hide his face? Cold sweat began to pour down the manager's forehead. He apologized repeatedly. Boss Gold, please don't be angry. I'll head to the kitchen right now to check on it. With that, he turned and ran toward the kitchen in a hurry. He was in such a rush. He nearly tripped over the carpet. A short while later, the manager came running back, drenched in sweat. It wasn't from the heat. It was from pure terror. This is bad, Boss Gold. This is very bad. Old Man Gold's face darkened. He snapped. What's with all the panicking? I told you to find out where the food went. Well, where is my food? The hotel manager said in a low, trembling voice. Boss Gold, the food was coming out as scheduled. It's just that it was all hijacked by the neighboring hall. When Old Man Gold heard this, he was instantly filled with rage. To think someone actually dares to steal the food for my son's wedding. I'm going to see for myself who did this. The manager waved his hands frantically. Boss Gold, you can't go there. The people over there are not to be trifled with. Hearing this, Beatrice couldn't help but chime in. What are you talking about? You're just a lowly manager. How dare you speak to Boss Gold like that? With Boss Gold's status in Foggy Creek, who could possibly be toughs? You're giving them far too much credit, aren't you? No matter how tough they are, could they really be tougher than Boss Gold? She continued to fan the flames. Boss Gold, what they're doing is a direct slap to your face. Today is Leo's big day. So many guests are watching. If we just take this lying down, how will we ever hold our heads up in Foggy Creek again? We have to go over there and teach them a lesson. Old Man Gold's son, Leo, stood by his side. Hearing that someone actually dared to hijack the wedding feast on his big day, his blood began to boil. Aunt Beatrice is right. Pulling a stunt like this on my wedding day, isn't this just a blatant insult to the Gold family? Dad, you wait here. I'll take some men and have a look. I want to see who's grown tired of living, he said as he strode out of the hall. Dared to be so arrogant? Old Man Gold was originally very angry too, but just as he was about to blow up, what Beatrice and his son said actually made him calm down. He was a veteran of the Underworld after all, having weathered countless storms, and he immediately sensed something was off. Vanessa's men were guarding the hallway the whole time. Who would dare pull this stunt right under their noses? There had to be a catch. Don't be impulsive yet. I'll go over and see what's what first. It's a big day, we shouldn't be getting into fights. Old Man Gold muttered thoughtfully. After speaking, he turned and headed for the door. Though Leo was unwilling, he still followed along. Beatrice followed right behind them. On the other side, the people at Kane's table also noticed the commotion. They exchanged looks and got up to follow. They also wanted to see exactly who was bold enough to cause trouble at Old Man Gold's son's wedding feast. The guests in the hall saw this and began to whisper, "What's going on? Why did Old Man Gold leave all of a sudden? I heard the food was hijacked. Old Man Gold is going to demand an explanation. Tesk, there's a good show coming up." However, when Old Man Gold stepped outside and saw the men from the Grand Apex Alliance in their black suits, stopping the waiters with the food and ordering them to take it to the Azure Cloud Hall next door, he was stunned. It was actually Vanessa's men doing this. Old Man Gold's expression shifted instantly. It wasn't that he didn't know. Vanessa was a college student who had just graduated. He just hadn't expected Vanessa would choose this specific day to hold an event, and that she would actually hijack the food from his banquet. Beatrice, arriving a bit later, naturally saw this scene as well, especially when she saw those waiters actually delivering the food into the Azure Cloud Hall. She was suddenly gleeful. Well, that little brat has some nerve, doesn't she? Daring to hijack food from even Old Man Gold's banquet. She must be tired of living. Old Man Gold, I know the people in that Azure Cloud Hall. They're just a bunch of hillbillies from the countryside. I didn't think they'd be bold enough to hijack the food from your banquet, Boss Gold. I think they need a good lesson. Beatrice fanned the flames again. Her voice was shrill and piercing, her tone full of schadenfreude. However, she didn't notice that Old Man Gold's expression was getting uglier and uglier. Old Man Gold didn't respond to Beatrice. Instead, he turned to the hotel manager and asked coldly, "What's going on? Why was the food for the Azure Cloud Hall hijacked?" The cold sweat on the hotel manager's forehead became even more obvious. His voice trembled as he explained, "Boss Gold, someone gave an order, telling the waiters not to serve food to the Azure Cloud Hall. And it apparently had to do with your name." The rage deep in Old Man Gold's eyes exploded instantly. "What? You're saying someone used my name to stop the waiters from serving the Azure Cloud Hall?" The manager nodded quickly. "Yes, Boss Gold." Gold took a deep breath, his face as dark as a storm cloud before a downpour. "Investigate this. I want to see who had the nerve to do this in my name." With that, he immediately headed toward the Azure Cloud Hall. He'd only taken a few steps before he turned back and told his son and daughter-in-law to come along. "Dad, where are we going?" Leo looked confused. "Taking you to do a toast," Old Man Gold said in a deep voice. "To who?" Leo was even more puzzled. "To Ms. Miller?" Leo was stunned. "Dad, I've heard you mention her before. She's not even as old as me, is she? Is she really worth you personally going to toast her?" As a second-generation gangster who grew up under his father's influence, Leo had a streak of untamed arrogance in his bones. Though he'd heard Vanessa's name, he'd always been somewhat dismissive of her. The other party was just a young girl. How much capability could she really have? Old Man Gold glared at his son, his tone strictly severe. "Let me put it this way. Even those uncles of yours have to put on their best smiles when they see Ms. Miller." Leo was in disbelief. "Really? Is she really that powerful?" Old Man Gold snorted. "Don't talk nonsense. Behave yourself in a bit. Don't cause any trouble for me, or I'll have you dealt with by family rules. Do you hear me?" Leo became obedient instantly, hiding the contempt in his eyes. He followed submissively behind his father toward the Azure Cloud Hall. Meanwhile, Kane, Calico, and the others were also at the entrance, having witnessed Vanessa's men hijacking the food with their own eyes. They exchanged looks with each other, flashes of schadenfreude in their eyes. Old Man Gold had likely offended Ms. Miller this time. The situation following this might see a major shift, especially regarding the scramble for Benny Russo's assets. Perhaps they would have a chance to get a piece of the pie. At this thought, the group picked up their wine glasses in unison, preparing to show their faces to Ms. Miller and take the chance to get closer to her. Not only that, but some opportunistic outside businessmen also began to move. Beatrice still didn't realize the severity of the situation. Seeing Old Man Gold heading toward the Azure Cloud Hall, she quickly went back to pull her husband, Arthur Miller, along with her. She was preparing to see how her niece would meet her downfall. Inside the azure cloud hall, it was incredibly lively. The guests were sitting around circular tables, feasting away. Many people, seeing the dishes on the table, couldn't help but marvel. They hadn't eaten such a luxurious feast in their entire lives. Every table was served with 3 large lobsters. Those bright red shells and plump meat made mouths water just looking at them. Normally, a heavy dish like this would be served one by one. Who had ever seen 3 of them served together? This was simply too generous. Besides the lobsters, there were many other types of seafood on the table they'd heard of, but never seen, like abalone and sea cucumbers. Every dish came in 3 portions. It was an absolute delight for everyone eating. Among these guests, many had never seen the ocean in their lives, let alone eaten seafood. This meal today completely opened their eyes. Originally, some were privately saying the Millers were just acting big when they weren't. But now, seeing this table full of delicacies, everyone shut their mouths. Instead, they all praised the Miller family for being truly sincere and wealthy. Once most of the dishes were served, Yuna and I stood up and began to toast the relatives and friends. Of course, we were using soft drinks instead of alcohol. The atmosphere at the head table was also exceptionally warm. Mitch directly broke off the claws of 2 lobsters, cracked them open himself, and placed the fresh, tender meat in front of Grandpa and Grandma. Grandpa, Grandma, please try some. This lobster meat is incredibly delicious. Grandpa was in a good mood too. He took the meat and looked at Mitch with a smile. He asked casually, "Mitch, I've heard there are a lot of gangsters in this town. We aren't involved with any of that, are we?" Mitch waved his hands quickly. "Grandpa, listen to what you're saying. What era are we in now? There aren't any gangsters anymore. We're all doing business with your granddaughter. How could we be gangsters? Besides, we even started a company. It's a legitimate company." Grandpa nodded with satisfaction. That's good. You young people today need to have that kind of right-minded thinking. You have to stay on the right path. Don't you go following those thugs and hooligans who don't want to learn. They ignore the straight path and just do bad things." At this point, Grandpa suddenly felt a bit sentimental. The current system is much better. If this were in our day, those thugs and lowlifes, every last one of them, should be taken out and shot. Mitch suddenly felt that I was truly brilliant for having warned them early on, not to let Grandpa know what they actually did. It was the right move. "Grandpa, don't you worry. Your granddaughter gave us a real education a long time ago. She told us to read more and to keep learning. We've really taken it to heart. Everyone in our company studies regularly, especially the penal code. We all carry a copy with us now, constantly reminding ourselves to be law-abiding citizens." To prove he wasn't just talking big, Mitch pulled out a small, red-covered book from his jacket and showed it to Grandpa. "See, I'm not just saying this for show. We are genuinely furthering our education here." Grandpa took the book and flipped through a few pages, a relieved smile appearing on his face. "Learning the law is good. It's a very good thing. People need legal awareness these days, so they don't lose their way. This approach of yours, Grandpa approves." Actually, when Grandpa first entered the hall and saw Mitch and that quiet fellow Lance, his heart had skipped a beat. With his decades of experience, how could he not see where these people came from, especially the tattoos on their arms? He'd noticed them back when they were catching fish at the old house. One person having a tattoo for a hobby was normal, but having so many people with the exact same tattoo, that was a red flag. It was the typical style of the underworld. If his granddaughter didn't rely on them for her tuition, he definitely would have told her to stay away from them. After all, no one wanted their granddaughter associating with a bunch of gangsters. The reason he'd suddenly brought up the topic was to test the waters and see if they had turned over a new leaf. Now it seemed they truly were on the right path. Grandpa wasn't some old fossil with a closed mind. As the saying goes, a reformed prodigal is worth his weight in gold. Since they had changed their ways, there was nothing wrong with them doing business with his granddaughter. Moving on from the topic, Mitch couldn't help but secretly wipe the sweat from his forehead. God only knew why chatting with Grandpa made him sweat so much. Maybe it was because he really didn't want to be taken out and shot. "Grandpa, you should try some of this." Just as Mitch was about to serve Grandpa some food, a voice suddenly came from the doorway. Mitch, Old Man Gold is looking for you." Mitch was speechless. Grandpa asked curiously, "Why is he calling you Big Bro Mitch?" Mitch quickly explained, "Grandpa, times are different now. Younger guys like to call us brothers to show respect. It makes things feel more personal. It's just politeness. Politeness anyway, Grandpa. Let me go check on that. You keep eating. With that, Mitch hurried to his feet and headed for the door. At that moment, Old Man Gold was waiting at the entrance with his son and daughter-in-law. They had wanted to go in to offer a toast, but were stopped by two men in black. Specifically, one burly man in black stood in the doorway like a mountain, radiating a suffocating sense of pressure. They didn't dare make a move. Old Man Gold naturally recognized him. Grizzly had once been Benny Russo's personal bodyguard. No matter how much Gold smiled and said nice things, Grizzly remained as expressionless as a rock, completely motionless, with no intention of letting them through. Old Man Gold was anxious, but didn't dare to lose his temper. So he had someone go notify Mitch immediately. The moment Mitch stepped out of the hall, Old Man Gold hurried forward. His attitude was incredibly humble. "Mr. Mitch, could you pass a word? I've brought my son and daughter-in-law to offer a toast to Ms. Miller." Mitch remained expressionless. "The toast isn't necessary. The miss doesn't want to be disturbed by outsiders. You should all head back." Old Man Gold still wouldn't give up. "Mr. Mitch, I've already had someone look into the earlier incident. It really was a misunderstanding. I never expected anyone to dare use my name, to pull those kinds of petty stunts. I am truly sorry. Mr. Mitch, you know as well as I do, that I, Arthur Golden, have been in Foggy Creek for many years, and I've always played by the rules. I was truly unaware of this matter. I was completely set up by some lowlife. Could you please cut me some slack, and let me go in to apologize to Ms. Miller in person?" "Sorry," Mitch cut him off directly. "If all you're here for is to talk this nonsense, Boss Gold, then please just leave." Old Man Gold was left speechless. Standing to the side, Calico, Kane, and the others were delighted by the scene. "That's what you get for not giving us a heads up. When you were sending those gifts, you old fox. Now enjoy your humble pie." "Serves you right." Just as Old Man Gold was about to speak again, Beatrice arrived with her husband, Arthur Miller. Seeing Old Man Gold standing at the door without going in, she assumed he was waiting for her. She shouted at the top of her lungs, "Boss Gold, let's go in. We have to teach those people in there the proper lesson. Just you wait and see." Hearing this, Old Man Gold whipped his head around and glared at Beatrice. He asked coldly, "Was it you? Using my name to pull those stunts?" Though his men hadn't reported back yet. Regarding who had used his name to sabotage things, seeing Beatrice repeatedly trying to sow discord, he knew with high probability that she was the culprit. Beatrice trembled under Old Man Gold's gaze. She stammered, "Boss Gold, motherfucker." Old Man Gold couldn't help but curse. He raised his hand and landed a slap, hard across Beatrice's face. Smack. "You fat hag, you've completely ruined me." Then he called over two of his men and commanded, beat her, and then throw her out of here. And send someone to tell the Yang family that, as of today, all business ties with them are severed. I want to make sure they can't even stay in Foggy Creek. If I don't give the miss an explanation today, the Gold family's future is dead and buried." Beatrice turned pale with fright. She still didn't understand why Old Man Gold was so angry. She begged for mercy over and over. Boss Gold, I was wrong." No matter how much she pleaded, Old Man Gold ignored her, until she and her husband were dragged away by his men. Only then did Old Man Gold take a deep breath, turn to Mitch, and apologize. He explained the entire situation in detail. Mitch saw that his attitude was sincere, and that he didn't seem to be lying, so he nodded, and had someone go notify me. Actually, I had heard the commotion from inside the hall. Many friends and relatives in the room had also noticed the disturbance outside the door. The hotel manager hurried over to explain, saying someone had drunk too much and was acting out. Only then did everyone stop worrying. Of course, it wasn't that no one wanted to go out and see the drama. It was just that once they saw the delicacies on the table, they held themselves back. Seeing a show wasn't nearly as important as stuffing their faces. Some kids wanted to go out but were dragged back by their parents. Nobody leaves this room until they've eaten, until they burst. The festive atmosphere of the banquet continued to warm up. After I finished my toasts, I said goodbye to Grandpa and Grandma and stepped outside. By now, the hallway was packed with people. Almost all of them were Old Man Gold's guests. These men were undeniably influential figures in society. Some had even come specifically from out of town for the wedding. Seeing me walk out of the Azure Cloud Hall, Everyone stopped talking. They greeted me respectfully. Ms. Miller, Ms. Miller! The voices rose one after another. The scene was exceptionally formal. Old Man Gold's son, Leo, stood to the side, looking somewhat stunned. He finally understood just how exceptional the Vanessa Miller his father mentioned really was. This young woman, despite being similar in age, worse, to his cousin, radiated an aura that made it impossible for anyone to look down on her. I responded to the greetings calmly, my gaze turning to Old Man Gold. Boss Gold, I'm already aware of the situation. There's no need to send any more dishes to the Azure Cloud Hall. We have more than enough over there. Old Man Gold let out a long breath of relief, secretly glad. Ms. Miller was indeed a reasonable person, who didn't dwell on the petty details. Ms. Miller, today is my son's big day. Why don't I have them come over and offer you a toast, to show our appreciation? With that, he turned and urged, Leo, Yvonne, hurry over here and offer a toast. Leo immediately raised his glass upon hearing this, his tone carrying a bit of restraint. Ms. Miller, we'd like to offer you a toast. Before he could finish, Old Man Gold frowned and interrupted him directly. Ms. Miller, you call her auntie. Do you really think you're on the same level as her? Leo looked momentarily embarrassed, but he bit the bullet and corrected himself. Aunt Vanessa, we'd like to toast you. When I heard the name Aunt Vanessa, the corner of my mouth twitched slightly. I couldn't help but think to myself, a grown man calling me that. Doesn't that just make me sound old? However, I understood Old Man Gold's intention, so I calmly accepted the glass, took a small sip, and offered a few casual blessings. Just as I was preparing to return to my banquet hall, Calico, Limping Cane, and the others took the chance to swarm around. They all raised their glasses, toasting me with fawning smiles. Although I didn't particularly enjoy social events, I knew that etiquette couldn't be ignored. I could only respond with patience. After all, you don't slap a smiling face. When people take the initiative to toast you, being cold would simply be bad manners. While the crowd was surrounding me, a waiter carrying a tray of food approached from the end of the hall. His head was down, his steps cautious, as if he were deliberately avoiding eye contact with anyone. The corridor was crowded and cramped. Suddenly, someone turned around and accidentally bumped into the waiter's arm. The tray lost its balance instantly, crashing to the floor with a loud shatter. Soup splattered everywhere, some even landing on my shoes. The area fell silent instantly. Every gaze focused on the waiter. Old Man Gold's face darkened abruptly. He barked angrily. What the hell is wrong with you? Are you blind? You can't even carry a tray straight? The panicked waiter scrambled to his knees, frantically picking up the shards from the floor. He kept apologizing. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. He kept his head down the entire time, as if he were terrified of being recognized. I originally intended to tell Old Man Gold not to make things difficult for a waiter, since it was just an accident. But as my eyes landed on the waiter, I suddenly felt that something was off. Why was this waiter keeping his head down so low? Even as he was walking over, he seemed to have been looking at the floor, as if he were afraid of someone seeing his face. There was definitely a problem. I grew alert instantly. The more I looked at him, the more familiar he seemed. In my past life, I had a hobby of watching documentaries about criminal cases in the United States. One of them featured a serial killer who had once fled to Foggy Creek and had some ties to Benny Russo. I immediately gave a look to Lance. Lance understood instantly. Pretending to help, he slowly approached the waiter. However, the waiter seemed to sense the danger. He lunged off the floor and turned to flee. Grizzly, stop him. Mitch let out a loud shout. Benny Russo's former top enforcer, Grizzly, blocked the waiter's path like a mountain. He spread his arms, firmly sealing the exit. The waiter struggled to get around him, but Grizzly's hands were like steel claws. He grabbed the man's head and slammed him hard against the wall. The waiter's face was instantly pressed out of shape. No matter how much he struggled, Grizzly's hand remained motionless. Mitch walked over, staring at the suspicious waiter, and landed a heavy punch right in his gut. Wham! Talk! Wham! You going to speak up? Wham! The waiter gritted his teeth, attempting to deny everything. This is assault. I'm calling the police. The police? Mitch mocked. Look at yourself. You're calling the cops? Grizzly, give him something to remember. Grizzly nodded, slightly loosened his grip to let the waiter catch his breath, then silently pinned him back down even tighter. Tough guy, huh? Still won't talk? Mitch shook out his aching wrist. panting as he spoke. Tears were streaming down the waiter's face, but because his face was pressed so hard against the wall, he couldn't get a word out. He could only manage to mouth something. Seeing this, Mitch waved his hand. Grizzly eased the pressure slightly. The waiter finally burst into tears. "You haven't even fucking asked me anything yet." Mitch froze for a second, scratching his head. "Wait, did I not ask?" Grizzly shook his head. "No." Mitch gave an awkward cough. "Fine. Confess now. Are you guilty of something?" The waiter denied it frantically. "I'm not!" In broad daylight. "You're assaulting me. I'm calling the police." "Damn it, you really dare mention the police?" Mitch turned back to Grizzly. "Grizzly, teach him a real lesson." Grizzly scratched his massive head and asked, "Mitch, immediate execution?" "Immediate execution." Old Man Gold and the guests were horrified by the scene. Everyone was stunned. Many even turned pale with fright, their legs feeling weak. For many of them, it was the first time they had seen such a violent scene. It could only be described as brutal. Quite a few people unconsciously started imagining a movie scene in their heads. The waiter, just because he accidentally dropped a plate of food, was being subjected to inhuman abuse and a beating. Was there no law anymore? Was there no justice? And right in front of all of them, too. It was completely lawless. It wasn't that no one wanted to urge Vanessa to let it go. The man had just dropped a plate of food. He'd been punished enough already. There was no need for this kind of torture. Even Old Man Gold and Kane, veterans of the Underworld, couldn't bear to watch anymore. They felt she was being far too ruthless. They actually started to miss Benny Russo a little. What was wrong with them? Regardless, they would have to be much more careful from now on. If they ever offended Ms. Miller, their fate would likely be as miserable as this man's. My next set of words, however, instantly silenced those who were about to speak up for mercy. "I suspect he's a fugitive serial killer. I'm calling the police to send him to the needle." The crowd froze instantly. Right at that moment, Mitch seemed to have discovered something. He suddenly shouted, "Miss, this guy's got a piece in his pants. He's definitely bad news." The crowd was stunned again. "Wait! Isn't that frame up a bit too low level? Using an excuse like that. Does that mean every man present is a serial killer now? Beating a man half to death is one thing, but then labeling him a serial killer? Look at his face. Does that look like a bad guy to you?" Well, his face was unrecognizable now. Before long, another scene that shattered their understanding of reality appeared. I really did call the police. And the man leading the team was none other than the deputy chief, Gary Reed. Gary Reed didn't even ask a single question. He simply gave the order to take the half-dead waiter away. Even more shockingly, he actually pulled a black handgun from the man's waist. Now that the evidence was found, before leaving, Gary Reed spoke a few reassuring words to the many guests attending the banquet. "This man is a fugitive killer who's been at large for a long time. He's been caught now, so you have nothing to worry about. Please, enjoy your meal." After speaking, he walked up to me. "Ms. Miller, you've done a great service in catching a killer. The precinct will send over a reward and a commendation banner later." I gave a small smile and said, "Think nothing of it, Uncle Gary. It's just the responsibility of every law-abiding citizen." The crowd was now shocked beyond what words could describe. They now had a profound understanding of one specific phrase: political business collusion. Just because he accidentally knocked over a dish, she had unhesitatingly ordered him to be tortured and then directly sent him to the station. This kind of decisive, ruthless efficiency made everyone wonder if behind me there was an inseparable web of high-level connections. The guests present had finally witnessed what it meant for a woman's mood to flip like a page in a book. One second, I was holding a wine glass, politely greeting everyone, with a smile as warm as a spring breeze. The next second, my face was like a summer storm, instantly clouded and dark, mercilessly sending a transgressor to the police station. This sudden contrast, part of the Maddie, do you hep year, the same down. Those who were still plotting various schemes in their minds now had only one thought left: never let me set my sights on them. They could be framed with trumped-up charges at any moment, given a brutal beating, sent to rot in a cell, or even get a bullet. Leo's long-standing contempt vanished into thin air at this moment, and even his eyes flickered with a strange light. He suddenly felt that his own name seemed a bit inadequate to express his worship for me. My decisiveness and social pull made him feel a sense of awe. Once I left, Leo hurriedly pulled over one of his father's men and said in a low voice, "From now on, Ms. Miller is my biological aunt. Whenever you see her, you better serve her well. Do you hear me?" The subordinate nodded repeatedly, his face full of fawning smiles. "Don't worry, young master. I'll treat Ms. Miller like she's a goddess from on high." Time ticked by. Just as the banquet was drawing to a close, two uninvited guests arrived at the hotel entrance. One was a middle-aged man in his 40s. The other was a young man in his 20s. These two had originally driven a tractor into the city, but they were stopped by traffic police, who even impounded the tractor. What she pays? The two had walked all the way, arriving at the Imperial Hotel entrance in a disheveled state. They were none other than my father, Jerry Miller, and my brother, Jackson. Looking at the luxurious and grand hotel before them, Gary Miller was so angry that he started cursing. "That brat is throwing a feast, and she didn't even invite her own flesh-and-blood father. She's completely heartless." Jackson immediately chimed in. "Exactly. Dad, we have to get that gift money back from her later. And those scholarship funds, we have to take it all. Getting all that money and not knowing to honor her family? She really needs a proper lesson." The two were about to step into the hotel, but they were blocked by two black-suited bodyguards at the door. "Sorry, you two can't go inside," the man in black said indifferently. I had known for a long time exactly what kind of people my father and brother were, so I had naturally taken precautions. I had sent their photos to the hotel's security personnel beforehand, ordering them to block these two the moment they were seen. They were absolutely not allowed into the hotel. When Jerry Miller heard this, he immediately flew into a rage. "Get out of the way. I'm here for my daughter's graduation banquet. By what right are you stopping us?" He shouted and cursed, while pointing at the guard's nose. "You want my son to tune you up? Let me tell you, my son has practiced kickboxing. Taking on 10 of you is no problem." Jackson, hearing his father's boast, immediately rolled up his sleeves, revealing his not-so-firm biceps, putting on a pose as if he were ready to fight. The two men in black exchanged a look, a mocking smile appearing on their faces. "Tune us up? Well, we'd love to see you try." As soon as the words left his mouth, a group of men in black suddenly appeared from around them. Every one of them was hulking and burly, staring down Jerry and Jackson with unfriendly gazes. The two wimped out instantly, their arrogant bluster vanishing without a trace. They waved their hands frantically. "Sorry to bother you, sorry." Then they tucked tail and ran. Of course, they didn't go far. They just crossed the street from the hotel, found a shaded spot to crouch down, intending to wait for me to come out to settle the score. Time ticked by second by second. The sun grew more and more intense. Crouching by the road, Jerry and Jackson were hungry and thirsty. Their clothes were soaked through, and sweat was pouring off them. "Dad, do you have any money on you?" "I'm hungry." Jackson rubbed his stomach and asked in a weak voice. "No money. If you're hungry, go eat the air." Jerry was also feeling incredibly annoyed. Just as they were about to hit their limit, a bicycle wobbled to a stop in front of them. The foam box on the back of the bike was filled with old-fashioned popsicles. Popsicles were perfect for cooling off and quenching thirst. The vendor hawked his wares, while casting casual glances toward the hotel across the street. Jerry and Jackson stared at the popsicles, unable to stop themselves from swallowing hard. The weather was just too hot. Hunger combined with thirst. The attraction of the popsicles was simply irresistible. Finally, Jackson couldn't help but stand up. He walked to the vendor. "Give me 2 popsicles." The vendor immediately handed him 2. Jackson took them, went back to his father, and crouched down. He tore open the packaging for himself and started taking massive bites. Jerry had originally thought his son would share one with him, but he didn't expect Jackson to ignore him completely. Just focusing on his own snack, Jerry was shaking with rage. He was just about to start cursing when he heard the vendor shout, "Hey, you haven't paid yet." Jackson didn't even look up, casually pointing at his father. "Get the money from my dad." Jerry immediately flew into a rage, nearly fainting from anger. "They say you raise children for your old age. But how did he raise such an ungrateful wolf?" It was one thing not to share the popsicle, but he expected him to foot the bill. The vendor walked over and stood in front of Jerry, reaching out his hand. "That's $20. Pay up." Gary's eyes bulged like copper bells. $20? You're robbing me. What kind of popsicle is this expensive?" The vendor sneered. "If you think it's expensive, don't buy it. No one forced you." Jerry spread his hands. I don't have money. Go find my son for the cash. He's the one who ate them, not me. Jackson heard this, and bolted like a rabbit until he was out of sight. Jerry slowly stood up, preparing to run away too. However, the popsicle vendor blocked him with a single stride. He suddenly ripped off his shirt, revealing a back full of tattoos. The ferocious patterns made Jerry shudder with fear. As it turned out, this vendor wasn't really selling popsicles. He was a scout sent to monitor the hotel. Intimidated by the tattoos, Jerry was forced to talk. Don't hit me. My daughter has money. She really has money. The vendor narrowed his eyes. Where is your daughter? Gary quickly pointed to the hotel. Right there in that hotel. She'll be coming out in a bit. To prove his identity, he even blurted out Vanessa Miller's name. He blurted out her age and all sorts of identifying features. Finally, he managed to win the vendor's trust. The vendor pulled a photo from his pocket and handed it to Jerry Miller. You say your daughter is Vanessa Miller? Is this her? Jerry Miller took a look and nodded immediately. Yes, that's my daughter. But then his expression shifted. Wait. How do you have a photo of my daughter? The vendor gave a meaningful smile and threw an arm around Jerry's shoulder. Brother, it's a long story. Let's find a place where I can tell you all about it. By the time the banquet began to wind down, the clock had already reached 2:30 in the afternoon. Those relatives who had come to show their support all left rubbing their full bellies. The look of satisfaction on their faces was proof enough that they had enjoyed themselves to the fullest. In all their lives, the relatives present had never enjoyed such a magnificent feast. Lobster, abalone, and various seafood high-end ingredients they usually only saw on television had actually become the spoils of war for their stomachs today. Eating their fill wasn't enough. There was still a lot left on the tables. Exercising the traditional virtue of thriftiness, they all pulled out bags to pack up the uneaten food. I didn't show the slightest bit of disdain for this. Instead, I took the initiative to help the older relatives pack their leftovers. My attitude earned me quite a bit of respect. Packing up leftovers isn't shameful. What's truly shameful is scrambling to snatch dishes and clearing them away before people have even finished eating. That kind of behavior is truly repulsive. After seeing off our friends and family, I called for a car to pick up Grandpa and Grandma. Grandpa had quite a bit to drink today, and his cheeks were slightly flushed. Grandma and I supported him on either side. As the three of us stood at the hotel entrance waiting for the car, Grandpa was in high spirits, his eyes shining with immense pride. He looked at his granddaughter, standing tall and graceful, and felt a surge of emotion. In the blink of an eye, you're all grown up. Grandpa has never felt this pampered in his whole life, Vanessa. You've really made me proud. For years, because of the various issues with his two sons, he had always felt a heavy weight in his heart. His back had slumped, and he had grown old. The gossip in the village had made it hard for him to even hold his head up. Those idle villagers loved nothing more than using his family matters as conversation fodder. Silas the accountant worked hard his whole life, only for his two sons to turn out like that. He'd heard plenty of that, and he had been stifled by it for years. Today was different. He finally stood tall, and the bitterness in his heart had mostly dissipated. My grades and my success had allowed him to reclaim his sense of pride. I said with a smile, Grandma, Grandpa, you have plenty of good days ahead of you. Once I graduate, I'll take you traveling all over. You won't have to lift a finger, just enjoy your lives. Hearing this, the wrinkles on Grandpa's face smoothed out. He nodded repeatedly. Good. To have a successful granddaughter like you, Grandpa can die happy. Grandma, however, seemed a bit hesitant. But what about the farm? Are we just going to stop planting? I smiled to reassure her. Grandma, you're at an age where you should be resting. Stop worrying about the crops. We'll just lease the land out when the time comes. Grandma was still a bit reluctant, but Grandpa patted the back of her hand. Vanessa is right, he advised. If we can't do it anymore, we just won't do it. That brat Jerry isn't the farming type anyway. Just lease it out and be done with it. Although Grandpa made it sound easy, I knew in my heart that the older generation's attachment to the land was deep-rooted. Actually leasing it out would probably still break his heart a little. I already had a plan in mind. The family's land absolutely had to be leased out. In the future, I planned to switch to growing vegetables, to provide green produce for my own supermarkets. The supermarket of my dreams would be famous for its high-quality fresh goods. Pesticide residue standards had to be met, aiming for completely residue-free organic produce. I knew these plans were still a long way off. Right now, the most important thing was to build the supermarket's reputation first. That was the foundation for all future growth. A short while later, a brand new black Mercedes S-Class slowly pulled up to the hotel entrance. The hood ornament shimmered under the sun. Grandpa and Grandma were stunned when they saw the luxury car. "We're riding in this?" I explained with a smile. "A friend gave it to me. His family has plenty of cars, so he just handed this one over." "Let's go, Grandpa, Grandma." "Get in." The two elders looked a bit stiff sitting in the back seat. In all their years, this was the first time they had ever sat in a luxury car like this. They usually rode a tractor when going to the market. They had never experienced a vehicle that only the big bosses in the city could afford to ride. However, after they took the car to the restaurant and the Grand Apex supermarket for a quick inspection tour, by the time they got back in the car, much of their stiffness had vanished. Their granddaughter hadn't even graduated college yet and already owned a restaurant and a supermarket. Buying a luxury car wouldn't be a problem at all in the future. That night, after arranging accommodations for Grandpa and Grandma, I prepared to rest. As I leaned against the headboard scrolling through my phone, I suddenly received a call from an unknown number. I habitually declined it. After a while, the same number called several more times. I still didn't answer, just hanging up directly. At the same time, in an abandoned factory, Benny Russo was staring with a grim face at Jerry Miller, who was tied to a chair. Jerry's face was covered in bruises, with blood tracing the corner of his mouth, clearly having just endured a brutal beating. Benny grabbed him by the collar and questioned him viciously. "Didn't you say Vanessa Miller was your daughter? Why isn't she picking up the phone?" Jerry said in a small, miserable voice. "Boss, is it possible she just doesn't want to answer an unknown number?" Benny was silent for a moment. He clicked his tongue. "That makes sense." He waved a hand and told a lackey to send a text. The message was short and to the point. "I've got your old man. If you don't want anything to happen to him, don't call the cops. Come alone to the Riverside factory." After sending the text, the lackey leaned in close to Benny and asked in a whisper, "Boss, is that girl really going to come alone like a good little girl? Besides, isn't her dad the boss of the syndicate? Did we grab the wrong guy?" Benny glared at him and snapped. "Who says a person can only have one father? Are you stupid? This guy is most likely that broad's foster dad." Benny's voice wasn't quiet, and Jerry Miller heard it loud and clear. His head had been down, but hearing those words, he snapped it up. "What?" he asked in total shock. "Are you guys saying I've been a cuckold all this time?" Once that thought surfaced, it was like a dam bursting. He couldn't stop it. The more he thought about it, the more suspicious it felt. His son was lazy and useless, dropping out before finishing middle school to become a punk. But his daughter was diligent and exceptionally smart. It really was strange. Jerry Miller's face grew increasingly ugly. The more he thought, the angrier he got. Finally, he just started shouting curses. "Well, look at that, Judith. You actually made me a cuckold for all these years. No wonder you ran away. You were feeling guilty, weren't you?" Benny and his men watched as Jerry Miller shouted and cursed in his rage, and a strange sense of sympathy actually welled up in their hearts, especially considering that right now, they still needed him to lure me over. Benny tried to comfort him. "If you want to keep the peace, you've got to ignore the horns on your head. Don't take it too hard, brother. Yeah, man, you've got to look on the bright side. Even if she might not be yours, at least you kept her away from her real father. For all these years, you can look at it as a very satisfying form of revenge. Besides, you haven't even had a paternity test yet. How do you know for sure that she isn't your biological daughter? You have to trust the science." While they were busy comforting Jerry Miller, the phone suddenly rang. The caller ID showed it was me. Benny Russo hurriedly picked it up, putting on a fake, menacing tone. "Hello? Ms. Miller, your father is currently..." Before he could finish, a freezing voice came through from the other end. "Go ahead and kill him." The call disconnected. The steady beep 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 of the dial tone echoed in his ear. Benny Russo froze for a moment, set the phone down, and turned to look at Jerry Miller. He spat out a single sentence with a complex expression. "Looks like you really aren't her biological father." Jerry Miller felt as if he'd been punched squarely in the chest. His face turned pale, his eyes went hollow, and his mind couldn't stop replaying his daughter's cold, indifferent words. Suddenly, he felt as if life were no longer worth living. A lackey asked anxiously, "Boss, what do we do now?" This broad doesn't even care if her own old man lives or dies. Didn't we just kidnap him for nothing? Another person suggested, why don't we just let him go? Or just turn him into a box and be done with it? Hearing this, Jerry Miller's neck shrank in fear. He waved his hands frantically. Wait, wait! I am a living, breathing human being after all. Don't be so hasty. He took a deep breath. Trying his best to calm down, and attempted an explanation. I think Vanessa probably misunderstood, thinking you were just scammers. Let me talk to her. Maybe I can convince her. Benny Russo pondered for a moment, then nodded, agreeing to Jerry Miller's request. He dialed my number again. This time, the call wasn't hung up. And the voice on the other end was clearly panicked. Don't kill him. I'll give you the money. I'll give you whatever you want. I won't call the cops. I swear on my father and my brother that I won't call the cops. If I do, let them both be struck by lightning. Please, just let him go. My voice was filled with urgent pleading, followed immediately by another question. By the way, is my brother there with you too? Hearing my voice, Jerry Miller felt a sudden warmth in his heart. He was so moved he nearly burst into tears. It seemed he had misjudged his daughter. She still cared about him after all. Only that last sentence, is my brother there too, felt a bit strange to his ears. Benny Russo and his lackeys were also touched by my attitude. They sighed inwardly. Regardless of whether Jerry Miller was my biological father, 18 years of raising a child surely counted for something. The two sides finally agreed to meet at a riverbank outside of town. Benny Russo specifically demanded I bring $1 million in cash before he would release the hostage. However, after hanging up the phone, my expression instantly turned ice cold. I decisively mobilized every person I could use and called the police without a moment's hesitation. I knew that this time I had to completely eliminate the threat of Benny Russo. That night, I brought Grizzly to the designated location. To avoid being recognized, I had Grizzly wear sunglasses and stuffed earphones in his ears in case Benny tried to talk to him. The riverbank was pitch black. From a distance, Grizzly's massive frame was exceptionally striking in the night. Benny Russo, on a boat, swept a flashlight around. Seeing Grizzly's silhouette, his face lit up with joy. He thought that Grizzly was indeed still loyal, and had simply been tricked by Vanessa Miller before. After confirming only Grizzly and I were there, he finally showed himself. Vanessa Miller, did you bring the money? Don't try any funny business. Benny Russo shouted from the bow of the boat. As soon as the words left his mouth, countless high-powered searchlights suddenly flared to life. The entire riverbank was instantly bright as day. Dozens of cars turned on their high beams simultaneously, blinding everything on the dam. Police cars were only a part of it. Most of the vehicles were reinforcements brought by Old Man Gold. They had heard my foster father was kidnapped, and had come specifically to back me up. Several speedboats filled with SWAT officers also appeared on the water. The entire scene looked like a massive tactical encirclement. Benny Russo and his men were completely surrounded. Benny turned pale with fright at the display, his mind going completely blank. He shouted through gritted teeth, Vanessa Miller, you motherfucker, you don't fight fair at all. You want to play? I'll kill your old man right now. He pressed a knife against Jerry Miller's throat, trying to force me and the police to compromise. Old Man Gold and the others saw this, and couldn't help but sweat on my behalf. They whispered among themselves, even though that man isn't Ms. Miller's biological father, he is her foster father after all. Years of history together. This really puts Ms. Miller in a tough spot. Yeah, a guy like Benny Russo definitely won't go down easy. Surrendering means a date with the firing squad anyway. He's definitely going to take a gamble. What do you think Ms. Miller will do? Probably find a way to negotiate first. I think so too. My true identity was something many people present had already heard rumors about. The daughter of the syndicate's former boss. A daughter who had been missing for years. This news wasn't exactly a secret in their circles. They could understand why. After all, a boss wouldn't want his daughter caught in the crossfire. Sending her away at a young age, to be raised by others made perfect sense. But regardless, the hostage on that boat was still Vanessa Miller's foster father? She shouldn't be that cold-blooded. However, my next sentence shocked everyone present. I don't think negotiations are necessary. Benny Russo has blood on his hands. If we let him go, he'll be a massive danger to society. My father has always been a man of great principle. When I was a child, he always told me that if the people were ever in danger, He would sacrifice himself without hesitation. So, fire when ready. A heinous criminal like this cannot be allowed to escape, even if something happens to my father. He will live on forever in a picture frame. The crowd froze in their tracks the moment they heard this. Old Man Gold's men looked at each other in shock, and even the police had looks of disbelief. They had originally thought I would find a way to negotiate, even willing to pay any price to save my father. They never expected my attitude to be so absolute. With a statement like that from a family member, the police, while not acting immediately, did indeed begin to tighten the perimeter. Seeing this, Benny Russo completely lost his nerve. He shouted at the top of his lungs, "Vanessa Miller, have you lost your fucking mind? This is your dad. Are you really going to watch him die?" Even though his voice went hoarse from screaming, I remained completely indifferent. Old Man Gold and the others watched this unfold, and a chill ran through their hearts. Cold-blooded. She was truly too cold-blooded. They wondered who among them, facing a criminal holding their father hostage, could remain so unfazed. As expected, a woman destined for greatness had a heart of iron. In the end, Benny Russo was caught. He swore that in his entire life, he had never seen a woman as heartless as me. Even when his knife had already cut the skin on my father's neck, I still didn't flinch. Actually, Benny Russo could have taken Jerry Miller down with him. But at the critical moment, the police played a psychological card. They called his family. Benny Russo's mental defense collapsed completely. He knew he was a dead man walking. But before the trial, at least he'd have a chance to see his family. In the end, he chose to surrender. After taking Benny Russo down, I gave a brief thanks to the police, then left early, claiming I wasn't feeling well. But before that, I had someone hand a suitcase over to Gary. Inside was over $9 million in cash. It was the principal amount from the loan trap involving Benny Russo. Regardless of the circumstances, I had to return this money. Even if no one came to collect it, I would have done the same. After all, this was considered dirty money. Once the money was handed to Gary Reed, the grudge between me and Benny Russo was finally considered settled. After I left, only Old Man Gold remained in a state of shock. He seemed unable to believe what he was seeing. This looked like blatant bribery in broad daylight. No wonder Ms. Miller kept calling Deputy Chief Gary uncle. Nonsense. Although the suitcase wasn't open in public, Old Man Gold knew exactly what was inside. Over $9 million in cash. Don't ask how he knew, because that money was exactly what Ms. Miller had borrowed from him. Of course, the condition for the loan was simple. When Benny Russo's assets went up for auction, Ms. Miller would personally bid on them for him. It was meant to be the interest on the loan. This was why Old Man Gold was so eager to agree to lend her the money back then. Even if she never paid it back, he wouldn't have been particularly heartbroken, as long as he could get Benny's golden goose assets at a low price. It would be an incredible deal, because he believed that with Ms. Miller's current reputation, as long as she spoke up, no one would dare to compete with him. Reality unfolded exactly as he had expected. After Benny Russo was arrested, his assets quickly entered the auction process. On the day of the bidding, many local bosses showed up. Even some bosses from out of town came to participate in the auction. Everyone was eyeing Benny Russo's assets like hungry wolves. After all, those were prime, profitable projects. However, every time I raised my paddle, the room fell silent instantly. No one dared to raise the price. Some didn't even have the courage to lift their paddles at all. The bosses from out of town saw this, and couldn't help but ask the locals curiously, why did everyone stop bidding? Just because that girl raised her hand? Why? Because the original owner of these assets offended her, and now he's facing the firing squad. You want to try your luck too? With Benny Russo's final exit, Ms. Miller's name spread quickly through Foggy Creek, especially in the Underworld, where she became legendary. Meanwhile, my first day of university was drawing closer. At the end of August, Xinglong Supermarket was officially renamed Grand Apex Supermarket. 3 other branch locations, including the one in Inkwell Town, at the border of Foggy Creek and Emerald City, were nearing the end of their renovations. Before school started, the final payments had to be settled. I checked my stock account. The original $10 million investment had now ballooned to nearly $50 million. After some consideration, I decided to cash out $20 million. I would leave the rest for now. Out of that $20 million in cash, a portion was used to pay the remaining renovation costs, and the final balance for the supermarket acquisitions. The rest would serve as the company's working capital. But before that, I needed to do one more thing: pay wages, give out bonuses, and arrange future personnel. Back at the Imperial Hotel, the standards this time were pushed to the limit. Nearly 200 people were sitting in the main hall. Half were in black suits, while the other half were in casual clothes. Since Ms. Miller's Grand Apex Alliance became famous in Foggy Creek, especially among the social outcasts, there was a steady stream of people wanting to join. Mitch followed my philosophy to the letter. No one was turned away. Of course, it mostly consisted of recent graduates. However, the entry requirements had been raised. Even joining as a peripheral member required an orientation on the Grand Apex Alliance philosophy. Only those Theodore Vance believed had enough vision were allowed to stay. Those without it were eliminated immediately. Of course, this was only the first step in joining the Grand Apex Alliance. They could only start as peripheral members, commonly known as temps. Earning the right to wear a black suit wasn't that simple. One had to pass an assessment to become a core member. Even though the process was a bit tedious, many people still wanted to join the peripheral group. Theodore Vance had been incredibly busy lately. After I allocated $500,000 to him, Theodore was like he'd been given a shot of adrenaline. Even though his voice was almost gone, he could still lecture the new recruits with high energy. Of course, he also realized he needed to expand the law firm's staff. He needed to train a few lawyers, or else he really couldn't handle it alone. However, he would have to look in Emerald City for more personnel. At this moment, though the hall was full of people, it was exceptionally quiet. Everyone sat perfectly straight, waiting for the Miss's arrival, when the distinct click-clack-click of high heels echoed outside the hall. For some reason, everyone's hearts began to race with tension, especially the newly joined peripheral members. A moment later, a silhouette in a long black dress and black high heels was the first to step into the banquet hall. Nearly 200 people stood up in perfect unison. Their gazes followed the girl with the cool, elegant aura and composed stride. Behind the girl, the core members of the Grand Apex Alliance followed, along with several men in black carrying suitcases. As I walked to the head of the table, everyone in the hall greeted me respectfully. The Miss. The Miss. The Miss. I gave a slight nod, and then took my seat. Mitch immediately shouted at the top of his lungs, and over 100 tattooed men sat down in unison. The scene was incredibly impactful. Once everyone was seated, I didn't waste words. I signaled Lance and Mitch to open all the suitcases filled with cash. Click-clack. The latches on the suitcases were undone one by one. The moment the lids were lifted, stacks of neat cash met their eyes. It shocked everyone present instantly. To be honest, they had never seen this much cash in their entire lives. Even during the last gathering, only a few 100,000 were displayed. But how much time had passed? The cash in front of them had grown to 10 million. The members who joined early were incredibly glad they had followed the right person. The Miss's ability was truly no joke. With her, who could possibly fear for their future? According to the order of their joining, all the members in black suits were given 100,000 in cash per table. On average, each person received about $10,000. Of course, this wasn't their salary. It was a bonus for fighting Benny Russo for so many months. After all, quite a few of them had been injured back then. As for the peripheral members, each person only received $1,000. Though it was far less than the core members' bonus, no one had any complaints. They hadn't contributed anything yet. Getting money at all was an unexpected joy. Furthermore, they had fully witnessed the Miss's generosity. She was truly good to her subordinates, never stingy in the slightest. After Lance and the others finished distributing the money, I gave out a few extra bonuses. I praised those who had shown outstanding performance. In total, about 1.3 million was distributed. Once the distribution was over, I stood up again. My gaze swept across every person present. A little over 3 months ago, the Grand Apex Alliance had only a dozen people. Now, we are 200. When I reached this part, I paused for a brief second. The crowd below held their breath, listening intently to every word I said. When I mentioned the 200 people, some couldn't help but get emotional, their faces filled with pride. Especially the new recruits, learning that the Grand Apex Alliance had grown from just a dozen to its current scale in just a little over 3 months, left their hearts pounding with awe. Perhaps some of you think we are powerful enough already, that we've secured a firm foothold in this territory. But I'm here to tell you, Foggy Creek is just our starting point. It's just the beginning. The rewards you've received today are merely a drop in the bucket. In the future, you will have even more wealth, status, respect, and even the chance to change your destiny. Once we finish our meal and walk out of these doors, you will no longer be ordinary people. You are members of the Grand Apex Alliance, the creators of the future. Let us carry the banner of the Grand Apex Alliance together to even greater heights. Do you have the confidence? Yes, the crowd roared in unison, their hearts racing with excitement. Good. I raised my hand and pointed toward Emerald City, our next target for conquest. Emerald City. For some reason, went Mitch and the other original members, who had come from the syndicate, heard the Miss shout that slogan. An uncontrollable surge of emotion welled up in them, especially for Mitch. In his mind, a picture of the Dragon King's return was already taking shape. The tide has turned, and the tables have flipped. Now that the Miss is returning, Patrick Reed, you stole her position. Can you really keep your seat for long? Lance stood to the side, a look of slight worry on his face. Among all the brothers, he was the only one who knew that the Miss's identity was just a lie. That photo really was found among the old boss's effects, but it didn't actually prove anything. But now he realized that the lie he had concocted back then to lead the brothers away from that whirlpool seemed to be slowly turning into reality. The Miss was clearly just a girl from an ordinary background, but the way she handled things, her methods, and her grit was not at all inferior to the old boss. It almost felt like the student had surpassed the master. Could this really all be a lucky coincidence? But none of that mattered anymore. But they are canvassed, but when my work way to becoming, and he wouldn't be able to protect her at her side every single moment. What if Patrick Reed took the chance to send people after the Miss? After all, he wasn't a college student, and couldn't just enter the campus at will. Actually, Lance's worries were entirely unnecessary. Although brawls happened at school sometimes, they were just scuffles between students. Outside thugs couldn't easily get into a campus, especially a top-tier university, to lay a hand on a student. Still, just to be safe, Lance felt he'd better find a way to get an identity and sneak into the school. I had no idea what they were thinking. After the meal, I began arranging a series of personnel transfers and plans. Most of the members were students. Those who wanted to continue their education would do so, and I would coordinate their schedules. Those who didn't want to go to school would be given priority to be dispatched to the supermarkets in the surrounding towns. Next was the issue of the company's location. The university town had a total of 5 universities, 3 four-year colleges, and 2 vocational schools, roughly arranged in a square formation. At the top were State Finance University and State Medical University. On the left was the Vocational and Technical College. At the bottom were Grain Economics and the Technology Institute. State Finance and State Medical were top-tier schools. The Vocational and Technical College and the Grain Economics College were 2-year programs, while the Technology Institute was a second-tier 4-year school. On the issue of the company's location, everyone's opinion was surprisingly unanimous. We finally decided to set the office within the university town, diagonally across from State Finance University, which was directly across from the Vocational and Technical College, on the commercial street. This commercial street was practically the busiest place in the university town. The first floor was packed with various snack shops, restaurants, and bubble tea shops. The entire street was a food lover's paradise, full of life and energy. The second floor was mainly for entertainment and training, interest classes, dance clubs, pool halls, internet cafes, and so on. We planned to rent several shops on the west side as office space. This way, we'd be close to school and ready for action. On September 2nd, I went home to visit my grandparents. I gave them a bank card, and from then on, I'd be depositing $2,000 into the account every month. As pocket money for them, it wasn't that I didn't want to give more. I was truly afraid my gambling addict father would get greedy again. Even after being kidnapped by Benny Russo, he hadn't changed at all. Instead, he spent all day in the gambling dens as if nothing happened, not even coming home. Besides, my grandparents had been frugal their whole lives and had few needs beyond food and drink. This money, combined with Grandpa's pension, was more than enough for them. On September 3rd, considering the company would need vehicles in the future, I had Mitch order a dozen black sedans to serve as company cars. All of those cars have been delivered now. On September 4th, a fleet of black cars drove in a grand procession toward Emerald City. Once we reached the university town, we split up. each heading to their own destination. Aside from Lance and Mitch, nearly 60 members in black suits came with us. Perhaps influenced by the miss, most of them chose to continue their college education. Most were enrolled at the VTC nearby, except for the higher tuition. You right and no was. Plus, the 3-year VTC program only had classes in the first year. They could start internships in their second year, which offered more freedom. Besides, the miss was new here, and she couldn't be without people to run errands, especially since the core members knew all about the syndicate. If the syndicate left, the miss alone, that would be fine, but if they came looking for trouble, they'd have to get through the boys first. I got out of the car on the road not far from the south gate. Yuna got out near the north gate. We had chosen different majors. Yuna chose International Economics and Trade, while I chose Business Administration. We weren't on the same campus, State Finance University. Although I had been here in my past life, I had only passed by in a hurry and never truly stepped onto the campus. Today was my first time entering these grounds, as a student, at the school gate, Yamasu. Poor Trispy Wega. Everyone says State Finance is full of beautiful girls, but I'm a junior and I haven't seen that many. What's worse is that I'm still single. Who isn't? Otherwise, I wouldn't have volunteered to welcome the freshmen. I just wanted to see if this year's class has any pretty juniors. Holy crap. I knew you wouldn't be this hardworking for no reason, so that was your plan all along. To tell you the truth, it was mine too. Great minds think alike. The girls in our year are either taken, or they're too smart to be fooled. But the freshmen are different, and every year, plenty of seniors find girlfriends by welcoming freshmen. If we can land a junior, we'll be set. While they were chatting, freshmen began trickling through the school gates. I walked in, pulling my suitcase behind me. Almost the instant I stepped through the school gates, multiple gazes locked onto me. Dressed in pure white, my smooth long hair cascaded naturally over my shoulders. The tips shimmered with a soft luster under the sunlight. The hem of my skirt swayed gently with every step, revealing a glimpse of my slender, fair ankles. A cool, distant aura radiated from my eyes, yet they held a spark of vibrant life. There was a pristine quality to me, untainted by the mundane world. With just a single glance, people found it impossible to look away. Holy shit, she's gorgeous. The heavens have answered our prayers. An absolute 10 has finally arrived. The seniors in charge of orientation were completely starstruck. They were so dazed, they even forgot to offer a helping hand. It wasn't until I walked up to them and asked softly, "Excuse me, where shall I go to register?" Only then did the seniors snap out of their trance. However, the first thing they did upon recovering wasn't answering my question. Instead, they turned to each other and asked, "Fair game?" Fair game. To my surprise, these grown men actually started playing rock, paper, scissors right then and there. Before they could settle on a winner, a senior who had just returned from the dorms saw me standing there. His eyes lit up instantly. He moved with practiced ease, taking the luggage from my hands. "Freshman, right? Here to register? Come on, I'll take you there." I was slightly taken aback, but then I nodded and said, "Thank you." And so, I followed behind this senior. As we headed toward the registration desk, the seniors who were still playing their game finally produced a winner. But when they looked up, the girl was already gone. They whipped their heads around, only to see her following Xavier Thorne's retreating back. Their eyes nearly popped out of their heads. That dog Xavier is a total animal. Snatching her right from under our noses, huh? How low can he get? We're definitely herring him tonight when we get back. They agreed, but since she was already walking with Xavier, it would be inappropriate to try and steal her back. All they could do was curse Xavier Thorne for his lack of sportsmanship. Still, among the new freshmen, word of a girl with a top-tier figure, face, and aura quickly spread through the male population like wildfire. After registration, I headed straight to the dorms. Along the way, Xavier Thorne and I engaged in some casual small talk. Xavier was a chatterbox, the kind of guy who was instantly familiar with everyone. He seemed to have a comment for every topic under the sun, from the various campus legends to the latest drama in the local neighborhood. There seemed to be nothing he didn't know. Let me tell you, Vanessa, our school is actually pretty decent. We are a top-tier state university after all. But the VTC next door is a mess. There are plenty of thugs over there. In the future, if you go out shopping, especially at night, try not to go alone. Otherwise, you might get harassed. It's not like it hasn't happened before. Those guys barely have any classes their first year, and they start internships by their second. A lot of them just hang around the area. Quite a few people from our school have been bullied by them. Also, down by Cyber Row, there's a pretty notorious thug who showed up recently. Goes by the name Cyclops. He likes to extort protection money from people. If you go there to use the internet, you've got to be careful. I listened intently. While I didn't exactly take his warnings to heart, I thanked him politely nonetheless. Once we reached the girls' dorm, Xavier reluctantly handed my luggage back to me. He looked a bit bashful as he spoke. Vanessa, could I get your number? Don't get me wrong. I just mean you're new to the school. So if you ever need any help, you can reach out to me anytime. I'm over in men's dorm building 3. It's not far from here. I didn't refuse. I nodded, pulled my phone from my bag, and gave him my number. I really wasn't familiar with state finance, and I truly might need to ask for directions, or inquire about things occasionally. After we said our goodbyes, I carried my luggage up to the 3rd floor. Watching my figure disappear into the dorm entrance, Xavier Thorne stood his ground, a triumphant smile spreading across his face. He pulled out his phone and sent a message to his dorm group chat. Boys, I just helped a super gorgeous freshman today. Her looks are literally off the charts. The chat exploded instantly. That dog Xavier did it again. You're buying dinner tonight. Otherwise, don't even think about stepping inside this room. Agreed. No dinner, no entry. Xavier Thorne looked at his screen, his grin widening. No problem. Dinner's on me. I even got the girl's number. After he sent that, the chat went silent for a long moment. I've changed my mind. Not only is he buying dinner, but we also have to make sure this guy knows exactly what a world of pain looks like. I carried my luggage up to the 3rd floor and found room 302. My luck was pretty good. It wasn't a 6-person room. It was a 4-person suite, bunk beds with desks underneath. Not only was there a fan, but they had also installed air conditioning. When I entered the room, 2 people were already there. Both were incoming freshmen. One looked a bit shy. She was barely 5 feet tall. Though she was small, she looked quite adorable in a petite way. She seemed like the type to blush easily. The other girl looked a bit more aloof, carrying a faint air of arrogance. She gave off a vibe that she might be difficult to get along with. When they saw me walk in, they both froze for a second. Then, the shorter, cuter girl was the first to step forward and introduce herself. I'm Leah Simmons, from out of state. Hi, we're roommates now. I'm Vanessa Miller. A local, I replied with a smile. There was nothing wrong with saying that. After all, Foggy Creek fell under the jurisdiction of Emerald City, making me a true local. The other, colder girl, also walked over to greet me. Hi, I'm Sloane Woods. However, as she greeted me, I noticed a flicker of subtle hostility in her eyes. It was completely bizarre. After the brief introductions, I began unpacking my things. My 2 roommates had already finished, setting up their beds, and were sitting at their respective desks, busy with their own business. By the time I finished making my bed, the last roommate still hadn't arrived. I didn't think much of it. After all, it was the first day of school. Being late or arriving in the evening wasn't uncommon. With all my luggage neatly put away, I said goodbye to my roommates and headed out. I planned to buy some daily necessities first, and while I was at it, scout the university town area to prepare for the site selection of the new supermarket. Although we had already opened supermarkets in the surrounding towns, Emerald City was the hub of the Tri-County area, so it was necessary to open a branch here, and it would ideally be a flagship store. Besides that, I had another idea. I wanted to open a branch of the Leaping Fish restaurant, either right next to every supermarket or within the same shopping mall. That way, whichever one drew a crowd could drive business to the other. After wandering around the university town for a bit, I bought my supplies and also purchased a small electric scooter. Currently, the school didn't allow students to bring cars onto campus. Most students on campus had bought bicycles. Those with a bit more money chose electric scooters. I didn't choose a bicycle because I was lazy. Even though it was now September, the weather was still sweltering. It was easy to work up a sweat, and a scooter was just far more comfortable to ride. After completing the simple registration process, I parked the little electric scooter in the designated area under the dorm building. By the time I carried my things back up to the room, the final roommate had already arrived. However, this roommate's appearance was so over the top that I was completely stunned. She was in a full alt ensemble, with 8 piercings in her ears, and a bright purple wig. She looked like a typical rebellious street girl. Remember, this was state finance, not the VTC next door. Girls with this kind of look were truly rare at state finance, even though the senior who escorted me to the dorm earlier said the male-to-female ratio here was about 4006, making it a female-heavy campus. The students who got into this top-tier state school generally had excellent grades. Very few of them went for the alternative look. Of course, it wasn't an absolute rule. On campus, there were indeed some alternative-looking rebel girls, but they were usually sophomores or older. Among the freshmen, she was likely the only one so far. As I was lost in thought, the purple-haired girl spotted me, and her eyes lit up instantly. She stepped forward quickly. "Wow, you're gorgeous. Let's get to know each other. My name is Lily Harper, but you can just call me Lily." "Hi, I'm Vanessa Miller," I replied. Lily Harper was incredibly outgoing. We're all in the same dorm, so we're sisters from now on. In this university town area, if there's anything you can't handle, just come to me. With all 4 roommates present, we all took turns reintroducing ourselves properly. Leah Simmons was from the north, but both her looks and her accent were more reminiscent of a southerner. She didn't have that typical loud, boisterous northern vibe. Sloane Woods was from the neighboring state. She didn't reveal much else, only mentioning that her goal was to go to grad school. Lily Harper and I were both from Emerald City. "So both of you are locals?" Leah Simmons asked curiously. "Don't tell me you went to the same high school too?" I turned to look at Lily. "Where in the city are you from, Lily?" "I'm from Foggy Creek. I'm from the city center. When I was little, I lived over at 29 Chestnut Road. But we moved a long time ago. I've been following my dad around since I was a kid. I went to school wherever he was stationed, except for elementary school. I did middle and high school out of state. I only just moved back for college." When I heard 29 Chestnut Road, a faint, imperceptible flash of surprise crossed my eyes. Leah Simmons and Sloane Woods were from out of town, so, naturally, they didn't know what that address meant. But I knew that was the address of the municipal housing compound. Lily Harper probably had no idea that by just casually mentioning an address, she had exposed her status as a daughter of power. "Following him everywhere? Is your father in business?" Leah Simmons asked curiously. "Not exactly." "Oh, whatever, that's not important. The important thing is that I'm finally free." Lily Harper was ecstatic, like a little parrot that had been caged for a long time and had finally flown out of the bars. "Since it's our first time meeting, let's all grab dinner tonight. I know the university town area pretty well. We could go to the snack street to the east, or over to Bellin Plaza in the city center. Either one works. They're both very lively. There's tons of good food there. I can lead the way." None of us had any objections, since it was our first meeting. No one wanted to be a killjoy. Just after we headed downstairs, Lily suddenly asked, "How are the 4 of us getting there? By the way, did you guys buy bicycles yet? It's pretty inconvenient to be on campus without a bike." "I already got one." I turned toward the parking area below the dorm. I rode over on my brand new little electric scooter. Lily walked around the scooter once. "Vanessa," she asked with a hint of envy, "you bought a scooter? How much was it?" "Around 3,000. It's just too hot for a bicycle," I said. Lily Harper blinked after hearing that, and teased me playfully. "I bet it's not because of the heat. You're just afraid a bicycle won't do your skirt justice." Perhaps motivated by me, Lily suddenly said, "I'm going to buy a scooter too." She was a girl of action. As she spoke, she pulled out her phone to call her father. But the moment the call connected, she decisively hung up. "Actually, I think a bicycle is fine too. It's good exercise." State finance had nearly 20,000 students. Although there were plenty of rich kids, in this day and age, students who couldn't afford a scooter still made up the majority. Lily Harper's family was well off, but she had been a bit rebellious since she was young. Her family knew her personality, so they deliberately restricted her allowance to make her suffer a bit and refine her character. Her current allowance was more than enough for a bicycle, but if she bought a scooter, she'd be living on bread and water for the next few months. Most importantly, her father was very strict. Every time she called, he would lecture her. She was honestly a bit afraid of him, which was why she hadn't dared to ask. Leah Simmons was in a similar boat. Her allowance was about $600 a month, so she couldn't afford a scooter either. On the other hand, Sloane Woods didn't seem to be short on cash. You could tell from the way she dressed that she seemed quite wealthy. The four of us didn't go far, just wandering around the university town snack street. We grabbed dinner while we were at it. As we were preparing to head back, Leah Simmons seemed to notice something. She whispered to the three of us, "Did you guys notice? I think someone is following us. They've been behind us for a while." The moment she said that, someone let out a yelp. "Where? Who has the balls to do that? Where are they?" That loud, boisterous voice belonged to Lily Harper. "Keep it down. Don't let them hear you." Leah Simmons quickly tugged on Lily's sleeve. Then, she surreptitiously pointed behind them, at a cool-looking youth in a black hoodie. Right there, that man in the black hoodie. Lily Harper and the others followed the direction of Leah's finger, and, indeed, saw a tall, cool-looking young man, standing about 50 feet away from them. "Leave that guy to me. I'll see exactly who thinks they're so tough." I was about to call Lily back, but the girl had already marched over aggressively. "Hey, why are you following us?" The cool youth was stunned for a moment. "I'm not following you." "Don't lie. My roommate saw you. You've been tailing us since we left the school gates. You look pretty tall and handsome, yet you're pulling this creepy stalker act? I'm warning you, you'd better stay far away from us." Did you hear me? Lily Harper was quite protective. She was essentially making good on her earlier promise in the dorm to handle any trouble. The youth remained expressionless. "Sorry. I didn't hear you." Lily was furious upon hearing that. Just as she was about to say more, I hurried over. "Lily, you've got it wrong. He's my friend." "Your friend?" Lily's eyes went wide. "Are you serious? Then why has he been following us this whole time?" Without saying a word, suddenly, she seemed to realize something. A look of understanding dawned on her. "Oh, I get it. He must be a persistent suitor, right? How romantic. He even followed you all the way to university. But Vanessa, you'd better be careful. This kind of man is the most disgusting. They love to cling to you like glue. They won't stop until they get what they want." Once everything was explained and they realized it was just a misunderstanding, the way the girls looked at me changed. Even though they all admitted my looks were top tier, to the point where if the school had a beauty pageant, I would definitely be a top contender. On the very first day of orientation, a suitor had already followed me to state finance. Would I end up being followed by an entire reinforced platoon later on? It wasn't entirely impossible. Just as we returned to the dorm after our shopping trip, they received a notification. There would be a class meeting tomorrow morning at 10:00 a.m. They would likely be electing a class president. Sloane Woods, who had been the quietest today, took the initiative to speak. Her tone was very direct. "I want to run for class president. I hope you guys will vote for me when the time comes." As soon as those words came out, Leah Simmons's expression became a bit strained. Actually, she also really wanted to compete for the position. She just didn't expect Sloane to bring it up first. Being a class officer in college is still quite important, especially the role of class president. In university, it's essentially like being a permanent assistant advisor. While it adds more responsibility to your plate, it also gives you a significant advantage. When applying for scholarships, joining the party, or running for student union president. Of course, I wasn't particularly interested in any of that. I had too many of my own affairs to handle, and it would be impossible to manage both. Lily Harper felt much the same way. One look at her, and you could tell she just wanted to have fun. And, given her family background, she didn't need to padding her resume in college at all. Being class president or whatever was just fluff to her. It didn't matter in the slightest. Leah Simmons was different. During our shopping trip this afternoon, she had already shown some of her plans for the future. For example, taking the civil service exam after graduation to find a stable job. So it was perfectly normal for her to want to run for class president. As for Sloane, she usually spoke less, but you could tell she was quite ambitious. I'd also noticed Leah's awkward expression and naturally guessed what she was thinking. Let's just have a fair competition. Lily Harper immediately chimed in. Right. Whoever wants to be class president should just compete fairly. Besides, just the few of us here can't actually decide who the president is. It'll depend on how the rest of the class votes. Anyway, if you don't get president, you can always run for secretary, right? Leah Simmons looked at Lily and me and asked tentatively, So, you two aren't running? I shook my head. I don't have that kind of time. Lily Harper also said with a grin, Same. I don't have that kind of time either. I want to go out and have fun more. Vanessa, you and I are totally on the same wavelength. It's college. Why would we want to study that hard? We're finally free. So let's just be happy, carefree slackers together. Regardless of who gets elected, we can't let it ruin our friendship as roommates, right? I nodded. Lily is right. Getting into the same university and the same dorm is all thanks to fate. Currently, there were 2 people in the dorm who wanted the position. It was clearly impossible to unify their thoughts and force one person to drop out. After all, everyone has the right to a fair competition. Hearing Lily and me say that, Leah and Sloane naturally had no objections. On the first night in the college dorm, I lay in bed, suddenly finding all of this quite interesting. If I had attended the same university as in my past life, I might have run into many familiar faces, and I would have known exactly what their futures held. But here at State Finance, most people and things were completely new. The feeling was truly like attending university for the first time. The only downside was that the freshman course load was a bit heavy. The next morning, after washing up and having breakfast, I arrived at the classroom. Around 10:30 a.m., the class advisor arrived. The advisor's name was Ruby Reed. She was a woman, looking to be just under 30, dressed in a sharp, professional outfit, with a gentle smile on her face. After giving a simple introduction, she began having the students go up to the front one by one to introduce themselves, perhaps to show off and make a deep impression on everyone. To gain an advantage for the upcoming election, Sloane Woods, who was relatively quiet yesterday, was the first to step up. I'm Sloane Woods, and I'm from... Sloane was clearly well prepared. Her performance today made her seem like a completely different person from yesterday. Finally, she didn't miss this opportunity to sell herself, using a set of flowery words to express her desire to run for class president. If you are willing to give me this chance, I will definitely do my utmost to serve the class, working with everyone to have a fulfilling and meaningful college experience. After she finished her introduction, the room immediately broke into a round of applause. This election for class president was actually just for a temporary role. The real election wouldn't start until after military training ended on September 28th. At that time, formal campaign speeches would be required. However, under normal circumstances, as long as you became the temporary class president, there was a very high probability that you would be re-elected during the formal vote. Sloane obviously knew this, which was why she was being so proactive during the very first class meeting. With the end of Sloane's introduction, the atmosphere in the class gradually became more lively. Once someone had broken the ice, students began heading up one after another to give their introductions. Some introductions were very simple, ending in just a couple of sentences. Others were extremely outgoing, like Lily Harper. She only said a few words after going up, and it nearly made everyone die of laughter. Hi everyone, I'm Lily Harper. In order not to waste everyone's time, I'll invite the next student up. Then there was a boy named Felix Hunter, whose introduction was also quite unconventional. Hello everyone, I'm Felix Hunter. I'm 18 years old. All 4 limbs are intact. I've been breathing independently since birth. I eat 3 meals a day. The future looks bright. I have no sleep schedule and very little hair. I'm simple and easy to fool. I'm a hopeless romantic who will get hit on if I recite the multiplication table. I can only say, hello beauty, please find me. Ha ha ha. Everyone in the class, from the advisor to the students, couldn't help but burst into laughter. This guy was truly a social butterfly. No one with a shred of shame could have said those things, but he was actually quite handsome. I felt like he wouldn't have much trouble finding a girlfriend as a freshman. Look at how hard the girls over there were laughing. Damn it, we're all human. Why can't my mouth produce that kind of nonsense? Could it be because I'm too innocent? Innocent, my foot. Your eyes nearly popped out of your head. When you saw that girl go up just now, just then, someone suddenly remembered yesterday's rumors. Hey, I heard that our class has a campus belle-level beauty. Is that for real? Has anyone seen her? Are you blind? Were you too busy looking at the teacher just now? Didn't you notice those girls in the back row? What do you mean? Before the boy could react, he saw a girl in a simple white dress, with long hair draped over her shoulders, walking down from the back row. Almost in an instant, every single eye in the classroom unconsciously drifted toward her. The room fell silent, followed the girl's figure to the front of the podium. When the girl turned to face them directly, the other girls were mostly fine, but the boys immediately began letting out low gasps. Holy cow, is she that girl from the rumors yesterday? The one in our year who could actually compete for Campus Belle? I thought the rumors were fake before, but I didn't expect her to be in our class. That figure, those looks, that aura, she's absolutely incredible. Damn it, I just swore I wouldn't date in college. Me, who intended to study hard, stood on the podium, picked up the chalk, and wrote 3 large words on the board. Then I turned around to look at my classmates and gave a slight smile. Hi everyone, I'm Vanessa Miller. I didn't introduce myself too much, just simply stated my name, where I was from, and my hobbies, and then prepared to return to my seat. Just as I was about to step down, the advisor suddenly called me back. Vanessa Miller, wait a moment. I want to tell everyone something. Vanessa Miller had the highest score in our 2 public admin classes. If I recall correctly, she might even have the highest score in our entire department. 612 points. The classroom was instantly filled with surprised gasps. It seemed that some found it hard to believe. Everyone had already been stunned by my looks, but they didn't expect me to be a top student as well. A score over 600 could get you into a top-tier university. You could even potentially get into a world-class institution, and yet, in our class, there was actually a genius of this caliber hiding. It was truly rare. The most important thing was that she was so beautiful. Truly a perfect girl with both beauty and brains. Instantly, my status in everyone's hearts shot up significantly. Wow, over 600 points. In a competitive state, that score could get you into an Ivy League school. Definitely enough. Why would she choose to study here? Though State Finance is a top state school, it's not exactly an Ivy League equivalent. Maybe everyone has their own goals. I got into State Finance with only a 490. I actually thought my score was pretty high, but I didn't think she'd be over 100 points higher. From now on, I'm never mentioning my SAT scores again. It's too embarrassing. What? You only got a 490 on your SATs? You monster, where are you from? I got a damn 560 and barely made the cut. Are competitive states just not favored, or what? The advisor actually had a deeper meaning for saying this. After signaling for everyone to quiet down, she continued speaking. Our school is full of hidden talents. Don't think you can just slack off now that you're in college. There are plenty of people who are smarter and harder working than you. Hearing the advisor bring up my score, and speaking this way, I had a faint, sinking feeling. She's not going to make me a class officer, is she? Like the academic rep or something. According to my original plan, I didn't plan on spending too much time on my studies in college. Just passing was enough. If the advisor pushed me into being the academic rep, wouldn't my grades be under constant scrutiny? An academic rep has to set an example after all. The advisor specifically mentioned my score being far above the cutoff. If I said I wanted to run, I would definitely win. Since everyone just graduated from high school, many still held the grades are everything mindset. In high school, weren't the class presidents and academic reps always the top students? So if I ran, it would definitely be very easy. One look at the students' reactions said it all. Just my luck, exactly what I feared. The advisor then asked, Vanessa Miller, do you have any interest in becoming a class officer? I refused almost without thinking. Ms. Reed, I don't have any interest in being a class officer right now. As soon as those words were spoken, quite a few people in the classroom breathed a secret sigh of relief, especially those who had eyes on officer positions. All right, since Vanessa Miller doesn't have that interest right now, I'll respect your choice. Ruby Reed didn't force me. She let me return to my seat first. The self-introduction segment continued, but the atmosphere was noticeably more relaxed. Everyone went up to the front one by one. Some talked with confidence, some appeared slightly nervous, but they were all basically the same, nothing more than sharing their names, hometowns, and hobbies. Occasionally, someone would mention their expectations for college life. Once everyone had finished their introductions, Ms. Ruby Reed announced the start of class officer elections. She picked up the chalk and, on the blackboard, wrote the names of the 8 students running for class president. The voting process went quickly, but the result was somewhat unexpected. Leah Simmons narrowly became class president by a single vote. Her campaign speech wasn't actually more brilliant than the other candidates. You could even call it unpolished. But I felt that Leah Simmons had a quality that the others lacked, and that was sincerity. Leah Simmons stood at the podium. She didn't give a long speech about her strengths. She just simply said, if everyone elects me, I'll do my best to fulfill the duties of class president and serve you all well. Her voice wasn't loud, but it gave off a sense of reliability. Combined with her petite stature, her cute appearance, and that practical aura, she ultimately won the most votes. Following that, the secretary academic rep, and other roles were elected one after another, though the positions were only temporary. Those selected were all very happy, except for Sloane Woods, who stood up and left the classroom without a word. Clearly, her failure in the class president election, especially losing to her roommate, Leah Simmons, left her feeling quite resentful. Military training at State Finance lasted from September 6th to the 28th. The schedule during this time was almost no different from high school. Boring and tedious. This pace of life continued for over half a month. I never took a single day off during the entire period. I didn't even take time off during my period. Although the training was exhausting, I felt that it was a rare opportunity for exercise. During my 3 years of high school, I spent almost all my time on my studies. My body had always been quite frail. It wasn't until I graduated high school that I started learning combat sports with Lance. My health began to gradually improve. After going through this period of training, I could clearly feel that my physical fitness had improved significantly, perhaps because of my naturally fair skin. Combined with my daily insistence on applying sunscreen, my skin tone remained the same as before the training. There were basically no signs of a tan. This made Lily Harper and the others incredibly jealous. On the night of the third to last day of training, we returned to the dorm. Lily Harper couldn't help but ask me as soon as she got back, Vanessa, that sunscreen you use, DS, could I try some of it? I feel like your sunscreen is incredibly effective. The one I'm using doesn't work at all. Look at how dark I've gotten. I gave a small smile. Then I walked straight to my locker and pulled out 3 bottles of sunscreen. Previously, to ensure I wouldn't run out of sunscreen during the training period, I had Lance buy a few spare bottles for me. Now that training was almost over, there were still 3 unopened bottles in the locker, so I just gave 1 to each of them. I don't have any more than that. Thank you, Vanessa. Love ya, Lily Harper said as she took the sunscreen and glanced at it. Based on the brand name and the model on the bottle, she cried out in shock. Whoa, I just realized you're using La Mer. You're being way too low-key about this. 1 bottle of this costs almost as much as my monthly allowance. No wonder your skin is so amazing and hasn't tanned at all. Well, I'm not going to be shy about it then. I'll definitely have your back in University Town from now on. Although Lily Harper was a bit of a party girl, she had a straightforward, boisterous personality. She didn't have a devious bone in her body, and I liked that about her. Out of my roommates, I got along with her the best. Besides Lily Harper, I also had a good relationship with Leah Simmons. Even though Leah had been elected class president, it hadn't gone to her head. She was still very practical, diligent, and polite. Quote, in contrast, Sloane Woods had become somewhat distant since losing the election. She had grown quite cold. Every day when she returned to the dorm, she would pull out her newly purchased MP4 player and listen to music while reading by herself with her headphones on. She rarely chatted with us. When Leah Simmons took the sunscreen, she didn't think it was anything special at first, but when she heard Lily Harper say that the price of this bottle was almost as much as her monthly allowance, she was instantly startled. She hurriedly tried to hand the sunscreen back. Vanessa, I really can't take this. It's way too expensive. I didn't take it back. Keep it. I bought it to be used. I won't be able to finish it all anyway. It's almost October. The weather will cool down soon, and we won't need sunscreen anymore. It'll just go to waste sitting there. So, you might as well use it. Lily Harper chimed in. Exactly. Vanessa is a total high roller. This is a rare chance to feast on the rich. Just take it. Leah Simmons hesitated for a moment, but ultimately accepted the sunscreen. Thank you. Then, I walked over to Sloane Woods. I prepared to give the last bottle to her. Unexpectedly, Sloane rejected it outright. I don't want it. I have my own. I was taken aback for a second. It felt like I was being given the cold shoulder. While I was in a good mood and didn't want to make a fuss, I figured if we couldn't get along, we just wouldn't associate much. Just as I was turning around, intending to put the sunscreen back into the locker, Sloane suddenly muttered in a low voice. Big deal. You have money? Before I could even react, Lily Harper, with her fiery temper, blew up first. She pointed at Sloane and snapped, Hey, what is that supposed to mean? Vanessa was being nice by offering you sunscreen. If you don't want it, fine. But who do you think you are giving her that attitude? And you walk around with that sour face every day, like everyone owes you $1 million. Sloane stood up abruptly. Who are you talking to? I'm talking to you. What? Did I say something wrong? Lily Harper put her hands on her hips. Are you still salty because you didn't become class president? Sloan admitted it directly. So what if I am? The reason I lost the election. You and Vanessa know exactly why. Lily Harper scoffed. How would we know? Stop being so passive-aggressive. Sloan continued. If you two hadn't voted for Leah Simmons, I wouldn't have lost. You've disliked me from the very beginning. And you've been targeting me on purpose. Don't think I don't know what's going on. Lily Harper was so angry she laughed. You are incredibly petty. We have no beef with you. Why would we target you? And besides, we can vote for whoever we want. Just because we didn't vote for you, you're throwing a tantrum? Do we owe you something? Sloane's face grew more and more hideous. She immediately escalated to personal attacks. See, you've already admitted it. And, Lily Harper, I've been sick of you for a long time. Stop talking about the streets all the time. This is state finance. Not the pasture next door. I really don't know how the school admitted an alt girl like you. If you want to be a rebel, don't come to state finance. Lily Harper was successfully provoked. She rushed forward, ready to fight. Leah Simmons saw things were getting out of hand and hurried over to break them up. Stop it, both of you. We're roommates. Don't ruin things over something so small. However, during the struggle, someone accidentally bumped Sloane's hand, which was holding the MP4 player. There was a sharp crack. MP4 player hit the floor hard. The screen shattered instantly. All three of them froze. Once Sloane Wood snapped out of it, she pointed furiously at Leah Simmons. Leah, what did you do? You broke my MP4 player. Leah Simmons wanted to explain. But for a moment, she didn't know what to say. She could only stammer out, I'm sorry. It wasn't on purpose. Lily Harper stepped forward and said impatiently, What are you screaming for? It's just an MP4 player. I'll pay for it. Sloane let out a cold laugh, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Who are you trying to impress? Do you even have the money to pay for it? My MP4 player cost me over $1,000. If you want to pay for her so badly, then show me the money. If you can't, then stop acting so tough. Seeing that the two of them were about to start bickering again, I couldn't take it anymore. I slammed the table hard and shouted, Everyone, shut up! Is all this screaming making you feel better? It was the first time they had ever seen me angry. For some reason, it made them all feel a bit intimidated. Even Lily Harper was no exception. Seeing that they had finally quieted down, I turned around, pulled a stack of cash from my bag, counted out 1,300 and placed it on the desk. Sloane, is this enough? Sloane Woods had originally wanted to refuse. She already had a bit of a grudge against me, but at this moment, for some reason, she couldn't open her mouth. Deep down, she was actually a little afraid of me. Right then, the advisor, who was making her rounds of the dorms, heard the noise and stepped inside. She frowned and asked, What's going on here? What are you girls doing? Sloane instantly found her confidence again. She immediately pointed at Leah and played the victim first. Ms. Reed! Leah Simmons, the class president, broke my MP4 player. Leah Simmons's face went pale. She was desperate to explain herself, but she was still called out into the hall by the advisor. When she came back, her eyes were red. She had clearly been given a lecture. After all, she was the class president now. If she couldn't even manage the relationships in her own dorm, and had damaged someone else's property, and for quite a significant amount too, the advisor naturally felt she was failing in her duties. After returning, Leah Simmons first walked up to Sloane Woods. She whispered, Sloane, I'm sorry. I will pay you back for the MP4 player. Sloane gave her a cold look and didn't say a word. Leah then walked over to me. Vanessa, could I borrow some money from you? I'll definitely pay you back next month when I get my allowance. Although I was also a bit annoyed, I pushed it down. I handed the money from the desk directly to Leah. Pay me back whenever you can. I'm in no rush. Leah Simmons took the money and said, Thank you. Then, she handed the cash over to Sloane Woods. Sloane had gotten what she wanted by now, so she didn't refuse. She took the money and was about to bend down to pick up the broken MP4 player. But to her surprise, I snatched it up first. Vanessa Miller, what do you think you're doing? What are you taking my MP4 player for? I gave a faint smile. Your MP4 player? Leah just bought this from you. It doesn't belong to you anymore. Ignoring Sloane, I turned to Leah Simmons. I have a friend who can fix this kind of thing. I'll give it back to you once it's repaired. Leah Simmons nodded gratefully. Thank you, Vanessa. Even though university had only just started, and she was already over $1,000 in debt, which made her feel terrible. If the MP4 player could actually be fixed, At the very least, it would give her parents an explanation when she went home for fall break. With that, this whole farce finally came to an end. 2 more days passed. Military training was finally over. On September 29th, a class meeting was held once again. This time, it was for the official election of class officers. Once everyone in the class had arrived, what caught many by surprise was that the temporary class president, Leah Simmons, actually withdrew from the election of her own accord. They had no idea what was going on. Actually, during this time, Leah Simmons had been very diligent in her role as class president. Most of the class was already prepared to vote for her again. But now, she suddenly announced her withdrawal, leaving everyone to wonder why. Lily Harper and I naturally knew why she was dropping out. It was nothing more than not wanting more unpleasantness in the dorm. Although the advisor had criticized her for the incident a few days ago, it wasn't enough to make her quit the race. She simply felt that she wasn't cut out for it. When Sloane Woods saw Leah drop out, she felt smug inside. One major rival was down. Furthermore, in this election, the number of candidates was half of what it was last time. Plus, she was better prepared this time, and was confident she'd land the president position. Once she became class president, securing scholarships would be much easier, and she could pay back the money she owed. Sloane Woods seemed indifferent to everything on the surface, but in reality, she loved comparing herself to her roommates, especially someone as outstanding as Vanessa Miller, who was superior in both looks and talent. For example, when I bought an electric scooter, Sloane went out and bought one later too. Or when I used high-end skincare brands, Sloane would specifically go out and buy products in the same tier. I didn't know what her motivation was, but she just didn't want to be outdone by me. Just as Sloane was confidently preparing to go up and run, something unexpected happened. Without any warning, I stood up and walked up to the podium first. Sorry, everyone, but I'd like to run for class president as well. I didn't prepare a speech, and I'm not going to give you any flowery talk. I'll say just one thing. If you elect me as president, whatever problems the class has, I will handle them for you. Finally, I want to emphasize that this goes for both on and off campus. My campaign declaration was incredibly domineering. To be honest, if any other student from Public Admin Class 2 had said this, hardly anyone would have believed it. They would have laughed in their faces for bluffing without a script. To dare say such a thing. Actually, being a class president or officer isn't really that easy, because what you need to do isn't just the tasks the advisor assigns to you. You also have to maintain the class's image, improve cohesion, handle interpersonal relationships, and get everyone to support you. It sounds simple, but doing it right is truly difficult. Take Leah Simmons, for example. She's been busy as a dog lately, but even so, the classmates didn't really respect her, did they? Some even deliberately went to the advisor to stir up trouble just to get her removed from the position. When they saw how serious I was, combined with my impressive aura, the vast majority of people actually chose to trust me. Right now in the class, my relationship with everyone was only a bit beyond that of casual acquaintances. The only people I was truly close with, and on good terms with, were Lily Harper and Leah Simmons, just a few people. To put it bluntly, it was because my beautiful face easily gave off the impression of a distant goddess. Of course, I'd still greet people when I saw them, and I'd never lost my temper with anyone. Overall, I left a pretty good impression. Plus, our advisor, Ruby Reed, personally liked the idea of me being a class officer. After all, top students leave a good impression wherever they go. Alright, Vanessa Miller has chosen to run for class president. She didn't say much, but you can sense her accountability in her words. Now, let the voting begin. Everyone seemed to have been conquered by my powerful aura. Over half the class voted for me. In the end, as expected, I successfully claimed the position of class president. When Sloane Woods saw this result, she nearly ground her teeth to dust. This was the second time her position had been snatched away. She even cursed her classmates in her head, thinking they had no idea how to vote and had no brains at all. Vanessa Miller was talking so big, claiming she could solve anything, and even handle stuff off campus. How could you believe her? Don't you know what the situation is like outside school? There are thugs from the VTC next door and out on the streets. If our classmates get bullied, can Vanessa Miller really solve that? It's enough to make you laugh your head off. I'm just afraid that when things go sideways, she'll end up walking right into the lion's den herself. Sloane froze for a second as she thought of this, and for some reason, she actually started getting a bit excited. It was like she could use this to make things difficult for Vanessa. The university town area was both chaotic and not, depending on how you looked at it. For instance, state finance and state medical were relatively normal. The students were mostly law-abiding and focused on their studies, but the VTC and grain economics were completely different. They were extremely chaotic. They even had campus bosses, especially since the VTC and state finance were only separated by a single road. Students from the VTC often came over to state finance and state medical to hang out and look for trouble. They usually had two goals. First, to teach a lesson to anyone who didn't know their place. And second, because of the high ratio of girls at state finance and state medical. Those thugs liked to see if there were any beauties around. In this era, the logic of those street thugs and alt-culture kids was really hard to understand. Some so-called social bosses, perhaps out of a sense of superiority or some other motive, felt that landing a good girl student as a girlfriend would be a real achievement. Furthermore, even though there were many good students at state finance and state medical, because of the gender ratio and the unique alt-culture of the era, there were quite a few good students who dated thugs. It was actually fairly common. It was likely because after 12 years of schooling, academic pressure and other factors had suppressed many people's natural inclinations. Once they reached college, some felt they were finally free, and so they began to let loose. Isn't Lily Harper exactly like that? This girl, who looked well-behaved on the surface, was actually a total rebel underneath. Normal girls chat about food, clothes, and romantic dramas. But what did this girl often talk to me about? How cool the gangsters were, how badass so-and-so was. She really wanted to be a mob boss's lady, especially when she saw movie clips of a boss who could summon hundreds of followers, the epic scenes with legions of gangsters. She couldn't help but shout, "So cool, so cool." It left me completely speechless. Besides that, Lily Harper also loved to talk about the rumors about the social bosses in University Town, like the VTC boss, Shane Dixon. Supposedly, he had dozens of followers and was very powerful. One time, he brought his guys to clash with the crew from Grain Economics. The total number of people on both sides exceeded 100. The scene was absolutely terrifying. As Lily Harper recounted all this, she gesticulated wildly with her hands, as if she had personally witnessed that chaotic brawl. Also, over at the Technology Institute, that second-tier college, there's actually a gang there too. They're quite powerful. As a second-tier polytechnic school, the gender ratio at the Technology Institute is the exact opposite of state finance and state medical. There are many more men than women. With so many guys around, there are naturally more things they want to get into. Some of them have also started playing the street life game. To be honest, even I didn't expect to get such detailed information about the University Town factions from Lily Harper's mouth. Can you believe how much this girl wants to be part of that world? That's why she cares so much about this news. Of course, Lily Harper told me all this, because in the entire dorm, and even the whole class, I was the only one willing to listen to her talk about it. Moreover, I never showed any impatience. I didn't judge her for liking the alternative look, or think her fascination with mob movies was a sign of rebellion. In short, she felt really comfortable talking to me. That's why we had the best relationship in the entire class. After all, having a best friend who understands you, is willing to listen, and will chat with you about things that others find weird or rebellious, is truly a rare thing. The voting for class officers continued. Positions like the class secretary, academic representative, and publicity coordinator were also quickly filled. Most of them were the same people as the temporary team. Once things were finalized this time, the next time class officers would be elected would be at the end of the semester. At that time, outstanding class officers would be selected. Those who performed well would continue in their roles, while those who did poorly would be replaced. The class meeting came to an end. Ruby Reed packed up her materials and left the classroom. The students also began to stand up, preparing to leave. Right then, Sloane Woods suddenly spoke up and called out to me, "Vanessa Miller, you're the class president now. Are those things you just said still true, or were you just bragging?" Sloane's voice was very loud. The entire class heard her. After all, the smell of gunpowder in the air was way too thick. The classroom fell silent instantly. Everyone couldn't help but stop in their tracks, looking at me with curiosity. They wanted to see how I, as the class president, would respond. I answered very calmly. I always stand by my word. Sloan replied, good. Since you put it that way, I actually do have something I need help with from you, President. There are often low-level thugs at the school gate harassing the female students from our school. Some are even from our class. Since you said you could solve anything, then solve this. If you can really make those thugs stop harassing everyone, then I'll acknowledge you as class president. I'll also support you unconditionally from now on. Whatever you tell me to do, I won't make any excuses. I let out a disdainful smile. Is that all? Do you have any other requests? Sloan Wood shook her head. Just this one. Do you dare to take it? Within 1 week, I will make the thugs at the school gate disappear completely. After saying that, I turned and left the classroom. The moment those words were spoken, the classroom instantly erupted into an uproar. Wait, President, are you for real? President, you're being foolish. If those thugs take a liking to your beauty, how am I supposed to go on living? What do you mean by that? You'd better clarify that for everyone. The president isn't just your president. She belongs to everyone. Exactly. You toad, still dreaming of swan meat? Shut up before I kick you. Anyone could see that Sloan Woods was digging a pit for the class president to jump into. After all, the president's earlier declaration said that whenever there was a need, be it on campus or off campus, she could help solve the problem. Actually, regarding the second half of that statement, no one had really taken it that seriously. After all, there are some things that a class president truly can't solve. The fact that the president had that heart was enough. Sloan Woods clearly hadn't expected that I would agree so decisively. Watching my retreating back, a cold sneer curled at the corner of her mouth. Then I'll just wait and see. After leaving the classroom, Lily Harper followed me quickly. She said with some anxiety, Vanessa, why did you agree to that? She was obviously making things difficult for you on purpose. Those thugs at the school gate, how could they be that easy to chase away? You're being foolish. I gave a soft smile and said, don't worry. Since I said it, I naturally have my ways. Lily Harper didn't believe it at all. She curled her lip. What ways could you have? Reporting it to the teachers? Calling the cops or the guards? If that worked, those thugs wouldn't be appearing so frequently at our school gate anymore. If all else fails, I'll go find a Big Brother's. I know. He's got some pullover on Cyber Row. Getting him to say a few words shouldn't be a problem. A Big Brother's, you know. Who? I asked curiously. It's Cyclops from Cyber Row, the king of Cyber Row. I met him while I was surfing the web at the internet cafe. He's actually a pretty loyal guy. Lily Harper said proudly. Is that so? I nodded. And then my tone became serious. Lily? We've known each other for a while now, so I still want to remind you of something. Try not to get too close to those street people. Lily Harper was stunned for a moment. Then she waved her hand. Don't worry about it. We just hang out together. It's no big deal. I shook my head and didn't say anything else. After returning to the dorm, I changed my clothes, preparing to go out for a walk. Lily Harper, on the other hand, couldn't wait to head to the internet cafe. That girl's internet addiction was no joke. Having been here for so long, she could finally go and get her fix. I had just reached the bottom of the building when Nathan Clark from the class committee, holding a stack of materials, came up to meet me. President, I wanted to report something to you. For the orientation gala on November 2nd, I want to organize a performance for our class to register. This gala is a great opportunity to let the seniors see the spirit of us freshmen. But I've communicated with everyone, and I found that the level of interest is quite low, mostly because people are a bit shy and aren't very willing to perform on stage. So, I want to trouble you, President, to talk to everyone and give them some encouragement. After all, this concerns our class honor. If we can put on a brilliant show, not only will everyone remember Public Admin Class 2, but it will also strengthen our class cohesion. Also, rehearsing a show might require some funding, like for costumes, props, and things like that. I'll go look around outside for sponsors, but that might take some time. After listening, I understood his meaning. The current class committee didn't have much prestige in the class yet, myself included as the president. The class cohesion wasn't strong enough. To perform in front of so many people from the whole school required a certain amount of courage. It was normal for everyone not to be proactive. But if it was done well, it would indeed be very positive for the freshmen. I nodded. I'll talk to everyone in the class. As for the sponsorship part, I'll also keep an eye out for you. Don't worry, Nathan Clark said gratefully. Thank you, President. After the conversation, Nathan Clark walked away quickly to prepare the activity materials. I also left the school shortly after. Just as I reached the school gate, a black Mercedes S-Class drove up from a distance and stopped on the side of the road not far from the gate. It instantly attracted the gazes of many people. In a city like Emerald City, luxury cars weren't that common, let alone $1 million luxury sedan like this. As I walked over, the passenger door opened immediately. A stern-looking young man in a black suit stepped out. He pulled open the rear door, bowing slightly to signal for me to get in. As I stepped into the car, the surrounding crowd couldn't help but whisper among themselves, "Isn't that the freshman, Vanessa Miller? I had no idea her family was that loaded. Seriously, she even has someone to open her door. She must be some high society heiress. I wonder how all those guys sending her love letters would feel if they knew how rich she actually was. It's a shame. A girl that rich and beautiful, we probably never stood a chance." I'd only been enrolled for less than a month, but I was already quite famous on campus. The reason was simple. I was just far too beautiful. There were plenty of people talking about me on the school's intranet. In the short time since orientation, I had already received dozens of love letters. Some people even confessed their feelings to my face, but I rejected every single one of them on the spot. "I'm sorry, our interests don't align." I had said that sentence many times. A sensible person would know exactly what it meant. It was a flat rejection, but some people just wouldn't give up. They'd insist on asking, "If our interests are different, I can change. What are your interests? I'll make sure I learn to love them too. I'm a woman whose interest is men. You're a man whose interest is women. So, are you sure you want to change?" The suitor's heart would instantly shatter. I intentionally had Lance pick me up in that car, because I wanted those pursuers to give up. Being beautiful and talented is an advantage, and it brings many admirers. But if you are also incredibly wealthy, the number of suitors actually drops. Most people instinctively feel that they aren't in the same social circle, leading to a sense of inferiority. Nowadays, few men want to be labeled as living off a woman. So, when they saw me traveling in $1 million luxury sedan, they naturally stopped harboring fantasies. Of course, not everyone thought that way. At least, the wealthy trust fund kids at school became even more persistent. When second-generation rich kids date in college, it's safe to say that over 90% of the time, it leads nowhere. Many are just playing around. Even with sincere intentions, it's hard to make it to the end. The concept of social equals has never been just a saying. But for a girl who had the looks, the body, the talent, and the family background, it was a different story. I had the car driven to the Riverside district, near a construction site for a new plaza. This plaza was the future site of the world-renowned Sterling Plaza. Sterling Plaza was being built at an incredible speed. In my past life, I heard, it only took 1.5 years to complete. Looking at the current progress, I estimated it would be ready for use by the beginning of next year. At that time, this would become one of the busiest commercial districts in Emerald City. However, my purpose for coming here wasn't to put my supermarket inside this plaza. I knew very well that an enterprise like Sterling had already signed agreements with major brands. If I recalled correctly, the first supermarket brand to move in was Lotus Mart, which had just rebranded this year. Before long, the manager of the supermarket project, Grant Young, arrived in his car. As soon as he got out, he saw me standing at the edge of the site, surveying the construction of Sterling Plaza. Grant Young didn't quite understand why I was there, but he walked over quickly nonetheless. He offered a greeting, then asked, "Miss, what are you doing out here?" "The team at the office is all gathered. We're just waiting for you to head over." I didn't answer immediately, my eyes still fixed on the construction site. A moment later, I turned to Grant Young and said, "Grant, what do you think about us building a plaza of our own next year? We'll call it Grand Apex Plaza." Upon hearing my words, Grant Young didn't feel excitement, only an impulse to panic. "Miss, what do you mean by that? Our supermarket business is just getting started. The 4 stores in the surrounding towns just opened. We still owe tens of millions in inventory payments. Talking about a shopping plaza now, isn't that just asking for trouble? Even if we sold everything we have, we couldn't raise enough to build a plaza. Are you planning to pull another heist without any capital?" Looking at Grant Young's flushed face, I asked with some confusion, "Grant, Why is your face so red? What do you think of what I just said? Grant Young looked as if he had made a grim resolution. He gritted his teeth and said, Miss, I'll go notify Mitch right away. I'll have him track the movements of the Sterling owner. Unless we copied the model we used in Foggy Creek, snatching it directly from someone else. To put it bluntly, we'd rough up the owner, and then send him behind bars. Otherwise, he really couldn't think of any other way. To build a commercial plaza, worth at least 500 million or even $1 billion, in such a short amount of time, I was completely baffled. Lance, did you understand a word he just said? Lance nodded solemnly. Miss, just give the order for whatever you need done. Clearly, he had understood Grant Young's implication perfectly. I looked at Grant, then back at Lance, even more confused. Did I say something? I was just asking if we could put together a grand Apex Plaza next year. I wanted to hear your opinion, Grant. Why are you both so serious? You're acting like you're about to go beat someone up. Lance thought to himself, wait, we aren't? Grant Young said, Miss, our Grand Apex supermarket doesn't have much of a reputation yet. If we overextend ourselves, we're going to have problems. From what I know, several supermarket chains are already moving into Emerald City. Some of them even plan to build their own commercial plazas. We might not be able to compete with them. Of course, I'm not saying we lack confidence, but at least for now, we definitely can't match those large chains. And we don't have the massive backing or the capital that they do. Grant Young gave me a detailed analysis of the current situation, along with the pros and cons involved. No matter which way he looked at it, the final conclusion was not optimistic. If he had to put it in numbers, the probability of failure was likely over 80%. I listened quietly to his analysis, then said, I know everything you've mentioned, but if Grand Apex Supermarket wants to make a name for itself and become a famous retail brand in this region, we must have our own high-end commercial complex. If we were satisfied with just opening a few chain stores to make a little money, then there really would be no need for a shopping plaza. But have you thought about where we'll be in 10 years? Maybe not even 10 years. In just a few years, the retail industry will undergo a complete transformation. If we can't afford to lose, the brand will easily be swept away by that tide. So, we have to do this. In fact, it's mandatory. Furthermore, how many employees do we have? How many brothers? You and Lance both know the numbers. When that day comes, I can't exactly just abandon them all, can I? Grant Young fell silent at those words. He understood, of course, as someone who had been in the supermarket industry. For many years, his judgment of the market was very precise. In recent years, the landscape was shifting and the future was uncertain. The speed of retail development was changing by the day. Major supermarket brands, including international ones, were pouring into the massive American market, competing fiercely for market share. E-commerce was also rising rapidly. He had a premonition that online shopping would sooner or later deal a lethal blow to brick-and-mortar retail brands. When that time came, even some massive hypermarkets might not be able to survive. Of course, thinking about these things now was indeed premature. At least for the next 3 to 5 years, the impact of e-commerce wouldn't reach that extreme level. But as for what the future would hold, no one could say for sure. From the very beginning, the Miss had made her stance clear. Real industry, meaning offline retail, would be the main army for Grand Apex. Internet shopping could only serve as support. To be honest, when Grant Young first heard the Miss say this, he felt that she didn't know the first thing about business. Many retail brands were already positioning themselves online. He estimated that in less than 2 years, online marketplaces would sprout up everywhere. Shifting the focus from offline to online was the inevitable trend, yet the Miss was doing the exact opposite, insisting on offline as the primary focus, and online as the secondary. He couldn't quite wrap his head around what she was thinking. When Lance heard these words, his reaction was the complete opposite of Grant Young's. He was actually moved to his core. He came from the streets himself, so he placed a massive emphasis on loyalty. Otherwise, when the syndicate was falling apart, he could have easily just walked away on his own. The reason he stayed and kept Mitch and the others with him was that he couldn't let go of that bond. The Miss's words had spoken directly to his heart. She really did keep the brothers in her mind at all times. She even chose the most difficult entrepreneurial path for the sake of the brothers. Through Grant Young's analysis, he had also understood that focusing heavily on brick and mortar, at least in the future, would definitely be a thankless and difficult task. It might even all fall apart at the final hurdle. But the miss had still chosen to do it with such determination. What did that prove? It proved that the loyalty in her heart was not a bit less than their own. At this moment, Lance truly felt that their group of brothers had incredible luck to have met such a wonderful miss. Lance made a secret decision. He would talk to Mitch as soon as they got back to see if they could find an opportunity to have the Sterling Plaza owner dealt with. That way, the miss wouldn't have to worry about funding anymore. If something actually went wrong, then everyone would just draw straws for the suicide mission. If I knew what Lance was thinking, I'd probably just tell him to forget it. I couldn't beat sense into him. Grant, regarding the University Town area. How is the supermarket renovation coming along? How much longer until it's finished? I shifted the topic, asking about the store's progress. Based on the current speed, we expect to open in mid to late November. That's taking too long. In 1 month. I want that supermarket open. Tell the crew to pick up the pace. I don't mind paying a bit extra. Yes, understood, miss. By the way, I need you to go scout a place during this time. Where to? Xander City, State A. A flash of confusion crossed Grant Young's eyes. But he still nodded. The topic ended right there. Later, Lance, Grant Young, and I arrived at the Grand Apex Alliance's current office. It was located diagonally across from State Finance, on the second floor of the University Town Snack Street. After some simple renovations, it was already ready for business. Right next to the Grand Apex Alliance office, there was also a law firm, Vance Law Firm. Lights. Generally speaking, law firms were established in CBD areas, or in commercial buildings near the courthouse. But opening a law firm on a snack street? This was likely the first one in history. The most critical part was that the layout of this firm was also very interesting. Besides the normal office space, there were also 2 large classrooms. An ordinary person would have no idea what these 2 classrooms were meant for. When I stepped into the Grand Apex Alliance office that evening, quite a few people had already gathered inside. Every single one was a core member dressed in a black suit. Seeing me walk in, the crowd, who had been laughing and chatting, stood up immediately. They greeted me with a respectful, synchronized cry. Miss! 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 I gave a slight nod, and walked straight toward the conference room. By now, the most central members had basically all arrived. This included Mitch, Una, the original Foggy Creek manager Ethan, along with the 4 supermarket store managers and the restaurant manager. Seeing my arrival, the group stood up in unison once again, shouting together, Miss! 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 I walked to the head of the table and sat. I gave a light downward gesture with my hand. Only then did everyone sit down in perfect order. Grant, begin. As soon as I spoke, Grant Young stood forward and began reporting on the supermarket's current status. However, before that, he wanted to, specifically, introduce the store managers he had selected. These managers were all chosen from the core membership and were mostly from the very first group to join. To be honest, asking Grant Young to pick managers from the Grand Apex Alliance was a real struggle for him. After all, the educational background of the group was generally low, and they had 0 industry experience. He basically had to train them hand in hand. It had worn him out, but while they were indeed unqualified at the start, they made up for it with absolute loyalty, hard work, and a lot of effort. There was a very special phenomenon within the Grand Apex Alliance. Normal people go to work just for the sake of working, but it was completely different here. They only knew that the better they performed, the more chance they had to become a boss themselves. Ever since the banquet in Foggy Creek, where I suggested dividing the company into departments, like making the supermarket its own business group and setting up HR and finance as separate departments, everyone had been incredibly excited. They felt the opportunity to show their worth had finally arrived. The names of these business groups and departments were chosen in a rather unique way. They were all called Name Hall. I also knew that the names Mitch had given these departments were meant to be a form of corporate culture. Much like how a certain e-commerce giant has their original 18, the Grand Apex Alliance, calling its departments halls, seemed perfectly normal. What I didn't know was that, because of these names, it gave my subordinates a completely different feeling. On the surface, they were store managers, but in reality, they were the branch masters of the supermarket division. Their status had been elevated instantly. Consequently, their motivation was even higher, far exceeding that of an ordinary employee. This is Joe Young, the manager for Foggy Creek. This is Lewis Ford, the manager for Valley County. After Grant Young gave a brief introduction of each manager, he began reporting the revenue for each store. Foggy Creek's revenue for this month is approximately $920,000. The other 3 stores have just opened, so their revenues are between $100,000 and $200,000. Overall, September, as the first month of operation, saw total revenue exceeding $1 million. We estimate that for October, sales across the 4 stores can break $8 million. After the revenue report, I set a goal for the group. We're going to push for $15 million. $8 million wasn't a low number under normal circumstances. It averaged out to, revenue reached $2 million. But considering the consumption potential of the long holidays, this number was still on the low side. Even if it was currently 2007, the market's consumption potential was not to be underestimated. Go ahead and run whatever promotions you need. Don't be stingy. Yes, miss. Once the supermarket situation was mostly covered, Grant Young began to discuss the biggest issue they were currently facing, a lack of management. Fuddle, miss. We don't have a complete management training system yet. There are still many management vacancies, and I really am feeling a bit low on energy right now. I need a deputy to help share some of the workload. Additionally, our financial system is also very lacking. Few among the brothers are suited for accounting. Should we consider hiring some professional talent from the outside? The topic of external hiring was indeed quite sensitive within the Grand Apex Alliance, because it meant outsiders would be parachuted over the heads of the brothers. Unless absolutely necessary, I didn't want to consider hiring outsiders either. The reason why the Grand Apex Alliance's cohesion was so strong was precisely because its operating model was different from ordinary companies. The capable rise, the mediocre fall, and the strong are respected. It was simple and blunt, yet it perfectly suited their style and appetite. When Grant Young was first parachuted in, quite a few people were secretly resentful. When Ethan first took over Foggy Creek, there were also voices of doubt. Ultimately, both proved their worth through their strength. Grant Young was managing the massive supermarket chain system almost single-handedly, yet he could still push various tasks forward in an orderly fashion. His ability was evident. Ethan, on the other hand, from the moment he joined, had demonstrated extraordinary combat effectiveness. All of this had won everyone over. There was also another very important point. Currently, only the 2 of them among the brothers were considered outsiders. There were no others. But what if more and more management were hired from the outside? If too many people were parachuted in, would it destabilize the internal balance? Once this question was raised, I actually found myself a bit unsure of how to answer. Right then, Lance spoke up. Miss, I think you might be overthinking it. What our brothers care about has never been rank, but rather a recognized identity. After saying that, he pointed to the badge on his left chest. That was the symbol of a core member of the Grand Apex Alliance. Hired outsiders can be supervisors, store managers, or fill other management roles. But they are just employees, not brothers. Meanwhile, one of our people, even if they're just a stalker, is one of us as long as they're wearing this suit. I looked up at Lance, instantly understanding the meaning behind his words. Everyone present also had their eyes light up. This was a great idea. Create 2 separate systems. Rank is rank, and identity is identity. Although externally hired managers would have high ranks and could command work, their identity would only be peripheral. They would receive standard employment benefits. Core members, on the other hand, would have special privileges, like reporting directly to high-level management, priority for promotion, extra benefits, and so on. In short, the Grand Apex Alliance needed to implement 2 systems to maintain external flexibility while preserving internal cohesion. RU was invalued. The brothers wouldn't have any grievances. At the same time, there would be differences in how people were addressed, to distinguish between ordinary employees and core members. For instance, if you were just a regular employee, people might call you supervisors or manager, something more formal based on your team. But if you wore a suit with the Grand Apex Alliance insignia, then people would call you Big Brother. Name. Perfect. Grant Young, being a smart man, naturally understood the implication of Lance's words. He couldn't help but look down at the black suit he was wearing. Wait, why didn't you guys say so earlier? If he'd said earlier that gangsters and regular staff had 2 different systems, he wouldn't have had to worry about getting a knife in his ribs. Is it too late to take off this suit? And just be an ordinary professional manager? My gaze swept across everyone's faces. What do you all think of Lance's suggestion? It's feasible. Lance's idea is brilliant. I agree. I agree too. I nodded, settling the matter. Good. We will implement this starting today. Mitch, I'll leave the recruitment and assessments to you. I will approve the monthly list. Mitch immediately stood up and said solemnly, Yes, miss. As the meeting drew to a close, I briefly outlined the expansion plan for the Leaping Fish chain. Restaurants were more troublesome than supermarkets. Taste and chef training were all difficult problems. Ultimately, I decided to open the first branch across from the University Town supermarket as a test. Just as I was about to adjourn the meeting, Yuna suddenly stood up. Vanessa, when the restaurant opens, I'd like to apply for a transfer so I can learn there. I was taken aback. Completely unexpected that Yuna would suddenly want a transfer. During the whole summer, Yuna had basically been my assistant, handling administrative work, organizing data, and compiling reports. She occasionally ran errands. Although we were on different campuses now that school had started, we could still communicate normally via phone. I had always intended to train her for an administrative path, but I never expected her to want to go into the restaurant business. Under the Grand Apex Alliance, there were currently only two active business sectors. One was the supermarkets, and the other was the restaurant. Under Grant Young's leadership, the supermarkets were growing rapidly. In just one summer, 4 branches had been opened. In another month, the 5th branch in University Town would also open. It was changing by the day, thriving more and more. In contrast, the restaurant situation was a bit different. Currently, there was only the one store in Foggy Creek. Rapidly expanding a restaurant was both simple and very difficult. The simple part was that as long as the funds were there, the renovations and equipment could be handled quickly. The hard part was that if you didn't want to ruin the brand, maintaining the same taste as the Foggy Creek store was very difficult. It required perfection. Training new chefs took time. Although the Foggy Creek store had several chefs, only 2 were truly capable of leading an entire kitchen staff. Therefore, establishing a comprehensive chef training system was particularly important. Or they could do what people would do in the future. Create a central kitchen to prepare semi-finished, pre-made dishes, and then distribute them to various restaurants through the fastest logistics possible. But if they did that, the dishes wouldn't be as fresh. The signature dishes of the Leaping Fish relied primarily on freshness. In short, opening a restaurant chain was truly not easy. I asked seriously, had you really thought this through? Yuna took a deep breath and nodded firmly. Vanessa, I know you've always looked out for me, but I still want to try a more challenging job. Working in a restaurant was indeed better for growth than a supermarket. For instance, dealing with difficult customers, people rushing you, or drunks. These situations really tested a person's patience and ability to handle pressure. You can go over there once the new store opens. I eventually agreed. I then added, but you have to start from the very bottom. Serving dishes, wiping tables, you have to do it all. Yuna had no management experience, so putting her in charge of a restaurant directly was clearly unrealistic. Plus, starting from the bottom provides the best experience. Thank you, Vanessa. Yuna said happily upon hearing this. Actually, ever since she chose her university major, she had already made her decision, especially after getting to know several international students in the class. It further strengthened her resolve to gain experience. After the others left, only me, Mitch, and Lance remained in the meeting room. I looked up at Mitch and said, Mitch, I have a job for you. There are too many thugs at our school gate, harassing the female students from time to time. Make them disappear from the gate within a week. Hearing this, Mitch slammed the table and stood up. Miss, he barked, are those guys from the VTC? I've heard about them for a long time. I didn't expect them to actually bother you. Don't you worry. I'll definitely teach them a lesson they won't forget. Remember, we are a legitimate company, and we do things by the book, I reminded him. Mitch flashed an OK sign. Don't you worry about it. Miss, I get it. For some reason, seeing Mitch so confident made me feel even more uneasy. Has Theodore Vance moved over yet? I asked suddenly. Lance, who had been standing quietly by the side, reported, Miss, he's already moved. He's over by the courthouse right now. Once I confirmed that Theodore Vance had also arrived, I told Lance to notify him, to give more lectures to the brothers, to strengthen their understanding of the law. Only then did I turn and leave. Just as I reached the bottom floor after leaving the office, someone nearby noticed me. "Hey, look over there, is that Vanessa Miller? Did she just come down from the second floor?" I didn't notice. Probably not, right? Who would dare go to the second floor on the west side right now? Exactly. I went up there to find a friend last weekend, and nearly died of fright. There were dozens of guys in black suits just standing around. I thought I'd walked into a mob headquarters. You saw them too? The place with the Grand Apex Alliance sign. Hanging outside? Yeah, that's the one. Obviously. I never thought I'd see that kind of organized gang. In the university town outside of a movie. Who were those people on the second floor? Does anyone know? No idea. The Grand Apex Alliance office on the university town Snack Street, with its sign on the second floor, was simply too conspicuous. What kind of place was the Snack Street? It was the area with the densest foot traffic in the entire university town. The first stop for students after class. The essential path for couples on dates, and the hub for late-night food stalls. Yet in a place with so many people, and so much life. A syndicate had actually hung its sign out in the open. Yes, they displayed the sign with no shame at all. 3 gold-lettered words shimmered under the light, flanked by a coiled dragon logo, with bared claws and teeth, looking incredibly intimidating. Anyone walking on the west side of the street only had to look up to see it. It was impossible to miss. Not only had ordinary students never seen such a display, even the street thugs were dumbstruck. This is the damn mainland, not 90s Hong Kong. In the mainland, you'd be hard-pressed to find a second place that dared to hang a gang sign so blatantly. Don't even try telling them it's a legitimate company. What kind of legitimate company picks a name like that? Or uses such a hard logo? Furthermore, a group of young men in black often appeared on the second floor. At their peak, there were 60 or 70 of them, forming a sea of black. That radiated intense pressure. University town students were no strangers to thugs gathering. At night on the Snack Street or Cyber Row, you could often see groups of bleached hair thugs, with cigarettes in their mouths crouching by the road. But their lazy, undisciplined vibe couldn't compare at all to these men in suits, who followed strict discipline. They were on completely different levels. With the appearance of this group, the second floor on the west side of the Snack Street gradually became a no-go zone for students. So seeing Vanessa Miller at the stairs was a shock to these freshmen. Sloane Woods happened to be in the crowd as well. Watching Vanessa Miller appear at the stairs from a distance, she couldn't help but sneer. Is Vanessa Miller really that desperate? Counting on a bunch of mobsters to solve her problems? How hilarious. Of course, she didn't think too much of it, assuming Vanessa Miller was just passing by, and she continued eating and shopping with her friends. Military training at State Finance had ended, and so had training at the VTC next door. The freshmen there were completely letting loose. As soon as they took off their uniforms, a group of VTC freshmen started shouting, wondering where to go for fun. VTC freshmen, compared to the students at the neighboring 4-year universities, might have the same innocent stupidity in their eyes, but they had a lot more temper, especially after a month of getting familiar with the school and meeting like-minded friends. Some restless hearts began to pull together, forming cliques and looking for action. This year's class of VTC freshmen was indeed more united than previous years. Perhaps it's because, when a person is placed in a completely new environment, they instinctively want to band together for protection, especially at a place like the VTC, known as the cattle farm, where fighting was essentially part of daily life. Of course, in most cases, the fights were just small-scale conflicts. A few people would take offense and start throwing hands, only to be reprimanded and publicized by the school. People who actually dared to start a massive brawl on campus were usually those who truly didn't want to go to school anymore. Otherwise, they would have reservations. As new students, if they wanted to avoid being bullied, the best way was to stick together. But the problem was that their relationships weren't yet close enough to risk fighting together, so it was hard to form a real group. However, an incident at the VTC a while ago completely changed that situation. It started when a group of freshmen queuing in the cafeteria were aggressively cut in line by an upperclassman. This sparked resentment among the freshmen waiting behind him. The bleached-hair upperclassman looked at them with disdain and blustered. "What's wrong with cutting in line? Keep yapping and see if I don't send you flying." As it turned out, he was the one who went flying. 3 or 4 hot-tempered freshmen said nothing, charging forward and giving him a vicious kicking. before finally tossing him out of the cafeteria. At the VTC, freshmen who dared to move against an upperclassman either had a background or were connected to a campus boss. These few freshmen were the exception. They beat up an older student directly. As a result, they were quickly targeted for revenge. That student they beat up was one of VTC boss Shane Dixon's lackeys. To reclaim his reputation, the guy brought over a dozen thugs to cause trouble during military training, harassing those freshmen. They even waited until the freshmen weren't looking to spike their iced tea, and at night, they brought people to jump any freshman walking alone. It was in this environment of constant oppression by the older students that the freshmen finally snapped. They were freshmen, sure, but quite a few of them had been troublemakers in high school too. They had never been bullied this badly before. So the freshmen began to band together. In just a few days, 30 or 40 freshmen gathered to stand against the older students. Oh, surprisingly, doing this actually gave them a bit of an advantage. When Mitch brought Grizzly back to the VTC, a distance, they saw a crowd gathered in the corner of the field, shouting and acting as if they were performing some kind of ceremony. It was quite a scene. Walking closer, holy cow, a group of freshmen with rainbow-dyed hair were huddling in a circle, preparing to swear brotherhood. By the way, Mitch is now a freshman at the VTC as well. This guy still felt he couldn't deeply grasp the misses' ideological principles, mostly because his education level was too low. So, through some underlings in vocational high school, he contacted the administration, spent some money to get a diploma, greased a few more palms, and successfully sneaked into the VTC. I wasn't originally in favor of this backdoor approach, but then I figured wanting to learn is a good thing. So, I agreed. You could say it's a form of self-improvement. Not only that, Mitch even had Theodore Vance help get Grizzly a disability certificate. With Grizzly's slow mental processing, it wasn't exactly fraud. Then, he used the same method to shove him into the school too. Both of them are currently studying at the VTC. Right now, that group of rainbow-haired freshmen were chatting and laughing. Man, you guys have no idea about our recent track record. Those sophomores take a detour whenever they see me now, terrified of being sent flying again. Ha ha ha, probably scared of getting beaten up. I really didn't expect the upperclassmen to be such wimps. Now they don't even dare to accept when we challenge them. To think I was actually a bit afraid of them at first. Right? They're totally spineless. By the way, what about Shane Dixon? Isn't he supposed to be the kingpin of our VTC? The guy hasn't even shown his face. He's a bullshit kingpin, hiding away like a coward. Now the king has changed, and it's our big bro Madden Finch. In the center of the crowd, a guy with bleached hair and a baggy t-shirt and ripped jeans cupped his hands in pride, putting on the air of an underworld boss. I'm honored that you all think so highly of me, as to recognize me as your big bro. In the future, if you have anything that needs settling, just come to me. I won't turn you away. Seeing the atmosphere was just right, someone led the way by shouting, "Big bro!" Immediately, the others followed suit, shouting, "Big bro!" Madden Finch looked at the 30-plus brothers before him, shouting his title in unison, and his heart surged with pride. The adrenaline hitting his head, he gave a sharp wave of his hand and said, "Good. I, Madden Finch, am laying it out here today. From now on, we 32 will be of one heart. We'll walk through fire together. If anyone dares to touch a hair on a brother's head, I'll dismantle his whole operation." Great, awesome. The crowd was emotional, their blood boiling. They all dropped to their knees with a thud, just as they were about to officially swear the oath. A laugh suddenly interrupted them. Ha ha ha! Holy shit, you guys are killing me. A mocking laugh rang out abruptly, instantly shattering the solemn atmosphere. Everyone turned to look. They saw Mitch standing not far away with a cigarette in his mouth, his shoulders shaking with laughter. Madden Finch's face darkened. He snapped, "Mitch, what are you laughing at?" Mitch spread his hands, looking innocent. "I didn't want to laugh. It's just that you guys are making it so blood-boiling and intense. I just couldn't help the emotion coming up. By the way, where's your wine? Where's the knife? How can you have a blood oath without a knife? You're not being professional at all. Seriously. This is the sloppiest ceremony I've ever seen. Don't push it, Mitch. How we swear in is none of your damn business." Madden Finch barked, "Yeah, none of your business." The others joined in with angry shouts. Mitch waved his hands dismissively. All right. It really isn't any of my business. I'm just passing through. Carry on. After saying that, he turned to leave with Grizzly. Madden Finch stared at Mitch's back, his knuckles cracking as he clenched his fists. But once his gaze hit the person behind Mitch, Grizzly's hulking 6'7" frame, he forced his anger back down. After all, they had never seen anyone that ferocious looking. He really didn't dare to start a fight. Of course, as the boss elected by the freshmen, Madden Finch had to show some level of tolerance on the surface. He took a deep breath and suddenly shouted, "Mitch, I invited you to join us before, to stand against the upperclassmen together. You didn't agree. Now I'm asking you one more time. Do you want to roll with us? We can rule the VTC together." Truthfully, even though he had gathered over 30 people, and had recently been embarrassing the older students, he was still a bit uncertain. When he first enrolled, he'd asked around. Shane Dixon, a junior, had already held the position of VTC's kingpin for 2 years straight. He was very powerful. Shane Dixon hadn't been at school recently. If he came back to settle scores, this bunch of freshmen might not be able to hold him off. The VTC was different from state finance next door. Students could start internships in their sophomore year. Many people were often away from campus, as long as they registered it. That's why Madden Finch set his sights on Mitch and Grizzly. Especially Grizzly. Just standing there, he was incredibly intimidating. If he could recruit them, he wouldn't have to fear Shane Dixon so much. Hearing Madden Finch's second invitation, Mitch gave a disdainful laugh. "Roll with you? Who do you think you are? You're really full of yourself, aren't you?" Also, as a friendly reminder, Shane Dixon is actually coming back. After saying that, he simply left with Grizzly. Seeing Mitch show so little respect, those freshmen began to curse him for being ungrateful. They made a silent vow to teach this guy a lesson for mocking them once. They finished off Shane Dixon's crew. "Big bro, do we continue?" Madden Finch took a deep breath, suppressed his anger, and waved a hand to the group. "Continue." The freshmen knelt in a circle again. They were about to shout their "We don't ask to be born on the same day" oath slogan, when, ha ha ha, another round of piercing laughter came through. This time, everyone exploded. Having their ceremony interrupted twice in a row wasn't just a provocation anymore. It was like being repeatedly trampled on the face. "Damn it, who is it?" Several hot-headed freshmen jumped up, rolling up their sleeves to fight, but when they saw who it was, they froze in their tracks. Shane Dixon, the true kingpin of the VTC. Shane Dixon walked over leisurely with a dozen hoodlum-like lackeys. Although those people were dressed casually, the ruthless look in their eyes made it clear they were veteran brawlers. Playing at Swearing Brotherhood, Shane Dixon cocked his head, looking amused. "That's a game we got bored of years ago, and you're still pulling it out to play." He walked slowly up to Madden Finch, looking the freshman leader up and down. "So, you're Madden Finch?" Though Madden Finch was nervous inside, he remained relatively steady on the surface. "That's right, I'm Madden Finch." For Shane Dixon to rule the VTC for 2 years, he was definitely not someone to be trifled with. It was normal to be a little tense. Shane Dixon suddenly leaned forward, getting close to his ear and whispering, "Not bad. I've been at the VTC for a long time, and you're the first one brave enough to lead people to beat my brothers. How do you want to settle this?" "How do you want to settle it?" Madden Finch bit the bullet and asked back. "Simple." Shane Dixon held up 2 fingers. "Pay $20,000 for medical expenses, and we'll call it even." "20,000? You're robbing us," Madden Finch blurted out. You had to realize that among these freshmen, most had a monthly allowance of only $500 or $600, even if they pooled all their money together. Without eating or drinking, it would take over a month to scrape together $20,000. Shane Dixon picked his ear with his pinky. He said dismissively, "You be my brothers, so is it really too much to ask for a little compensation?" Madden Finch didn't say a word. He just stared him down. Seeing that no one spoke, Shane Dixon let out a cold sneer. "Looks like you're dead set on not paying. Fine, school's out tomorrow. Let's settle this outside the campus. Of course, if you're scared and want to hide like cowards, I promise that from now on, whenever you set foot outside, you'll wish you hadn't." As he spoke, Shane slapped Madden Finch's face a few times. "You useless trash, do you have the balls to accept? If not, then get on the ground and crawl. Crawl right through my legs." Madden Finch's face turned bright red. Anyone in the life knows that reputation is everything. If he backed down today, he would lose his status as the leader. His newly formed group would fall apart instantly. The freshmen behind him couldn't take it anymore either. Madden. Let's do it, we're not afraid of them. Madden Finch took a deep breath and said to Shane Dixon, I accept. Pick the place. Shane Dixon sneered. If you got guts, then the east side of the suburban park. Let's do it there. Just remember, if you dare stand me up, I will hunt every single one of you down. Having delivered his threats, Shane Dixon turned and sauntered off with his lackeys. If he hadn't been worried about making too much of a scene on campus, with his temper, he would have started the fight right then and there. Once Shane and his crew were gone, someone asked tentatively, Are we still doing the ceremony? Madden Finch gritted his teeth. Yes! The crowd knelt for the third time, ready to finish the swearing-in ceremony. Just as they were about to shout the oath, someone suddenly shouted in surprise. Whoa, that moon is so bright. Everyone looked confused. What moon? It's the middle of the day. Where's the moon? By the time they realized what was happening, the dean's perfectly polished bald head was shimmering in the sunlight. He appeared before them with a grim expression. Holy shit! Run for it. What about the oath? Next time, for sure. Dean Holloway watched the fleeing freshman and couldn't help but sigh. When will this dump of a school ever find some peace? Every year, it's either brawls or riots. And now, they're actually trying to form a secret society. If someone could just take these thubs off his hands, he'd be willing to agree to almost any condition. The reason he hadn't shouted to stop them earlier was that he had his own share of misery. As the Dean of Student Affairs, he had already been jumped and beaten in a sack several times. Even the last few strands of hair he had been ripped out by a few expelled students. In this era, it wasn't unusual for students to hit teachers. Some of the more reckless students even thought having a criminal record made them look tougher. So when the dean saw these freshmen acting like mobsters, he got a massive headache. Fortunately, the freshmen were still somewhat afraid of him. If it had been Shane Dixon's crew, those upperclassmen probably wouldn't have even bothered to run. They might have even mocked him. Hey Dean, you haven't had a haircut in a while, have you? The school's chaos was a long-standing issue in my past life. It wasn't until 10 years later, following education reforms and school mergers, that things finally began to improve. 12 years later, it was officially renamed Emerald Academy and upgraded to a 4-year college, finally shedding its reputation as a cattle farm. The news of the brawl between the freshmen and seniors spread like wildfire. Students at State Finance normally wouldn't know about this sort of thing. After all, the academic cultures of the two schools were night and day, and the management at State Finance was much stricter. But some people found out very quickly. That evening, Lily Harper rushed into the dorm room. As soon as she entered, she started shouting, Vanessa, there's going to be a huge show tomorrow. Wanna go? I was sitting at my desk, organizing my notes. I asked without looking up, What show? Lily Harper leaned in mysteriously, lowering her voice. The freshmen at the VTC are fighting the seniors. They challenged the VTC kingpin, Shane Dixon. I heard that the total number of people involved on both sides will be at least 100. It's a massive scale. She became more excited as she spoke. The last time I heard about something this big was ages ago, and now it's actually happening. I've only seen this in movies before. Seeing it in person will be way more intense. Haha. I closed my notebook and looked at Lily Harper helplessly. Why would you want to go anywhere near something that dangerous? What if you get caught in the middle? With those skinny legs of yours, you wouldn't even be able to run away. Lily Harper pouted. You have a point. It's a shame. To think I'm going to miss out on such a great scene. Vanessa, school's out tomorrow. Are you going home? Lily Harper leaned against my desk, resting her chin on her folded arms. She blinked her big eyes and asked. I looked up at her. I'm staying. I have things to do. Why? Aren't you going home? I'm definitely not going back. Lily Harper curled her lip, unconsciously twirling a strand of hair with her finger. My parents are busy to death all day. If I go back, I'll just be stuck at home alone watching TV. I'd die of boredom just reading books. Vanessa, let's go to the internet cafe. Do you know how to play games? I shook my head helplessly and said, I feel like if I keep hanging out with you, you're going to be a bad influence on me. Lily Harper playfully stuck out her tongue. Well, I don't have anyone else to go with. Leah and the others already took the bus home this afternoon. It's just the two of us left to rely on each other now. So if you don't come with me, who will? Although the official holiday doesn't start until tomorrow, since this afternoon, a lot of people have already left for home. Most of the other dorms are in the same situation. Those who could go back have left, and many of those who stayed have headed to the internet cafes. Smartphones haven't become common yet, so the internet cafe is pretty much every young person's favorite spot. Vanessa, are you coming or not? We don't have class tomorrow. Why are you working so hard? Lily Harper continued to coax me. I shook my head again. If you want to go, go by yourself. I really can't stand the internet cafe. That smell. The environment in cafes these days is nothing like the future. There's the smell of smoke, instant noodles, and even smelly feet. The odor is overwhelming. Anyway, I just can't deal with it. Fine. Lily Harper's shoulders slumped, but then, thinking about dominating the game, she got excited again. She pulled her ID out of her drawer. Then, I'm going alone. However, when she ran down to the first floor in high spirits, she found that the dorm's main door was already locked. Lily Harper pulled out her phone in disbelief. She checked the time. It was only 10:00 p.m. Why was the door locked? It was an hour earlier than the usual curfew. Maybe because the holiday started tomorrow. The dorm matron had decided to lock up early. She returned to the dorm room dejectedly. Lily Harper looked like a deflated balloon. She shuffled over to the bed by the window opposite me and flopped down. I watched her look of utter despair and couldn't help but laugh. This is for the best. You're a girl. It isn't safe for you to be out in the middle of the night. You should stop going out so late from now on. Although I knew by now that Lily Harper's background wasn't ordinary and that almost no one in Emerald City would dare touch her. That only applied if people actually knew who she was. Those street thugs outside school won't care whose daughter you really are. On orientation day, after I inadvertently learned about Lily Harper's identity, I had quietly searched for related information online. Unexpectedly, I really did manage to find some useful information, although her family's details were very well protected and couldn't be found on the internet at all. Based on her age, surname, and the public resume I found, it was still very easy for me to determine that Lily Harper's father was a truly powerful figure. When I confirmed the information at the time, even my heart as a reborn soul skipped a beat. The person I was currently most familiar with on the official side was Deputy Chief Gary Reed back in Foggy Creek, but compared to Lily Harper's father, he was basically no different from a low-level lackey. Lying in bed that night, Lily Harper was tossing and turning, unable to sleep, holding her phone and chatting with someone. After who knows how long, she suddenly sat up abruptly, her eyes wide and round. What? Are you serious? That is way too cool. I was startled by her sudden movement. I gave her a look and said, "What's wrong with you? Stop making such a fuss." Vanessa, do you know about that group of black-clad gangsters on the second floor of the campus snack street? Lily Harper asked mysteriously. My heart tightened at her words, instinctively wondering if they had been targeted by the police. But then I chuckled to myself. My company was a legitimate business, with all the paperwork in order. Why should I worry about being watched? I know them. What about it? Someone in the group chat just said that the boss of those black-clad guys who suddenly appeared is actually a woman. Hey, Lily Harper said with a face full of excitement. A woman as the boss. That is just too badass. Lily Harper's long-standing dream was to be the woman of a social boss. That kind of thinking wasn't rare in this era, especially for a girl like her who was quite rebellious and loved watching gangster movies. However, while she was scrolling through the group messages, she actually learned that the boss of a faction was a woman. It completely shattered her worldview. The Underworld was usually about whose fist was bigger. Only the one with the biggest fist could be the boss. In this regard, women naturally occupied a disadvantageous position. This was related to the differences in personality and genetics between men and women. But now someone was telling Lily Harper that the boss of a faction was actually a woman. You can imagine the impact this had on her. Vanessa, there's actually a female boss. Isn't that way cooler than those violent men? Although Lily didn't even know her name, or what she looked like, she had already crowned this mysterious female boss as her life's idol. She rolled around on her bed excitedly, constantly muttering, "It's way too cool. Too cool." As I watched her, the corner of my mouth twitched involuntarily. If this girl knew that the female boss she admired was right across from her, I wondered what her reaction would be. Wait, I'm not some female boss. And where did this information come from? I furrowed my brow slightly and asked, Lily, where did you actually get this news from? And how can you be so sure those people are gangsters? Maybe they're just employees of a regular company, just dressed more formally. Lily Harper couldn't help but laugh out loud. Vanessa, you are way too innocent. But it's normal for a good student like you not to know the ways of the underworld. Just look at their display, and the name of that group, the Grand Apex Alliance. It sounds super dark. It's definitely not a legitimate company. I was speechless. Right, my day. You still haven't said who told you this. In the time since school started, I had never told anyone about my identity. People at school only knew my family was well off. They didn't know anything else. I didn't expect that suddenly someone would start leaking my identity and my information. I had to be vigilant. Better safe than sorry. Especially in a place like Emerald City. I had another syndicate I had to face. The syndicate. Just an anonymous netizen in the group chat. Lily Harper waved her phone. This guy is incredible. He knows every little piece of insider info. I've gotten a lot of my news from him. It's just a shame. A shame what? I don't know who that female boss actually is. Lily Harper wailed, throwing herself down to roll on the bed. If I knew, I'd definitely go pay my respects and beg to be taken in immediately. Just think about it. A woman can be the boss of a group with a name as domineering as the Grand Apex Alliance. How badass is that? How cool. Oh, and Vanessa, you've got to keep this a secret for me, Lily Harper added as she thought of something. Lily was currently fascinated by the underworld and had met quite a few hoodlums outside school. Currently, no one else in the dorm knew except me. She knew very well that once too many people found out, especially if it reached her father's ears, the consequences would be unthinkable. It was only because we were close that she didn't hide it from me. Now that Lily Harper knew the boss of that new Grand Apex Alliance group outside school was actually a woman, her heart felt like it was being scratched by a cat. She imagined what it would be like if she could conquer the world with this female boss. How cool would that be? Don't worry, I won't say anything. I continued to fish for information, but doesn't that netizen know her identity? Why didn't he tell you? I get mad just thinking about it. Lily Harper punched her pillow, looking huffy. That guy is just a total money grubber. He charges a fee every time he reveals key information. He's just as annoying as the author of that book I'm reading, The Mafia Princess. They always stop right at the exciting parts. I'm so mad I want to lock him in a dark room and not give him food unless he writes 20,000 words a day. I sighed silently in my heart. Man, that poor author. I replied, since you say the information comes with a price, why don't you just give him the money? Lily Harper said with a long face, where would I get the money? My dad only gives me an $800 allowance a month. I even borrowed $200 from you this month and haven't paid it back yet. I smiled. It's fine. You can pay me back whenever. I'm in no rush. Vanessa, you are just too good to me. Lily Harper excitedly reached out her hand. How about you lend me another $300? That'll make it an even $500. I shook my head helplessly, but still pulled 3 bills from my wallet, folded them, and tossed them to her. Lily Harper was thrilled to get the money. Love ya. Vanessa, now I have money for the internet again, and I won't have to live with a tightened belt. Hee hee hee. Lily Harper's $800 monthly allowance was enough for food and drink. With 3 meals a day at the state finance cafeteria, she could get by on $20 if she were frugal. But if she wanted to go online or buy clothes and makeup, it really wouldn't be enough. She didn't dare ask her father for a raise in her allowance. After all, she had been a bit afraid of her father since she was young. In her mind, her father was the very definition of the word stern. So sometimes, even if she really ran out of money, she wouldn't open her mouth to her father, fearing his lecture. Fortunately, her roommate Vanessa Miller was a high roller. The skincare products she usually uses cost almost as much as her monthly allowance for a single bottle. She wasn't short on cash. Most importantly, they had a very good relationship now. Borrowing a few $100s was no big deal. Of course, only Lily Harper borrowed money from me, without any psychological burden. If any of my other roommates tried to borrow money from me, they would certainly feel a burden. This was likely a confidence born from family background. Although it was a harsh reality, it was the truth. People from wealthy or well-connected families in the real world are simply more confident than children from ordinary families. Lily, I suddenly said in a serious tone, ask that person how much it costs for the complete set of information. I wanted to verify whether the information was real or fake, even if Lily Harper found out. that I was, indeed, the mysterious female boss she was talking about? It wouldn't matter. After all, I wasn't actually part of the underworld. I was just running a legitimate business. If the information was truly detailed and accurate, then I had to find this person, because this involved my privacy. I couldn't ignore the fact that someone was collecting data on me. I couldn't just brush it off. Just like when smartphones became widespread in the future, though ordinary people's data leaked like a sieve, everyone still cared about their privacy. Lily Harper was completely surprised by my words. Vanessa, why are you suddenly interested in this kind of gossip? You're acting strange. Although she often talked to me about topics involving the streets and the underworld, she also knew that I didn't actually care for that sort of thing. Before I could even explain, Lily Harper suddenly looked like she'd had an epiphany. I get it. You want to meet that female boss too, don't you? It looks like under my influence, you've finally seen the light. No, that wasn't the right way to put it. Was it enlightened? No, that wasn't it either. Oh, whatever. I've always felt that if us sisters got into the life together, we'd have a great future. I was defeated by Lily Harper's train of thought. I didn't know what her father would think if he knew his daughter's head was filled with thoughts of joining the underworld and ruling the streets. You talk too much. Just ask quickly. If they have the complete information, I'll have someone transfer the money to them. I urged her. I can't. Lily Harper shook her head. Didn't he say it was a paid service? I asked in confusion. It's not that. It's that he doesn't accept transfers at all. He only accepts cash transactions. Lily Harper explained. I thought to myself that this person was quite cautious. Using bank cards truly isn't that safe. If they were being watched, it would be a problem. However, only accepting cash had its advantages as well. At least it made it easier for me to catch them. Just ask him. I'll go to the bank and withdraw some cash later. Oh, and just use your name. I didn't plan on contacting Lily Harper's online friend personally, because an ordinary person would naturally be more wary of a stranger suddenly adding them. It was different with Lily Harper. She was often active in that group chat, so the person shouldn't be as guarded against her. Okay, I'll contact him right now. Lily Harper was incredibly enthusiastic. Getting information about her idol for free? Why wouldn't she be happy to do such a good thing? However, before long, Lily Harper started cursing angrily. This person is way too greedy. He's asking for $10,000 or even $50,000, Vanessa. Maybe we should just forget it. The price is too high. Buy it. My voice was terrifyingly calm. Let him pick the place. Lily Harper was stunned for a moment. She truly hadn't expected me to be so decisive. But since I had said so, she could only agree to it. She bought the cheapest package. Information worth $10,000. Both parties agreed to meet tomorrow morning at a certain cafe in the snack street for the transaction. Seeing that $10,000 was about to be handed over, Lily Harper couldn't help but ask, Vanessa, to be honest, how much is your monthly allowance? Although she knew my family was quite wealthy, even for a rich heiress, there should be a limit to her monthly allowance, right? I replied flatly, not much. Just a little bit. When Lily Harper heard this, she nearly rolled her eyes. You call that a little bit? Then compared to her $800 a month was basically no different from being a beggar. Vanessa's parents were just too good. They really were generous, unlike her parents who were stingy, giving her so little every month. It wasn't even enough for her to buy a few outfits. But then she thought, it was pretty good having such a wealthy best friend. At least she could mooch some food and drinks when she was broke, and she wouldn't have to starve. The next day, following the agreement, Lily Harper arrived at the designated cafe right on time, ready to pick up the purchased intelligence. As for me, I had already cast a wide net across the snack street, keeping a constant eye on the cafe's movements. In truth, it was only after entering the snack street that I realized just how cautious that guy was. But normally, the snack street might not have that much foot traffic during the day, but right now was a long holiday. There were huge crowds of people shopping, and in some places it was even shoulder to shoulder. It was incredibly bustling. Diagonally across from the designated cafe, I found a milk tea shop. I ordered 2 cups of milk tea, and sat inside, waiting for the target to show their face. Outside there were about 40 core members of the Grand Apex Alliance in ordinary clothes. They pretended to be ordinary tourists wandering through the snack street. Seeing that the meeting time was approaching, I called Mitch. I instructed him not to focus entirely on the cafe. Have people watch for suspicious individuals on the street. Someone as cautious as the seller was unlikely to come for the transaction personally. Sure enough, before long, a woman who looked like an ordinary middle-aged auntie walked into the cafe. She instantly caught everyone's attention. I saw the woman look around the room, and then head straight toward Lily Harper, who was sitting in a window seat. She handed her a flash drive. Lily Harper was a bit confused that the contact was a middle-aged woman, but she didn't think much of it. She simply handed the small bag containing the money to her. Because Lily Harper had no idea of my true identity, her performance was very natural, and she didn't raise any suspicion at all. After getting the flash drive, Lily Harper left the cafe immediately. Meanwhile, the woman stood at the cafe entrance, as if she was waiting for someone, and didn't leave for a long time. "Miss, should we move?" "No, wait a little longer." Minutes and seconds ticked by, but no one ever came to the cafe entrance to collect the money from the woman, and the woman herself never left. I couldn't help but wonder if our people had been exposed. Right then, past the milk tea shop entrance, a thug with white-dyed hair walked by. At first, I didn't pay much attention. After all, there were too many thugs with dyed hair in this era. But just a few seconds later, I felt something was wrong. I had a feeling that I had seen this white-haired thug somewhere before. Although the white-haired thug was acting very naturally, I still felt something was off. A moment later, a memory suddenly flashed through my mind. After the college entrance exams ended, at the Imperial Hotel in Foggy Creek, I seemed to have seen a waiter wearing a hat. That person's hair had also been white. Having confirmed my suspicion, I didn't hesitate any longer. I immediately said to Lance beside me, "Lance, notify everyone. The target is the guy with white hair." Lance nodded. He immediately used his phone to notify the Grand Apex Alliance members scattered across the snack street. At this moment, Ashton Gray was still acting as if nothing was wrong, pretending to buy something at a grilled skewer stall. Once he confirmed he wasn't being watched, he planned to take his freshly bought skewers to find the middle-aged woman he'd hired to collect the money. Actually, he didn't really need to be this cautious. But who could help it when the Grand Apex Alliance was right there on the snack street? Just as he was about to turn around, he suddenly noticed people closing in from his direction. Ashton Gray's heart skipped a beat. The bamboo skewer in his hand snapped. "I've been spotted. Fuck." He cursed under his breath, threw the skewer on the ground, and bolted. Seeing that their cover was blown, Mitch and his guys stopped hiding. He shouted loudly, "Catch him for me. It's that little prick with the white hair." Instantly, a large number of men who looked like thugs appeared and surrounded the area. They shouted in unison, "Catch that white-haired prick. Get that white-haired bastard." One person ran, while a whole crowd chased. Ashton Gray wove through the crowd, dodging left and right. Hearing the shouts behind him, he quickly pulled up his hoodie to cover his conspicuous white hair. However, this movement didn't escape Mitch's sharp eyes. The one in the gray hoodie is the white-haired guy. Catch him. The other Grand Apex members quickly started relaying the message. The one in the gray hoodie is the target. Get him, damn it. This never ends, does it? Ashton Gray ripped off his hoodie. His eyes darted to a roadside stall, filled with multicolored temporary hair dyes. He grabbed a bottle of black dye and sprayed it haphazardly over his head as he ran. He thought this would help him escape his pursuers. But he didn't expect Mitch and the others to change their slogan. The one who was wearing the gray hoodie is the target. Catch him. Ashton Gray almost bit his tongue. Without a word, he ripped off his hoodie and threw it behind him, revealing a torso covered in blue and purple bruises. But the pursuers behind still wouldn't let him go. The one in blue jeans is the white-haired guy. Shit. Ashton Gray was going completely insane. He started unbuckling his belt while running. The one running naked is him. 10 minutes later, in a dead-end alley on the snack street, Ashton Gray, looking completely desperate, was cornered in the alley by the crowd. "Run. Go on, run." Mitch stepped forward with a sinister grin. "Keep running if you think you're so tough." Ashton Gray swallowed hard, his back pressed against the cold wall. "Gentlemen, it's a misunderstanding. A complete misunderstanding." Mitch clapped his hands. A lackey behind him immediately brought over the middle-aged woman from the street. "Don't be afraid, ma'am," Mitch said kindly. "Just take a look. Is this the kid who told you to go to the cafe?" The woman squinted, her gaze scanning over Ashton Gray's. Cloudy. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. "Nice build, young man. Do you do outcalls? Ashton Gray? One? Everyone?" "Ha ha ha." Mitch's face darkened as he interrupted. "Look closely, ma'am. Is it him?" That's him, all right. The woman reluctantly withdrew her gaze. His hair color is different now, and his clothes are gone for some reason. That's none of your business. You can go now, ma'am. Mitch waved her off. The woman nodded quickly and left in a hurry. However, as she reached the alley entrance, she couldn't help but turn back and say, if he owes you money and can't pay it back, tell him to call me. I've got some savings. Get lost. Ashton Gray's face turned beet red. I'm not a... Ha ha ha. It has to be said that Ashton Gray's physique was indeed quite good, lean and well-defined, comparable to a runway male model. He also had fox-like eyes, and a face that looked like a typical pretty boy. Mitch waved to his lackeys to see the woman off, then turned and asked, can we talk like civil people now? Who are you? And why were you collecting information on our miss? Ashton Gray still wanted to play dumb. I really don't know anything. I'm just a messenger. Please, just let me go. Looks like you don't want to do this the easy way. Mitch grinned ominously. In that case, I'll help you do it the hard way. With a wave of his hand, 3 or 4 lackeys holding small video cameras immediately appeared and surrounded Ashton Gray. This guy would definitely fetch a good price at the clubs. Get the right angles. Make sure to capture the poses, those special interest guys like, Mitch ordered. Ashton Gray's face changed instantly. He blurted out, I'll talk. Damn it, these people were too much. He could handle it if they found him a sugar mommy, but this, wouldn't it have been better to cooperate from the start? Mitch waved his hand, and the lackeys about to film immediately put away their cameras. Then, Mitch had someone throw Ashton Gray's clothes back to him. Once Ashton was dressed, the group of lackeys behind Mitch split down the middle, and Lance and I stepped through. Miss. Ashton Gray watched the scene. If he had known this girl's full background, he wouldn't have been so spooked. To be honest, if he hadn't gathered enough information himself, he would never have believed that this girl came from a simple, rural village. This also proved how incredibly capable she was. In a short amount of time, she had taken down Foggy Creek's local tyrant, Benny Russo, and her influence was only growing. Ms. Miller, Ashton Gray said, forcing himself to stay calm, as he greeted me. I stood about 3 steps away from him, and asked coolly, go on, what's your name? And why are you collecting information on me? Ashton Gray's eyes darted around, clearly trying to invent a fake name to fool me. When he heard me add, don't even think about lying. I'm only giving you one chance. At those words, Ashton Gray's resolve completely collapsed. He answered honestly, my name is Ashton Gray. I collect information just to make a living. I'm a broker. I raised an eyebrow slightly. People still do that these days? Ashton Gray nodded and smiled bitterly. Every era has people like us. It's just that a small-time player like me can't compare to those spokesmen for the real heavyweights. A true broker wasn't the kind of middleman or reseller that ordinary people imagined. A truly powerful broker was often the representative of a major figure's interests. A middleman who could speak directly with high-ranking officials and powerful people. Someone like Ashton Gray, at best, could only be considered a low-level hustler. Ms. Miller, Ashton Gray pleaded, I promise I'll never touch your files again. Could you please give me a break? I gently brushed my cuff, and a faint smile played on my lips. You want me to let you go? Give me something that impresses me. Otherwise, I'll have to send you somewhere safe. I know a lot of secrets. I can sell them to you at a discount. Not enough. Then I'll give you 10 secrets for free. Still not enough. 20. I really can't go any higher than that. You have 3 chances left. I give up. All information is free for you, including the intel on University Town that you care about most. I really have nothing else. If that's not enough, I'll give you all the money I have. Northbridge Gardens, Building 3, Apartment 601. My eyes flashed. I turned to Lance and said, send people to check every tenant in that building. Ashton Gray's face went pale instantly. I've already told you everything I have. Why don't you believe me? I stared at him for a few seconds, and suddenly raised my hand to stop Lance. It looks like you aren't lying. Now, tell us something useful. Ashton Gray let out a long breath, his back completely soaked with cold sweat. He had never met a woman so difficult to deal with. The conversation just now really gave him the feeling that she would see through any lie he told. After being brought to the Grand Apex Alliance office, Ashton Gray, facing a room full of men in black, didn't dare hold anything back anymore. Then let's start with University Town. I'm sure you already know. that the VTC boss is having a showdown with a group of freshmen tonight. But there's one piece of information you might not know. The bosses of Grain Economics and the Technology Institute will also be there. If you want to unify University Town, this is a great opportunity. Ambush a group of people. Wait until both sides are exhausted from fighting, and then take them all down in one go. This time, I didn't even have to give the word. Mitch slapped him on the back of the head. What a load of nonsense. We're a legitimate company. We never do anything illegal or disruptive. Ashton Gray clutched his face and couldn't help but look at Mitch, thinking that they were really trying to play both sides. That's right. Your company's paperwork is indeed all legal. But which of the things you do is something a normal company would do? Right, I misspoke. What I meant was, University Town is currently being turned into a mess by those thugs. Ms. Miller, Mr. Madden, B. You should return this place to its former glory. As he spoke, he took another look at the room full of Grand Apex members. It was a bit overwhelming. Since you know so much information about our Grand Apex Alliance, I'm sure you must be familiar with those bosses in University Town as well. I don't care about anything else. I just want to know if they've done anything illegal. Well, there's definitely some. How many of those bosses have a clean record? Of course, you're the exception, Ms. Miller, Ashton Gray said quickly. I nodded, and then called outside, Theodore. Soon, Theodore Vance, dressed in a sharp suit, walked over and stood in front of Ashton Gray. He adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and looked at the guy in front of him with a sharp gaze. That look made Ashton Gray feel completely uncomfortable, almost as if he were being told to say the words, I am guilty. Theodore Vance's gaze was clearly different from the other Grand Apex members. The men in black gave off a feeling of being from the streets. Theodore Vance's gaze made you feel like if you looked at him for 1 second too long, you'd be sentenced to a suspended death penalty. Tell him everything you know. I signaled to Ashton Gray and then looked at Mitch. Mitch, you assist with the evidence collection. Yes, miss. Mitch answered the order. About 10 minutes later, I basically understood the specific situation. The VTC boss, Shane Dixon, had a history of countless brawls, and he even ran an underground casino with over a dozen gambling machines. Besides that, he was also suspected of assaulting a female student. But later, it's unknown how he threatened the girl, as she didn't report it to the police. The Grain Economics boss, George Young, had done much of the same. He ran a small casino. The Technology Institute boss, Victor Hale, although he didn't do those things, he actually produced and sold a lot of game hacks and cracking software. He was quite skilled technically, and his income was significant. However, it was all gray income, white marking. Besides that, the lackeys following these bosses had all more or less extorted protection money from students. Listening to these reports, my gaze became colder and colder. I started thinking about how to deal with these guys. Ashton Gray was indeed quite capable. In addition to his intel being accurate, he had also collected a lot of evidence. Photos of the gambling machines, the contact information of the victimized girl, and chat records of the hack transactions. You little, Mitch couldn't help but marvel. You've really got a knack for gathering intel. Ashton Gray gave a sheepish smile and peeked at me. He saw that I was lost in thought, considering something. He had to admit that this girl was truly charming and very capable. While Theodore Vance was busy questioning Ashton Gray, I closed my eyes slightly. In my mind, I quickly searched for information about Ashton Gray. With such a strong ability to collect intelligence, Ashton Gray was destined not to remain an unknown figure forever. Soon, I opened my eyes, a hint of surprise flashing through them, which then turned into a smile. This guy really is interesting. Ashton Gray shared a similar trait with Theodore Vance. They both loved money, but the clear difference between the two was that one only loved money, while the other loved money and also luxury goods. Also, Theodore Vance's love for money was legal, while Ashton Gray ended up with a life sentence. According to the case files, he was later sentenced to life for his involvement in several commercial espionage cases. He was eventually sent to a prison full of predators. His end was truly miserable. This was mainly because the things he did were too easy to offend people. Once caught, it was easy for people to ruin him completely. Theodore Vance walked up to me after questioning Ashton Gray. Miss, he said with a look of excitement, this guy is truly a talent. It's a shame he's not a private investigator. He'd be perfect at catching cheating husbands. To be honest, after getting so much information from him, Theodore was truly shocked. It even gave him an idea to stop being a corporate lawyer and specialize in divorce cases instead. He could definitely make a lot of money working with this guy. Of course, it was just a passing thought. After a moment of silence, I asked, "How do you think I should deal with him?" Theodore Vance adjusted his glasses, a cold light flashing off the lenses. "This person always picks at his thumb when he speaks, a typical tell that he's lying. If we let him go, he'll likely hide away, and he might even do something that's not in your best interest, miss. Just leave him to me. With a bit of maneuvering on my end, getting him locked up for 3 to 5 years won't be an issue. With that face and build of his, if he's sent to a prison full of those kinds of guys, he'll be ruined within 2 years. Ashton Gray instantly broke into a sweat. Is this the lawyer for the Grand Apex Alliance? Is that really necessary? I just collected some information to make a bit of money. You want to ruin me completely? Good grief, your heart is way too dark. I pondered for a moment, but eventually shook my head. Rejecting the plan, Theodore Vance proposed for dealing with Ashton Gray. It's fine, he won't get away. Theodore Vance replied, Then I don't have any issues on my end. By the way, miss, I've hired 2 intern lawyers as assistants. Do you want to meet them? Don't worry. I've already fully instilled our Grand Apex Alliance philosophy into them. The teaching results are quite good so far. When they heard I was giving them a 10-year contract, they were all so excited they almost cried. You're in full charge of the law firm. I waved my hand, my gaze falling back onto Ashton Gray. Understood. Theodore Vance gave a respectful bow and turned to Mitch to give him some follow-up. Arrangements for the evidence collection. Once they were all busy, I walked up to Ashton Gray again. Although I had read Ashton Gray's case file in my past life, but some of the information wasn't entirely believable. However, based on Ashton Gray's behavior, it was easy to tell that he was the type to use any means to achieve his goals. A two-faced man who knew when to bow and when to stand. A guy who could run naked through the streets wouldn't surrender easily. As for his claim that he'd never touch my files again, the likelihood was extremely low. If I just let him leave like this, he would definitely go into hiding and return to his old trade. He wouldn't actually support me. But Ashton Gray had one fatal weakness, even though he disguised it well. You can go, I said suddenly. A flash of wild joy crossed Ashton Gray's eyes, but he immediately masked it with a face of tearful gratitude. He older. Then, he left his favorite jade Buddha pendant as collateral, claiming he was now Vanessa Miller's man. Ms. Miller, this is a family heirloom. It's worth 6 figures. I'll leave it here as proof of my sincerity. I knew he was doing this to gain my trust, so that I wouldn't change my mind. For someone so greedy, being willing to part with a 6-figure jade Buddha pendant, even just as a pawn, certainly made it look like he was sincerely surrendering. I also put on a look of satisfaction and told Ashton he could come and get it any time. Ashton, naturally, acted like he was moved to tears and left the office weeping. He wasn't crying because he was touched, but because he had finally escaped my clutches. He wouldn't be forced into debt slavery, and he wouldn't be handled by that damn lawyer. At the same time, his heart was genuinely aching. That was his beloved jade Buddha pendant after all. The moment Ashton Gray left the Grand Apex office and confirmed he wasn't being followed, he pulled out his phone and dialed a number. The price went up. You're getting nothing without at least 200,000. After hanging up abruptly, he gave a roadside trash can a violent kick, letting out a loud clang. This was the second time he had messed up. The first time, he would have been done for if not for pure luck. He thought he could make a comeback by fleeing to Emerald City. But he hadn't expected to fall at the hands of a woman. Ashton reached into his crumpled jacket pocket and pulled out a pack of Marlboros. He shook out a cigarette and put it in his mouth, then pulled out a lighter and sparked it. As the smoke swirled around him, the sting in his heart finally began to fade. After this job, I'm going into hiding. Ashton blew out a smoke ring and narrowed his eyes as he plotted. That woman's intuition was terrifying. If I keep dealing with her, I'm finished sooner or later. From the very beginning, he never intended to actually follow that woman, because men like him never trust anyone, especially since her sixth sense was far too sharp. If he spent too much time around her, he was afraid she'd eventually see right through him. Inside the Grand Apex Alliance conference room, only Lance and I remained. Mitch had already taken some men out on an assignment. He had begun deploying staff to gather criminal evidence on those other campus bosses, so that we could wipe them all out in one go later. I was holding a freshly printed photograph. I studied it carefully for a while, then handed it to Lance. Lance took it casually at first, but his pupils constricted the moment he saw the image. He hurriedly reached into his inner jacket pocket, pulled a yellowed old photo from his wallet, and placed the two pictures side by side. The resemblance was over 95%. She must be the real miss of the syndicate. Lance, what do you think? My expression was calm. However, a faint, imperceptible ripple flashed through my eyes. Lance's Adam's apple bobbed with difficulty. To tell the truth, in his heart, he preferred the strategizing miss, standing right in front of him. But the girl in the photo looked exactly like the old boss. I'll choose for you. I stood up suddenly, my skirt tracing an elegant arc. As I looked at him seriously, from now on, I am your true miss. She isn't. But Lance's voice caught in his throat. I gazed out the window, the sunlight bathing my refined features. She's such a good girl. She shouldn't have to carry such filthy burdens. What do you think, miss? That would be unfair to you. Lance admitted it. If it were his choice, he didn't want the boss's daughter to be dragged into the syndicate's murky world either. But doing this was truly too unfair to Vanessa Miller. The syndicate already knows that the miss has come to Emerald City for school, and they've begun to make their move. This was all information gathered from Ashton Gray. As potential rivals, they had always been on guard against the syndicate. They just hadn't expected that they would suddenly get news of the actual syndicate heiress. Ashton Gray actually had a photograph in his possession. Although the girl in it was much older, it was still plain to see that she and the girl in Lance's photo were practically cut from the same cloth. Ashton Gray could have originally kept the photo's existence from me. The reason he produced it was to prove he was truly surrendering, and that I needn't worry about the syndicate going after him, because he also knew I would certainly worry about the syndicate targeting me. However, Ashton Gray would never have guessed that I wouldn't do that, but would instead proactively embrace this identity. I knew that this identity wouldn't bring me any benefits. On the contrary, it would likely bring trouble and danger. But I still chose to do it. Firstly, it was for the sake of Lance and the others. Secondly, I didn't want to see that girl repeat the tragedy of my past life and die young, because that girl's current identity was that of a rookie cop fresh out of the academy. That's right, no one would ever suspect that the syndicate boss's daughter would actually be a police officer. Furthermore, the badge number on her chest was a number that had been reactivated 3 times before being retired forever. Lance, I gently brushed the smiling face of the girl in the photo. Let us be the ones to carry the darkness. My fingertip lingered on the badge number for a moment. Then I decisively locked the photo in the back of my drawer. Lance was so moved, he didn't know what to say. After a moment, he took a deep breath and said earnestly, Miss, I once swore an oath to repay the boss's kindness no matter what. Now I want to tell you, as long as I'm here, I will never let anyone lay a finger on you. As he spoke, he picked up a folding knife and sliced a line across his palm. Blood dripped from his palm onto the marble floor. As long as I live, this oath remains. I truly feel that since my rebirth, many things have been changing. Take, for example, the reason Ashton Gray had that girl's photo. If you look for the root cause, the source of it all actually lies with me. None of this happened in my past life. In that life, I was just a normal student who got into college and became an intern lawyer after graduation. In other words, I should have had no connection with Lance and the others at all. Yet in this life, everything has changed. It was precisely because Lance and the others showed up with that photo and mistook me for the syndicate heiress that Ashton Gray eventually stumbled upon. The information and photograph of the girl who might be the real heiress. It's been a whole chain of events. My conflict with the syndicate was already set in stone. A money grubber like Ashton Gray had secretly gathered so much intelligence on me, only to sell it for a high price in the future. But during his investigations, he had accidentally discovered the girl who might be the actual syndicate heiress. In short, if Lance and his crew hadn't mistaken me for the miss, Ashton Gray never would have stumbled upon those clues regarding the true syndicate heiress's identity. Of course, both we and Ashton Gray can only speculate at this point. Nothing can be proven yet. After all, relying solely on a photo to decide she is the daughter of the syndicate boss would be far too reckless. Based on what I know from my past life, throughout all the files and data I had on her, There was never any mention that her father was the leader of the syndicate. Instead, she was a third-generation police legacy. Regardless, whether this was a misunderstanding or a butterfly effect caused by Vanessa Miller's rebirth, I felt there was no reason to let that girl be dragged into this messy conflict. Lance, send some men to tail Ashton Gray, specifically his address at the gardens. He likely has more than just that one place. I gave the order. Understood. Miss. Lance was about to turn and leave. Wait. I suddenly called out to him. Then, I pulled some gauze from the first aid kit. My movements were gentle as I took Lance's injured left hand, disinfecting it and wrapping the wound. The moment the iodine cotton ball touched the cut, Lance's muscles visibly tensed, but he didn't make a single sound. I glanced up at him and softened my touch even further. Don't be so childish in the future. Lance's Adam's apple bobbed. He wanted to say something, but in the end, he only gave a heavy nod of agreement. Lily Harper had been waiting for me back at the dorm. She didn't have a laptop. Only I did. Without my permission, she would never touch someone else's computer. Not to mention, my laptop was password protected. After waiting for ages, Lily finally pulled out her phone and dialed my number. Vanessa, where are you? Come back soon. I got the stuff, and I'm just waiting for you to get back so we can look at it. I have some business to take care of. I'll check it when I get back tonight, I said over the phone. Fine, Lily Harper pouted. Just as she hung up, her phone rang again. Seeing the caller ID, her face dropped instantly. Okay, Uncle Arthur, I'll be there in a bit. An hour and a half later, Lily Harper emerged from Uncle Arthur's house. Beside her was a tall, sharp-looking police officer. It was none other than the precinct commander who had just been transferred from Foggy Creek, Gary Reed. Gary Reed, thanks to a string of successes, had managed to dismantle the largest local criminal syndicate in Foggy Creek. As a result, he was promoted half a rank and transferred to the Riverside District in Emerald City to serve as the precinct commander. Get in, Gary Reed said, opening the rear door of the patrol car. Lily Harper climbed into the back reluctantly, pressing herself against the door and staring out the window. Gary Reed was Uncle Arthur's former student. Since Uncle Arthur had asked him to drive her back, she couldn't refuse. Perhaps because of the age gap and the fact that it was their first meeting, they barely spoke during the drive. Lily Harper didn't like dealing with people in uniform to begin with. It made her feel incredibly uncomfortable, especially with someone like Gary Reed, who looked like a very stern officer. Gary Reed noticed this as well, so he didn't push for conversation. When they reached State Finance, and Lily Harper was getting out of the car, Gary Reed suddenly remembered something. Are there many students involved in gang activity at your school? He asked. Lily Harper's body stiffened. No, she replied. Our school is very strict. Though she played it cool on the surface, her heart was pounding. Did Uncle Arthur find something out? Do you know a girl named Vanessa Miller? Gary Reed asked. Lily Harper nodded. Yeah, she's pretty famous at our school. After all, she's so beautiful. Usually a simple-minded person, she decided to be clever this time. Why do you ask? Gary Reed replied, It's nothing. I just wanted to remind you to stay away from her. She's not a good person. The moment those words left his mouth, Lily Harper's opinion of Gary Reed hit rock bottom. What the hell? How could he say that about my best friend? After a month of being together, she had already come to see me as her closest confidant. Hearing Gary Reed talk like that naturally made her feel very upset. Lily Harper didn't say another word. She just let out a huff, turned around, and walked away. Gary Reed stood there, stunned. He rubbed his nose. Did I say something wrong? Gary Reed didn't linger. He drove straight back to the precinct. He still had one important task to finish today, to personally host a welcome ceremony for a rookie officer who had just arrived for her internship. This officer had a special background. She was the daughter of a fallen hero. She had to be given sufficient respect and care. Gary Reed planned to personally apply for her, to reactivate that badge number, which had been retired for 9 years, once she finished her probationary period. On the other side, Lily Harper had just stepped back onto campus. When she remembered that Vanessa wouldn't be back yet, she turned around and walked back out, planning to head to the internet cafe to play some games. As she walked, she looked down and kicked small pebbles along the road. Gary Reed's words kept echoing in her mind. Stay away from her. She's not a good person. What the hell does that mean? Vanessa is so beautiful, quiet, and elegant. She's so good to me. How could she possibly be a bad person? Unbelievable. Just as Lily Harper reached Cyber Row, she suddenly noticed groups of bleached hair thugs hurrying toward the east side. Lily Harper stopped in her tracks. She remembered something. Today was the VTC brawl. Man, she had originally promised me she wouldn't go looking for trouble, but the scene before her made that restless urge inside her flare up again. She had seen so many gangster movies, but never a real, large-scale confrontation. I'll just watch from a distance. It should be fine, right? Right then, a man who looked like a boss walked out of the internet cafe with a few lackeys. He let out a yawn and happened to spot Lily Harper. His eyes lit up, and he shouted, "Hey sis, what are you standing out here looking at?" Lily Harper looked back and saw a man with a silver chain around his neck and a cyclops tattoo on his forehead walking over. "Hey Leo, I was just wondering where everyone is heading." Leo West grinned, walking over with a swagger. He lit a cigarette and squinted at the crowd in the distance. Where else? They're all going to watch the show. He blew out a smoke ring and glanced sideways at Lily Harper. "You want to go too?" Lily Harper hesitated. "Won't it be too dangerous?" she asked softly. Leo West laughed when he heard that. He patted his chest. "What's dangerous about it? In this part of University Town, everyone has to show me, Cyclops, a little respect. Sis, if you want to see it, I'll take you there." Lily Harper's eyes lit up. "Really? Thanks, Leo." Leo West let out a loud laugh and gestured to his lackeys behind him. "Let's go. Let's show her what a real scene looks like." As evening fell, inside the suburban park on the east side of Riverside District, this park had only just been completed. Aside from a few scattered farm plots nearby, there were almost no buildings to be seen. Further east is the newly planned development zone, where a large number of factories will sprout up in the future. The VTC freshmen and seniors chose to have their civil war here, precisely because of its remote location, to avoid getting questioned by the police if anything went south. By this time, the VTC freshmen had mostly gathered. There were 25 of them in total, standing in small, scattered groups on the dirt slope at the edge of the park. Originally, their numbers were higher, but a few had chickened out. Those who were left were only here because their leader, Madden Finch, promised. He had found reinforcements. They barely managed to muster enough courage to follow him. Otherwise, more than just those few would have slipped away. Before long, messy footsteps sounded from the distance. The VTC seniors had arrived. Led by Shane Dixon, a mob of over 50 people approached with great momentum. Everyone was carrying a weapon: steel pipes, wooden clubs, batons, and even a few gleaming machetes. The freshmen swallowed in unison. "Madden, are those reinforcements you mentioned really coming? They wouldn't stand us up, would they?" "Yeah, we haven't seen a single soul yet. There are too many of them on the other side. Our small group isn't even enough to look at." The more the freshmen talked, the more panicked they became. A few even started backing away, ready to run at any moment. Madden Finch was actually terrified inside too, but he forced himself to look steady. He shouted, "Don't worry, brothers. George Young, the boss of Grain Economics, personally promised me that he would bring his men over. Boss George even said he supports me to be the new king of the VTC. If we win today, the VTC will be our turf from now on." News of the showdown between VTC freshmen and seniors spread fast, reaching other schools as well. George Young from Grain Economics had actually reached out to Madden Finch first, saying he was willing to lend a hand and back him up. Madden Finch was surprised at first. He wasn't close with George Young. In fact, they didn't even know each other. He hadn't expected the other party to help him. This was something he never anticipated. But Madden Finch also knew that George Young's help surely came with conditions. But right now, he didn't care about that. He had to crush Shane Dixon first. Hearing that reinforcements were on the way, the freshmen breathed a slight sigh of relief. However, some felt uneasy knowing the help was from Grain Economics. It felt awkward and uncomfortable. Seeking help from another school to settle internal matters? How embarrassing would that be once it got out? The three schools in University Town, VTC, Grain Economics, and the Technology Institute, were essentially rivals. They usually disliked each other. Under normal circumstances, it was extremely rare to bring in thugs from other campuses to settle internal affairs. You solve your own school's problems yourself. That was the rule. Anyone who sought help from another school's thugs would be looked down upon by everyone. Of course, if you found a street boss, it would be different. Instead, people would think you were a badass for knowing real-world gangsters. It was just that strange. Madden Finch actually asking George Young for help was indeed somewhat inappropriate. But with a major enemy in front of them, no one voiced any objections. Still, some freshmen were already thinking about backing out. They hadn't officially sworn in as brothers yet anyway, so running away wouldn't be a total loss of face. Shane Dixon arrived with over 50 men, carrying baseball bats and steel pipes, pressuring them aggressively. He scanned the scattered 20 or so people opposite him. He sneered. Just these few people? Madden Finch, are you here to get killed, you bastard? Who gave you the balls to show up for this? A lackey nearby suddenly chirped, Shane? I know. It must be Taylor Swift who gave him the courage. After saying that, this guy actually started singing in a raspy voice. But I have courage. Courage to believe, T.A. Shane Dixon backhanded him instantly. Damn it. Why the hell are you singing? Is that even worth listening to? Sing again, and I'll break all 3 of your legs. The lackey clutched his face, looking pitiful. But I sing with my mouth. What do my legs have to do with it? Shane Dixon didn't bother with him, and turned toward Madden Finch and the others. Madden Finch? Don't say I, your senior, didn't look out for you. Get on your knees and kowtow 3 times right now. Then take a detour whenever you see us from now on, and I might consider going easy on you. Madden Finch bit the bullet and roared. Shane Dixon, stop acting so tough. Since we're here, we aren't afraid of you. Shane Dixon narrowed his eyes and tossed the baseball bat in his hand. Fine. You've got backbone. One-on-one or a brawl? Your choice. Though there were many thugs in University Town, unless it was a blood feud, they rarely fought to the death. Normal challenges were mostly for show. They rarely went straight into a massive group fight. They usually followed some street rules. Madden Finch, of course, couldn't be stupid enough to fight Shane Dixon one-on-one, unless his brain was fried. Because right behind Shane Dixon's group stood a giant over 2 meters tall, Grizzly. That physique and those muscles were like a human tank. Who the hell could take him on one-on-one? Just being able to scratch him would be an achievement. Also, they finally realized why Mitch and Grizzly were unwilling to join them. It turned out they had already hitched their wagon to Shane Dixon. Among the freshmen on Madden Finch's side, someone couldn't help pointing at Mitch, who was hiding in the back, and cursing. Mitch, are you still a freshman, you bastard? To think you're actually rolling with the seniors. Traitor. Disgrace to the freshmen. Helping seniors beat up freshmen? Have you no shame? Mitch, hearing this, walked over with Grizzly. He was holding an ice-cold Coke. He said with an innocent face, We're just here to watch the fight. Stop throwing labels around. Can't we just stand to the side? As he spoke, he motioned to the silent Grizzly to move away from the battlefield. They found a large tree to lean against, acting as spectators. Shane Dixon didn't stop him. As long as he beat these freshmen into submission, he believed Mitch and Grizzly would eventually surrender. To be honest, his heart had skipped a beat the first time he saw Grizzly. He was about to graduate, and he had already taken over a club outside. If he wanted to grow his influence later, he needed a beast like Grizzly to hold down the fort. Madden Finch confirmed Mitch wasn't getting involved, and breathed a sigh of relief. Honestly, Grizzly's presence was far too intimidating. If he really stood with the seniors, they probably wouldn't even have the courage to fight. Just then, Madden Finch received a text message. He pulled out his phone and checked it. His gaze turned ruthless. Brothers, get them! Shane Dixon wasn't to be outdone. He let out a shout and waved his steel pipe. Get them for me. The 2 groups collided instantly. Weapons swung, and curses filled the air, just as they were fighting tooth and nail. 60 or 70 thugs from Grain Economics, squeezed into several beat-up vans, rumbled onto the scene. Along the way, they had also encountered a strange black motorcade. Over a dozen black sedans, all with privacy film on the windows, were escorting a gleaming $1 million Mercedes in the middle. Driving leisurely along the suburban road, the thugs crammed in the vans, saw this pure black motorcade, and were secretly stunned. Holy shit, what is that motorcade for? That Mercedes looks so powerful. Is it a wedding? Wedding my ass. Wedding cars should have decorations on them. Besides, what wedding motorcade would drive to a remote place like this? So I think it's a funeral procession going to bury someone. George Young, why the hell did you ask me to come here? Just to watch a VTC Civil War? Why? Don't you want to watch it? What's so interesting about it? The internal war at their school is none of my damn business. Victor Hale, you're wrong about that. How could their civil war have nothing to do with you? What do you mean? Hey, I'm just speaking generally. George Young, you aren't just buttering me up, are you? You really think Shane Dixon is going to take a fall? Are those VTC freshmen really that tough? Ha ha ha, you'll find out once we get there. George Young, the boss of Grain Economics, and Victor Hale, the boss of the Technology Institute, were currently riding their electric scooters toward the battlefield. Originally, Victor had no interest in this kind of thing, but George had suddenly invited him to watch the fight, saying the position of VTC boss was about to change hands. Only then did he get curious and follow along. Victor never dreamed that Shane Dixon was already in deep trouble and that he himself was being plotted against. Their three schools had always minded their own business, and their relationships weren't great. Conflicts broke out frequently. For instance, their current sources of income, besides some gray market revenue, came from extorting protection money and providing security, especially for the security jobs, which relied on fierce competition, or even snatching them away from others. So, bad blood between the three schools was inevitable. The idea of unifying University Town had occurred to people, but no one had ever been able to achieve it. The boundaries between the schools were like those high walls, clearly defined. To put it bluntly, it was about exclusion. You're a student from another school. Getting students from a different campus to support you is practically impossible. Victor Hale had never thought about unifying University Town, neither had Shane Dixon, but George Young had, and he was currently putting that plan into action. Otherwise, why would he proactively contact the VTC freshman, Madden Finch, to offer his support? This time, he invited Victor Hale, because he wanted to take the chance to deal with both of them. As a junior who would graduate next year, George was facing the predicament of graduation and the disbanding of his crew. He was an ambitious man, and wasn't content with graduating only, to go screw bolts in a factory like everyone else. He had long sworn to make a name for himself in Emerald City. Of course, achieving this on his own would be difficult. Fortunately, he had already connected with a powerful backer, the Syndicate. As long as he could beat Shane Dixon and the others into submission, the boss behind him would definitely support him with all his might. At that point, the entire University Town would become his personal kingdom. Currently, the brawl in the park had reached a fever pitch, just as Shane Dixon and his guys were about to knock all those freshmen to the ground. A group of thugs suddenly charged out from behind, catching them completely off guard. Instantly, they were pushed into a disadvantageous position. Shane quickly recognized this group. They were George Young's men. Shane Dixon stared at Madden Finch with bloodshot eyes, roaring, "Madden Finch, you've really crossed the line. This is our school's internal fight, and you dare call in outsiders?" Madden Finch might have felt a bit guilty, but he bit the bullet and yelled, "Shut up. If you're so tough, call in your own outsiders. Besides, Boss George said that as long as I deal with you, I'll be the new king of the VTC." These words completely infuriated Shane Dixon and his upperclassmen. They no longer held anything back, fighting with even more ferocity. But at the end of the day, they were just student thugs, and now they were outnumbered. Coupled with the surprise attack, the fight became increasingly difficult. Right then, at the park entrance, another electric scooter and a van arrived. Once the van stopped, the door slid open, and a dozen burly, professional-looking thugs stepped out. They all had the Syndicate logo tattooed on their arms. George Young parked his scooter and walked toward Shane Dixon and the others. Behind him, Victor Hale was being restrained by two professional thugs. "George Young, you bastard. If you've got balls, let me go. And let me call my people." Now he finally understood why George Young had invited him to watch the VTC Civil War. This guy actually wanted to consolidate the three main colleges in University Town. What massive ambition! Earlier, when the two were halfway there on their scooters, a van had suddenly intercepted them. Nearly 20 people had jumped out and immediately seized control of him. Only then did he realize he'd been played. What shocked him even more was that George Young had actually linked up with one of Emerald City's legendary gangs, the Syndicate. "Victor Hale, even if I let you call people, would you dare?" George Young let out a disdainful snort, then proudly introduced the man beside him, a professional thug with a scarred face. "Know who this is? Scarface Vane, a trusted confidant of the Syndicate boss." Offending Scarface Vane is the same as offending the Syndicate. Victor Hale recoiled upon hearing those words. To be honest, he really didn't dare. Student thugs and real bosses, like those from the syndicate, were not on the same level at all. No matter how tough he was at school, when facing a real underworld boss, he knew when to back down. Scarface Vane cracked his neck impatiently, the scar on his face like a centipede crawling across his skin, looking incredibly terrifying. George, stop wasting time with them. I've got a game to get to later. Don't waste my time. George Young immediately bowed and scraped, his arrogance instantly replaced by sycophancy. Yes, of course, Mr. Vane. I'll settle this as quickly as possible. As he spoke, he turned and barked at the crowd. Everyone, halt. A boss from the syndicate is here. If you want to keep living in University Town, you'd better behave yourselves. His men already had the upper hand, and with the addition of a syndicate boss, the students there immediately halted. They looked at each other, not knowing what to do. Shane Dixon looked at George Young grimly and said, George, we've always minded our own business. What exactly are you trying to do? What am I doing? Can't you see? George Young laughed arrogantly. Are you blind? As he spoke, he scanned the area, looking at the 100+ people gathered. He announced loudly, from this day forward, University Town only has one boss, and that's me, George Young. Who's with me, and who's against me? I'm against you. Victor Hale ground his teeth. You want me to be your lackey? You're dreaming, you bastard. I'm against you too. Shane Dixon spat out a mouthful of bloody phlegm. George Young, you colluded with outsiders. I'll never answer to you. Fine, fine, fine. George Young sneered repeatedly. So you two think you're tough? Then I'll just have to see if your bones are as tough as your mouths. Matt and Finch, they're all yours. Beat them until they submit. Matt Finch had no choice now. He bit the bullet and waved his hand. Leading a group of freshmen, he began punching and kicking Shane and Victor. Shane's brothers were about to step forward, but Scarface Vane and his men blocked their path. They instantly froze and backed down in fear. Before long, Victor Hale and Shane Dixon were curled up on the ground, groaning in pain. Now, who else objects? George Young scanned the crowd, his voice ruthless. The VTC thugs lowered their heads and remained silent. George Young nodded with satisfaction. Just as he was about to speak, suddenly, I object. A lazy voice drifted out from the darkness. Everyone whipped their heads around, only, from behind a large tree, a figure with bleached hair strolled out leisurely. When he saw the bleached hair guy, Scarface Vane's expression shifted instantly. But he quickly remembered something, and regained his confidence. This was Emerald City, not Foggy Creek anymore. Since he dared to show up here, he might as well settle the old and new debts together, and avenge the humiliation from before. Scarface Vane shot a look toward George Young. George Young nodded. Where the hell do you roll? You got some nerve. It's one thing for Victor Hale and Shane Dixon to object. After all, they're at least bosses with reputations. But for a nobody like you to stand up and object, you must really have a death wish. Mitch strolled up to George Young. He reached up and adjusted the collar of his rumpled plaid shirt. His movements were composed. You're asking where I roll? Naturally, I roll wherever you roll. So you're saying you roll in University Town too? How come I've never heard of you being the top dog? You didn't know me then, but you'll know me from today on. What you just said was actually right, you piece of trash. University Town really can't hold this much trash. There should only be one voice. George Young roared, What the hell do you mean? You dare call me trash? I'm sorry. Mitch scanned the crowd. I'm not targeting you specifically. I meant that everyone here is trash. The moment those words were spoken, everyone present was instantly enraged. George Young was at his breaking point. He waved his hand and shouted, Waste him. Beat him to death. At the edge of the suburban park, quite a few thugs had gathered to watch the drama. Lily Harper and Leo West were among them, watching from a distance. The weather turned sour. Suddenly, a light rain began to fall. The spectators watching from afar were forced to find cover. Lily Harper, Leo West, and their crew found a gazebo a bit further away. As they huddled inside, their view of the scene wasn't as clear as before, but even so, Lily Harper was still incredibly excited. She was finally seeing a real big scene. This feeling of a movie coming to life was truly intense. Leo West hadn't said much. He furrowed his brow, seemingly sensing that something was wrong. Who were those people who showed up behind them just now? Do you know them, Leo? The Grain Economics boss, George Young, and the Technology Institute boss, Victor Hale. I didn't expect the university town, Big Three, to gather in one place. This isn't a good sign. Leo West guessed that someone was trying to use the VTC's internal conflict as an opportunity for a consolidation. If that was the case, then the cyber row he controlled would likely face trouble soon. It was possible that once George Young grew too big, he would come looking for trouble with him. One-on-one, he wasn't afraid of anyone from those three schools. But if they actually united, he really wouldn't be their match. After all, he had only been building his influence for a few months, and hadn't reached the level of a true syndicate yet. Therefore, seeing University Town stay in balance was what he wanted most. Lily Harper didn't notice all those underlying implications. She was just even more excited to hear the Big Three had arrived. Leo, how do those three giants compare to you? Just minor players. I can handle them. Leo West bragged. He said it out loud, but in reality, he was starting to feel nervous. If things continued to play out like this, he really might end up having to face off against George Young's crew. Please, let that not happen. Perhaps his prayers were actually answered. Just as George Young and his men were about to move against Mitch, suddenly, the sound of car horns echoed from nearby. A motorcade consisting of all black sedans drove straight toward the crowd. Everyone scrambled to clear a path, terribly afraid of being hit. The motorcade came to a halt in the center of the crowd. Only then did everyone see clearly that it included a $1 million luxury Mercedes. A heavy hitter had arrived. Following a series of car doors slamming, 60 or 70 men in black suits stepped out simultaneously. They were all dressed in sharp, identical black uniforms, with a dragon pattern embroidered on their left chests. They stood at attention, holding identical black umbrellas in their right hands. At the word of command, every man in black snapped their heels together. Their umbrellas opened in perfect unison, forming a black barrier in the rain. The campus, Big Three and their thugs, were left staring in dazed shock. Holy shit, what kind of powerful figure is this? What a massive display. It wasn't just them. Even Scarface Vane and the other syndicate members were shocked. From a distance, Leo West and his crew also had their eyes wide with wonder. They started whispering, "A big shot is here. Damn, those guys in black are way too cool. Who are those guys in black? That's one hell of a grand entrance. Why do those uniforms look so familiar to me?" Soon, someone remembered something and let out a shout. Do you guys remember that group that suddenly appeared on the second floor of the snack street? Their uniforms look exactly like this. The Grand Apex Alliance. Yes. That's the name. What are they doing here? No idea. Until now, very few people in University Town actually knew anything about the Grand Apex Alliance's background. These people usually kept a low profile, almost never interacting with other factions, let alone taking the initiative to deal with anyone. They hadn't expected this group to suddenly show up here, and they certainly looked like they meant business. Leo West furrowed his brow, watching the group of black-clad men, with their black umbrellas and imposing aura, because it was already dark and raining, and all the men in black were holding umbrellas. He couldn't see their faces at all, but he still felt that some of them looked familiar. Lily Harper was also staring fixedly at the group in black, her small hands trembling slightly, because she might be about to see the legendary female boss of the Grand Apex Alliance. Right then, someone in the crowd of onlookers shouted, "Holy shit, the boss is a girl." What? A girl? Are you blind? Can't you see for yourselves? Holy cow, it really is. The female boss? It wasn't just the spectating thugs who were shocked. Even George Young and the others at the scene looked stunned. Earlier, when they saw this motorcade suddenly appear, some had recognized it. Isn't this motorcade the funeral motorcade we met on the road? Funeral, my ass. This is clearly a motorcade for a big shot. So who called these people? No idea. While they were still whispering and speculating, the men in black, who were standing in several rows, suddenly stepped to the sides, opening a path through their ranks. Instantly, the entire area fell into a heavy silence. Everyone held their breath. This path aligned perfectly with the rear door of the luxury Mercedes. Then, a stern-looking young man in a black suit walked to the rear door and pulled it open. Soon, a girl wearing a matching custom black suit, with a cool, noble air and a hint of mystery about her, stepped out of the car in her high heels. The stern young man immediately opened a black umbrella, perfectly shielding me from the rain. As I stepped into the path through the ranks, the men in black on both sides turned and bowed their heads respectfully toward me. Miss. The Miss's presence was overwhelming, the tension reaching its peak.